Welcome, everybody. We are back with Umineko. I am, of course, joined by Kat, as
Hi.
always.
Oh, I wonder if that came up on the mic. There was a lot of pops in my back. Wow.
I did not hear the popping.
Okay, well, maybe stream then. You're okay, Phoenix. Just because I'm talking doesn't mean I'm talking to you. Buddy,
Yeah.
no, my son. Why are you like this, man? Every time.
You're talking, so obviously it's to him.
Hi, Fat Boy. Come here. Come on. Come on. Get up here. There we go.
So,
Be a gross, drooly boy here for a minute.
I've been doing okay.
I was going to ask you what you've been doing lately. We haven't
Let's,
streamed since last Monday.
yeah, let's see here. Hades 2, of course. Because I'm sure a lot of people are playing that, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm distinctly not interested.
Yeah.
It's like I love the characterization of characters in the Hades game, in the first one. So I'm sure I would like it in the second game, but I just don't like the gameplay. It's not.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens. Let's see. Other things I've been up to. Um, a very cute game came out called Little Kitty Big City. And it is basically what it says on the tin. Cat is lounging on a very tall, very high up apartment or whatever.
Yeah.
Falls down safely, because there's no actual danger in this game, to the
That's good.
to the to the street below, and has to work their way up while completing objectives and meeting other very fun animals. It isn't quite as chaotic as Untitled Goose Game, but you can certainly piss people off.
Amazing.
At one point,
As cats should do.
Yes, as cats should do. But for example, one of the things you can do for a quest is you need to obtain a cell phone for reasons. So what you do is you find somebody walking down the street with a cell phone, and you bat at their feet until they fall over and drop their phone, and then you take it.
Excellent. That sounds like cat things.
Yeah, it's very much cat people making this game for sure. So what have you been up to?
I can't remember if I had already started like working the fucking succubus thing by last Monday. I may have. I don't know.
Yes, I do recall you talking about that on stream.
Okay, well, I've gotten a lot further along, and like I don't know, like yesterday, I think day before maybe. No, it was Saturday. Yeah, because I was just lounging in the thought of it, and like I started looking into like what the minimum level in like game is to become a lich. I don't know why. I think I was playing a another like action RPG called Last Epoch. That yeah, because like you actually get to like become a lich as the next answer. Anyway, so I started looking into like what the lowest level you become a lich in, because like D&D is one of the only tabletop games where you can actually become a lich, like there's board and everything. And the lowest level of any of the editions that I could find information on that had the information on how to become a lich was in third edition. You could become a lich at level 11. So now I've just got like the idea of a mediocre lich running around my brain.
Excellent.
So of course, as I do, I loaded up a game that I might be able to like make this character in, and this time it was Grim Dawn, and I made a mediocre lich. Mostly just like lots of minions and a giant fucking laser. It's great.
Excellent. Like,
I've
just
been playing on
very good.
a hardcore mode for whatever fucking reason. I don't know why. I just decided hardcore mode was the thing this time, and I expected to die within like 2 hours, but nah. Like this character's been around. Actually, hold on. I still got that game up so I can check the stats real quick. I got the game up because like I'm in a place where I can't like teleport back to easily. It's 24 hours. If I die, I have 24 hours down the fucking drain.
Oh dear.
It's been a great time though. Oh yeah, because like, yeah, now I remember like I started the fucking succubus thing on like a Sunday.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Because I was reading the Encyclopedia of Witchcraft and Mythology right before the stream last time. Right now I remember. So I was going to bring that up. I skimmed through most of it, and it has shockingly less demons and demonology than I expected. It's mostly about witch trials, which is still good information. Don't get me wrong, but it's less demons than I imagined. Well, it wasn't, sadly. What else? What else happened this week? Oh, I discovered my housemate had 3 spare office chairs.
Interesting.
Yeah, 3 spare office chairs. I'm currently using one now because my other chair, the one that I've been using for the past fucking 7 years, the leg cracked and it was tilted about 30 degrees to the side.
Oh.
It was really starting to bother my hips. So like I was like, all right, fuck, I gotta do something about this. I don't care if I've got to get a kitchen chair or something. So I went in there and I started looking around. It's just nope, there's just 3 spare office chairs. So now I've got a fancy new office chair, and my cats have been criminals this entire time because they've been sleeping in the busted up chair that I've got in the corner now and not on my lap in the new chair.
Hey.
It's upsetting.
But yes, good. I had seen you had posted about the new chair on Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I went to sit back down and I leaned all the way back in it on accident. When I sat down, I about to have a fucking heart attack thinking I'm about to tip over backwards. Fucking gods. Like, once I get used to it, I think I'm gonna like the lean in it though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, I need to get it some WD-40 or something. You lubricate the spring. Now it's creaking a bunch when I lean back, but yeah, this is pretty nice. So anything coming out soon that you're looking forward to that we haven't talked about on stream yet?
Let's see. I don't think I've talked about.
Yes, the rumors are true. Umineko Monday once again.
Yes.
Thank you, Bedwards, for the resub. I appreciate your $2.38. I hope it's not against TOS for me to say exactly how much I get from that. I don't think it is, but shit. Not because I'm an affiliate and not partner. I don't get full 250. And even partners actually, like theirs varies too, according to like the thing that I saw. Again, I hope this isn't against TOS for me to say. It would suck. I'm pretty sure it's not, but
yeah, I don't think so. But yes, recent things, I'd have to look and see when it is coming out. But I am actually interested in the new Batman animated series called Caped Crusader that's coming out.
Wasn't that the one you were talking about where the fucking Harlequin one.
Yeah, Harley is not associated with the Joker. Is an Asian American. Um, just has her own kind of shtick that's adjacent to Joker, but has nothing to do with, like, she didn't become a villain because of him, apparently. And she's much more serious when she's got the costume on. So that will be interesting to see play out. Exactly, Bedwards.
Oh, nonsense. Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's still, like, I am so fucking, like, what is wrong with some of these right-wing fucks, where apparently now it's, masculine to have cheekbones visible on a character?
Yeah, and then the whole thing about Hephaestus being in a wheelchair and everything, and it's like, guys, stop. Once you have chairs and wheels, it's really easy to put the two together.
Yes, absolutely. Like, we have
like
evidence.
The oldest known wheelchair is from fucking China in like 1300 BCE. So I don't know. I don't want to hear shit about it, man.
Welcome in, Quinn.
Hello, Quinn.
Anything coming out that you're interested in?
I think I've already mentioned it before, but Grim Dawn has a new expansion coming out. I don't know when exactly. The fucking news thing. Let's see. View all recent events. Titans of Astrakarn. Yeah, Astrakarn. Does this have a release date yet?
And I mean,
no, there's no release date yet, but it's supposed to be this year sometime.
Yes. And I mean, of course, Dawn Trail.
Oh yeah, of course, Dawn Trail, but like we talk about that on the fucking stream all the time.
Yeah.
That's like what, a month and some change?
So, yes, going into actual Umineko, we have met the toy lion Sakutaro, and I am very worried about Sakutaro's prospects for surviving.
Yeah, probably gonna explode.
With her knapsack on her back and half of Sakutaro's face peeking out of it, she triumphantly walked through the shopping district late at night. Well, it was that time of day after all. Everyone in the shopping...
Get your face out of my damn fridge.
Everyone in the shopping district was either a shop owner, lowering the shutters on their shops, or an employee rushing or else staggering on their way home. Amidst all that, Maria, who was in a good mood like someone on a hike, probably looked quite merry. Every once in a while, passing employees would glance at her back with eyes of someone seeing something out of place. Again, I don't get why you would see a 9-year-old with a stuffed toy in her bag and think, oh, that's weird.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
sure.
A 9-year-old.
Yeah, like, sure. Most kids don't tend to carry their stuffed toys after a while. But still, like, sure, keep it in your backpack, whatever. But apparently people in the Umineko universe are just very, very judgy.
Fucking apparently, dude. Like, although, like, it's entirely possible that they were like that in Japan in 1986.
Yeah, like, I can't speak to the actual cultural shit going on.
At the very least, when I was 9, which was like very early 2000s, like, it's sort of, it would not be weird to see a 9-year-old like walking around with a stuffed toy.
Yeah, absolutely. Hell, I wouldn't even be surprised to see, like, somebody older with one, like a smaller one, as an accessory or something hanging off their bag. Like,
Yeah.
even someone into their early teens. Office ladies giggled at the cute stuffed animal poking its head out of the knapsack.
Thinking someone like of our age having something like that, and I was just like, yeah, no, I don't think I'd like look twice at that.
Yeah, no,
Like 30, like hanging off their purse or the fucking belt or whatever. No, I don't think I'd really look twice at that.
Yeah, no. And hell, plenty of people put stuffed animals or something like on their work desk or in their cubicle or something.
Yeah.
The supermarket
Shit, I've seen people with like stuffed animals on their fucking dashboards.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I see that all the time. Or, looking back at you from the back window.
Mm-hmm.
The supermarket had been closed for a while by this time, however, convenience stores, which had been growing in popularity lately, stayed open until midnight. Yeah, I guess this would be about the time convenience stores would start becoming a thing, really. It was very convenient for Maria, whose mother's return was often late. And, they actually have, like, decent-ish meals at convenience stores in Japan. Like, they're not the healthiest thing in the world, but a bento is better than, like, what you can get here.
Like, American gas station food, like, I know it's awful for you, but, like, I do kind of like it a little bit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, it is excellent comfort food.
Like, when I lived with Tier, was 20, we used to go to the gas station every now and then and just like get like $20 worth of gas station food, and it would be like these giant fucking bags of like 8 sandwiches a piece.
Yeah, why the hell not?
Yeah. And this may have been a little bit of drunk food because we also went through like a 24 pack of Blue Moon.
Oh, so. Fair enough. Maria lowered the knapsack from her back and carrying it like a child in her arms, she headed over to the sweet buns corner. Pointed to a sweet bun she had eaten before, explaining to Sakataro that this one was delicious and that one was pretty good too. Sakataro seemed to be enjoying it a lot.
Yeah, like now that I actually like thinking about what was going on last stream, I'm pretty sure I did actually bring up the fact that like I had stuffed animals until I was like 16.
Yeah,
like, the only reason I got rid of them was because I gave them to an ex, someone I was dating at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you brought that up for sure. I remember that now. I'm gonna have the 3-colored one. With just this one, you can eat bean jam and cream and strawberry jam. There's sometimes greenish-brown bean jam or white bean jam. There should be one kind of bean jam. Looks like having different things inside makes them interesting. Next, I'll have fruit yogurt. There's fruit in it, but it isn't as sweet, right? Yeah, I'm sure Mama will be fine with it. You want one too, Sakataro? Is that really okay? What about the money? No problem. Look, it's Shotaku Taishi. So I can buy you whatever you want too, Sakataro. Let's eat together. Would you like some yogurt too, Sakataro? When Maria went to grab another one of the same fruit yogurt, Sakataro bent his head, slightly worried. But I can't eat a big one, so a small one will be fine. Then how about a small yogurt? It's 30 yen. That's cheap. That's good enough for me. Yogurt with Maria. Now, I would be slightly perturbed by a 9-year-old kind of going through this bit. If only slightly. But even...
Maybe, I don't know, like, this is definitely just like a me thing, but like, I would see like something weird like this going on and be like, none of my business.
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
I would absolutely go none of my fucking business. But I would go, yeah, that's a little strange.
I don't know that I would even register that it happened, honestly. I pay very little attention in public.
I mean, absolutely, but... You know, if I was a store clerk or something... And obviously, it's my job to kind of keep an eye on customers, make sure they're doing okay.
Well, I meant to comment on that, Bedwards, but apparently I just didn't. But I will have to listen to that. Actually, you know what? Fuck, we can listen to it right now. Here, I'm gonna link you to the song, Bedwards.
Okay.
It's only 2 minutes long, so.
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look here.
I'm going to play it on stream, actually. Do the thing.
Okay.
All right, then.
This is ridiculous. I love it.
Yeah. I wonder, like, what possessed someone to even, like, make this in the first place. Fuck's sake. Alright then. Like, seriously, I wonder what, like, gave someone the idea to make this in the first place.
Yeah, I'm not sure what would.
I don't know, maybe, like, song parodies and song mashup like this are just sort of like any other kind of art where you just, like, suddenly get hit by an idea. You're like, I have to make it. This must be in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, you just play something very close to each other, and then you go, wait, fuck, now I have to make this. Anyway, proceeding. Maria put the 3-colored bean and 3-colored bread and the 2 yogurts into a shopping basket and brought them to the register. The man running the register had been in charge of the tobacco shop that had been here until last year.
この時間によく見かけるね。偉いけど、今度からこの時間のお買い物にはお母さんと一緒においでね。
I seem to be seeing you a lot at this time of day, little lady. You're a good girl, but maybe you'd better come with your mother if you're going to be go shopping at this time in the future, okay? Which, fair. She's 9. And...
Yeah, it's also like fucking 10 or something like that.
yeah, it's late.
So.
ママがいいって言ったから大丈夫。ママはいつもお仕事で帰りが遅いけど、マリアたちは寂しくなんかないの。
Mama said it's okay, so it's fine. Mama always comes home late because of her work, but we aren't lonely. Right, Sakataro?
そっか、そりゃ大変だね。ほら、ジュースを1本おまけしてあげるよ。
Really? That sounds tough. Here, I'll give you some free soda.
You said juice, not soda.
Yeah, that's a weird choice. The man working at the store took a can of leftover soda or something from behind the register and packed it into the bag with everything else.
おじさん、ありがとう。
Thank you, mister.
よかったね、サクタロ。
Isn't that great, Sakataro? Since she had been told not to buy soda, she couldn't take it back home. So she decided to drink it on her way back and not bring the empty can back home. With the vinyl bag with the sweet bun in it around her elbow, holding the knapsack with Sakataro in it with the same arm and drinking her soda, the two of them walked home.
I'm always like fascinated by how artists in general portray like the moon. Because this is fucking enormous. Like the world would flood if the moon was that close to the Earth.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But it is like extremely good looking. Like I love the huge moons in art.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because the moon feels more important than it actually is than what you would pick up from a photograph without the proper lenses and stuff. Remember a scene in Madoka where the moon changes phase 4 times in one scene for the aesthetic. Excellent, Quinn.
柚子胡椒ソーダって微妙。
Zuku Show soda isn't really good.
サクタロも飲んで
Hold
み
on,
る
let's see. What
You-
kind of soda is that?
You want to try too, Sakataro?
This. No, it's apparently a kind of like sparkling water kind of soda. It's not like actually a proper soda.
Yeah, it's like a sparkling drink, and Yuzu Kokusho is apparently a type of spice or chili paste.
That does not sound great. Yeah, I can see why she's like, no, this is awful.
Yeah, especially as a kid.
おりゅおりゅおりゅおりゅおりゅわあおりゅマリアひどい
You're mean, Maria.
まじゅい
Nasty.
だよね
It sure is. Of course, it's not like she could actually make a stuffed animal drink soda. She just put the can in Sakataro's mouth and pretended to tilt it. And it was fun for Maria to share the taste of this weird drink that she had gotten for free with Sakataro. There was a huge moon
Like,
in
you
the
can't really
sky.
complain about like free soda, but also fuck, dude.
Yeah.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it almost kind of seems like the store owner is like, fuck it, I need to offload this shit somehow. Or employee, whatever, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There
Fuck
was
that, man.
There was a huge moon in the sky. At times, that moon had been clouded by tears when she'd been unmanageable during Rosa's overnight stays, and when she'd been scolded by her mother. This moon was very warm, and it seemed to watch over the two of them as they enjoyed their trip home by themselves. Maria and Sakataro. Angie watched the two of them go from behind. She looked so warm from behind. Her looking at the backs of Maria and Sakataro together, it became very hard to remember all of those long nights when she'd cried because her mother hadn't come home. Couldn't say it to Maria. But if I'd been in the same position, I may have given a stuffed animal the name Sakataro. But it wouldn't have been anything more or less than a stuffed animal. Anyone can make a relationship that only distracts you from your loneliness. But Maria was different. Sakataro isn't a stuffed animal or a toy. It was a real friend, and far from just distracting Maria from her loneliness, it changed the nights without her mother into a fun time where they could play all by themselves. Was it because Sakataro was a special stuffed animal? Because her mother had made it herself? Because it was very, very cute? Probably not. There's a secret here. It doesn't lie within Sakataro. I think it probably lies within Maria.
これがマリアお姉ちゃんの言う魔
This is-
法の力なの。
This is the power of magic you were talking about, Maria?
魔法を知るということは、今まですぐそばにいたのに気づけなかったたくさんの友達に気づけるということ。
Knowing magic means that you notice a lot of friends right beside you that you didn't notice
ま
before.
るで新しいおもちゃ屋さんが近所にたくさんできるみたいに楽しいこと。
It's as fun as having a bunch of new toy shops pop up all over the neighborhood. If even I, locked up in an academy without a single friend, had power like Maria, I wonder if I could make my days a bit richer. I wonder if I'll be able to honestly shed tears on nights I feel like crying to smile on gray nights.
できるよ。エンジェはできる。
Yes, you can. You can do it.
だってエンジェにだって魔女になれる資格があるもん。
After all, you also have what it takes to become a witch.
魔女になる資格。
What it takes to become a witch.
マリアも魔女になれる資格あるんだよ。
I have what it takes to become a witch too.
だからまだまだ勉強中の修行中なの。
So I've still got a lot more studying and training to do.
きっと素敵な魔女になってほうきでお空をかけてケーンで虹を描いて飴玉を空から降らせるの。
I'll definitely become a wonderful witch, flying in the sky on a broom, drawing rainbows with my cane, making candy fall from the
マ
sky.
リアはきっとできるよ。
I can definitely do it.
そしたらエンジェにも見せてあげるね。
Then I'll show you too.
きっとそれは素敵な夢の中のような光景だから。
It'll definitely be a scene like from a wonderful dream. Maria said that, making an absolute promise with her smile. There's no way I can become a witch. But if Maria says that, it makes me feel that maybe I really can become a witch. Because in reality, on that desolate night when no flower of a smile could possibly have bloomed, her magic surely gave birth to a smile.
魔女になれるかな。
I wonder if I can become a witch.
なれるよ。エンジェは少し年齢を重ねちゃったから魂が少し重力に惹かれちゃってる。
You can. You're a bit older, so your soul is bound a bit more by
だ
gravity.
からマリアよりも修行は大変かもしれないけど、
That might make training tougher than it is for me,
でもきっとなれるよ。
but you definitely can.
だってもうエンジェは魔法の一端に触れてるもの。
After all, you're already touching a small piece of magic. I'm not sure, Quinn.
私が魔法を？
I am magic?
だってほら、もうこの世にはいない私をこうして呼び出して語らっているよ。
Yeah, come on, look. In a world where I don't exist, you summoned me, and you're talking with me.
これは魔法なの？
This is magic? Either that or the pages are made out of very hallucinatory drugs.
Yeah, like so either this is magic or something else is happening. I'm not sure you want the something else to be happening.
Yeah.
These would be some pretty fucking vivid delusions if
If this ain't magic, yeah.
Yeah.
私が日記に残した魂のかけらをエンジェは魔法で膨らませて私を蘇らせてる。
Yeah, you've expanded the fragment of my soul that I left in my diary, and you're reviving me right now.
さっきも言ったよね。
I also said it a short while ago, right?
こうして私と再会して会話ができて時に笑顔を見せられるんだから、エンジェは魔法の才能がきっとあるんだよ。
Since you managed to reunite with me and have a conversation, since you're able to smile every once in a while, you must have some magical talent, Angie.
マリアお姉ちゃんが保証する。
Maria guarantees it.
お姉ちゃんはさっき言ったわ。私は日記を
I
開
think
い
they
た
were
時に
probably
しか
saying
会え
like
ない
your
と思
older
ってるけど、
sister.
本当は
Mm-hmm.
いつも身
Guarantees
近
it
に
or
いる
something.
って。
Yeah, I could have said that. You said it a second ago. I thought I could only meet you while the diary was open, but you're really nearby all the time, right?
私に魔法の力がもっとあれば、それを見て、
If I had more of the power of magic, would I be able to see you?
今こうしているように、お姉ちゃんと会話ができる？
And just like now, would I be able to talk with you?
いつでも？
At any time?
いつでもお話できるよ。朝のおはようの時だっていつもそばにいるし、授業中だってそばにいる。
Yeah, we can talk at any time. I'm there by your side to say good morning and even during
大好
class.
きな授業は私とお話しして気を紛らわせようよ。
Let's talk together during dull classes to distract you from your
食
boredom.
事の時には話し相手になれるし、お昼休みだってこれまでのようにいつも一緒にいようよ。
I'll also be there to talk to you during meals, so let's always be together like this during lunch break.
放課後だって一緒にいるし、もちろん寮に帰ってからだって私はいつもそばにいる。
We're with you after school too, and of course I'm always by your side even after you return to the dormitory.
日記を広げた時にしか私を見てくれないだけ。
It's just that you don't see me except when the diary is opened.
日記を閉じても、マリアお姉ちゃんは私のそばにいてくれるんだよね。
Even when I close the diary, Maria, you'll be by my side, right?
いるよ。だからエンジェが私を見ようとして、そして話そうとしてくれれば、私はきっと答えられるよ。
Yes, I'll be there, so if you try to see me while I'm and try to talk to me, I'll definitely be able to
しっか
answer.
りと見て、話そうとしてくれれば、
If you look strongly and try to talk, that is.
私、やってみる。
I'll give it a try.
簡単じゃないよ。いきなり上手くなんてきっといかないよ。
It isn't easy, okay? It isn't going to go well all of a sudden, got it?
わかってる。きっと簡単じゃないと思う。
I understand. I'm sure it won't be easy.
でも私、
But I
マリアお姉ちゃんみたいになりたい。
want to be like you, Maria.
おお、わかった。じゃあ、私をよく見て。
I understand. Then look at me
し
well.
っかり見て。
Look closely. Okay.
ゆっくり目を閉じたり開いたりして、いきなり長くつむっちゃダメ。
Slowly open and close your eyes. You can't shut them for a long time all of a sudden.
私の姿を瞳に焼き付けては、それをまぶたの裏に染み込ませていくつもりで。
After burning my form into your eyes, try to make it blend into the inside of your eyelids.
やってる。
Yeah, I'm doing it.
まぶたを閉じても私をイメージできるようになったら、そのままゆっくり柔らかく目を閉じていて。
Once you can visualize me even when your eyes are closed, without changing anything, slowly and softly close your eyes
ど
again.
う？まだ私が見えている？
How is it? Can you still see me?
多分、見えてると思う。
Yes, I think I can probably see you.
じゃあ、一度目を開いて。
Then try opening your eyes for a second.
いよいよ本番。
Now for the real thing.
心を落ち着けたら、日記を閉じて。
Calm your heart and close the
その
diary.
時一度、マリアの姿は消えてしまうかもしれない。
At that time, my form may disappear for a second,
でも焦らずに、心を落ち着けて。
but calm your heart and don't get anxious.
そして、まぶたの裏に染み込ませた私を、逆に瞳に染み込ませていくつもりで、
And then try to make the me that's blended into the inside of your eyelids blend back into your eyes.
くりと虚空
This is the
に
first time
私を
like we've
イメー
actually
ジして
gotten an explanation of the process of some kind of magic.
Yeah, absolutely. At least something like this. We did kind of get an idea of how anything can be temporarily put back into place, but that's about it.
Yeah, but that also wasn't like the actual process, but like or that wasn't what the witch was doing, but rather the metaphysical process by which it happens.
I get you. So, like, the actual... how you train to do the thing. Gotcha.
Yeah. Like, this is the technique versus the metaphysical
虚空に見て
mechanics of it.
Slowly visualize me in the empty air. In the empty air, see me.
大丈夫
Yeah, I'm okay.
走
Then
るね
I'll close the diary.
うん
Slowly, I closed it. Then I did so, a gray reality filled with dull air unfolded. Of course, Maria's form disappeared. Give it all you've got, have courage, take the first step into the world of witches. Felt like Maria was cheering me on inside my heart. She's cheering me on? Really? Or do I just think that she is? No, that's wrong. It's because I think this that I cannot see her. Maria is always by my side. And even now, she's definitely there cheering me on to do my best. That reached my ears, so I mustn't ignore it like it's my imagination or the voice of my own heart. I believe that Maria is there. Mustn't doubt. I believe. Big Sis said she'd always be by my side. I must not doubt that. But looking at that empty space by the empty back wall of the school building, amidst those almost heartlessly boring rays of sunlight, calling out her name was unexpectedly difficult. The chains of common sense that had clung to me until today sneered at me, telling me that calling out to the empty air was ridiculous. It was almost like being told to take a step forward off the roof of a skyscraper, overlooking a sea of lights. Well,
Which she actually did later.
yeah. It's Maria saying it. It's alright, she's saying that I'm someone who can do it. Stop thinking that you might fall or that it'd be foolish to take a step off a roof, and free yourself from those chains of common sense. Okay. Steady my breathing. I concentrate in my mind. Make the vivid form of Maria in the empty space before you rise to the surface. Understand magic and see Maria.
Maria, お姉ちゃんえ誰かいるの
Huh? Is someone there? At that time, I was answered by a rustle in the bushes and a wild cry, and I came to my senses. It looked like I wasn't the only one behind the school building. Now, since I'd been so immersed in the world of the diary, I hadn't noticed someone coming. I recognized a group of three beyond the bushes. They were kids from my class. From their appearance, it felt as though they'd come behind the school to gossip about someone or talk in secret. I hurried out of that place, because if it became known that I'd been alone in a place like this, mumbling to myself, it'd become a pain again.
言ったよね言ったよねマリアお姉ちゃんとか言ったよね
Oh, fuck. She said it right. She said Maria or something, right?
やばくない心霊とか見えちゃってんじゃないの
Isn't that creepy? She isn't seeing spirits or something, is she? Ushura Mia is so funny. Could hear the shrill, loud laughter from behind, irritated and feeling that Maria had been made fun
Why
of.
did that one have the imp laugh?
I do wonder. I left that place at a quick pace and then a jog once I turned the corner. I might have made it to Big Sister's world with just a little more time. It was just frustrating, aggravating. Why does everyone get in my way? I haven't gotten in anyone else's way, not even once. I ran and ran, but it still felt as though I could hear their shrill laughter. The sequence is a quite lengthy one.
Yeah, a little bit. Which I think last time, like, people were explaining that, like, the beginning of this episode is probably the slowest.
Yeah, the world 12 years later. Oh.
噂じゃ、エンジェちゃん。あんた、ビルのてっぺんから飛び降りたんだって？
Interesting. Rumor has it, Angie, that you jumped off the top of a skyscraper?
追っかけがうざかったんで、ちょっと巻こうと思って。
The groupies. Oh, that's actually you. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I've got a fucking Jolly Rancher in my mouth. The groupies were getting annoying, so I thought I'd give them the slip.
Angie and an old gentleman wearing an expensive suit were alone in a massive modern conference room. All of the newest machines for presentations were installed there, but they didn't upset its refined and composed atmosphere, and that alone was enough to make the business-like theme of the room abundantly clear. However, that didn't matter at all to Angie. She carelessly sat on a high-class chair that executives making a salary of several 10 million yen probably sat in, looking aloof from the world.
下の方の階で改装工事してて、転落防止ネットがあるの知ってましたし。
It's because I knew they were remodeling on a lower floor and had a safety net out.
Angie talked about it like it was no big deal, but in reality it had been a miracle among miracles. To think that she'd shot through several layers of safety netting for the remodeling project, been caught in a multicolored banner adorning the atrium and slipped off, only to be softly caught by a final banner and land on the ground without a scratch, and then briskly leave that place. But Hong Kong movies to shame.
いくらネットがあるの知ってたったって、高さ200メートルの超高層だよ。
Whether you knew there was a net or not, this is a 200-meter tall super skyscraper we're talking about, right?
もしも思い通りにならなかったら、今頃大変なことになってただろうや。
If things hadn't gone as you planned, there'd be a mess to deal with now.
死んだら死んだで、それまでってことでもいいかなって思いまして。まあちょっとした運試しです。
I figured that if I died, then I'd be dead, and that would be that, more or less. Well, still, I was testing my luck a bit.
若気の至りってことで。
Call it youthful zeal.
As though saying that she'd had enough of that topic, Angie shrugged coldly. Seeing that, the old gentleman who was looking at the world below through a crack in the blinds cackled.
運試しときたか。いやはや、やっぱり金蔵さんのお孫さんだね。
So you were testing your luck, is that it? My, you truly are Kinzo's grandchild.
天の流れに命を預けてもケロリとしてるその度胸。
The nerve to trust your life to chance.
会長も博打に平気で命をかけられる人だったが、これも後ろ宮の血なのかね。
The chairman was also a woman who could stake her life on a bet like it was nothing. So maybe this really is the Ushiromiya blood at work.
やっぱりあんた、将来大物になるよ。悪いことは言わない。
You really will make it big in the future. Please, let me be
家
blunt.
出ごっこはこの辺で切り上げて、スマデラの家に戻ったらどうだい？
Why not give up this running away from home act and return to the Sumadera family?
お母さん、実家と仲が悪かったって聞いてます。お葬式で初対面の人の家になんて行きたくないです。
I heard that Mom had a bad family. I don't want to go to the house of people I first met at a funeral. You know what? Fair enough.
The Sumaderas are Mom's family. They're an old family from Kyoto, and compared to Mom's frank attitude, unbelievably strict. The only Sumadera I'd been on good terms with was Grandpa, who was living apart from his family under the guise of retirement. Mom kept in touch with him too, but she avoided the rest of the family completely, almost hostilely so. And when I went out to play with the Sumadera family, it was always Grandpa's house I visited. When I was young, I didn't really understand it. but here the grandpa was in an extremely weak position. As a man who'd moved into his wife's family register, his relationship with Grandma was also bad. You might even say that Grandma hated him and confined him to the house. It isn't hard to imagine that because she had a soft spot for Grandpa alone. Mom was also hated by the Sumideras. Since I was her daughter, they probably hated me quite a bit too, and yet they appeared for the first time at Mom's funeral, shamelessly going on about how big I'd gotten, like they could actually act like family after all this time. When Aunt Ava died, I would inherit all the wealth of the Ushiromiya family. If that wasn't what they were after, there's no way they would have been able to say such disgusting words.
まあ、一人ぼっちになっちまって、自暴自棄になりたいエンジェちゃんの気持ちもわからなくもないな。
Well, it's not as though I can't understand your desire for self-abandonment now that you're all alone.
自暴自棄とかじゃないです。小うるさいエヴァおばさんもやっとくたばったんで、久しぶりにのびのびと散歩してるだけじゃないですか。
This isn't self-abandonment. I'm just taking a carefree stroll now that that annoying Aunt Ava is finally in the bucket.
周りが大げさに騒ぎすぎなだけです。
Everyone else is just making too big a...
Of course, everyone's after the vast Maria wealth I bear. They must think that becoming my guardian means they'll be able to do as they please with that wealth. Just how many people have tried to get close to me, acting like they want to be a substitute parent.
エンジェちゃんも辛いことがあったら、俺でよかったらいつでも相談してな。
If you ever find that you're hurting, please talk with me if it will help, okay?
エンジェちゃんのこと、実の孫みたいに思ってるんだからさ。
After all, I think of you as my own grandchild, Angie.
はあ、当面はノーサンキューということで。それより話を戻してください。
I'll say no thank you. More importantly, let's return to what we were talking about. She mixes in a little bit too much
エ
English,
ンジェちゃん。
I think.
Yeah.
なん
Like
て
it's
聞かれ
it's
たっ
her
て
shtick, of course, but
俺
also
が隠してることは何もないよ。
Angie, no matter how many times you ask, I am hiding
あ
nothing.
の日の六軒島の唯一の生き残りが会長なんだ。
The chairman was the only survivor on Rokenjima that
そ
day,
の会長が何も語らずに言っちまった。
and she passed away without saying anything.
俺だって何もわからないよ。すべては闇の中だ。
I myself know nothing. Everything is wrapped in darkness, you see. This old gentleman was one of those leaders who had been entrusted with the business group Ava had built up after she passed away. The one he called chairman was the former chairman, Ushiromiya Ava. His company once had friendly ties with Hideyoshi's business, and he'd had a close relationship with both Hideyoshi and Ava. For that reason, when Ava lost Hideyoshi, he became the only person to whom Ava might have let her true intentions slip. Whenever Ava's heart was torn by the loss of her family whenever she took it out on Angie, he had acted as a buffer between the two, so although Angie didn't trust him, she found him a very easy person to question.
あの事件は、いや、事故か。事件なんて言っちまったら怒られちまうな。
That crime was... no, that accident. If I call it a crime, I'll get in trouble.
それ俺も世間やワイドショーと同じ程度の疑問は持ったさ。
I had the same question about it as the public and the talk
どう
shows.
してエヴァおばさんは事故当時、屋敷から2キロも離れたところにたった一人で？
at the time of the accident, why was Aunt Ava in a place 2 kilometers away from the mansion all alone?
それも嵐の晩に。
And on the night of a storm.
当時、金蔵さんは次の後継ぎに誰を選ぶかで迷われていた。
Back then, Kinzo was unsure as to whom he should select to be his successor.
表向きは長男のクラウスさんってことになってたんだが、クラウスさんはあまり信頼されていなかったんだ。
Officially, he decided on his son, Kraus, but he didn't have much trust in that man.
それで親兄弟4人の中から公平に後継ぎを決めるため、碑文の謎というゲームじみた試練を課した。
So to fairly determine a successor from among the 4 siblings, he made this game-like test called the Riddle of the Epitaph.
それは表向きだな。おそらく金蔵さんは 初めからエヴァさんを当主後継ぎにするつもりだったんだ。
Ostensibly, yes, Kinzo probably planned to make Ava the successor from the beginning. Big doubt. Not that I doubt Ava's business skills, more that I doubt that Kinzo stopped being a fucking misogynist.
長男が後継ぎだという自らのルールを撤回してでも、クラウスさんと違い、非常に勤勉で優秀だったエヴァさんに家を任せたかったんだ。
He wanted to withdraw his own rule that the eldest son be the successor, and instead of Kraus, leave the family to the extremely diligent and brilliant Ava.
非分の謎を解いた者に家督を引き継ぐなどという新ルールは、クラウスさんから次期当主の肩書きを奪うためだけの茶番だったんだろうな。
The new rule about giving the inheritance to one who solved the epitaph was probably nothing more than a farce to snatch the position of successor away from Kraus.
茶番ってどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by farce?
あの碑文は誰にも解ける必要はなかったのさ。適当に刑事期間を経た後、本当に金蔵さんが後を継がせたかったエヴァさんを呼び出し、
There was no need for anyone to solve that epitaph. Once it had been displayed for an appropriate amount of time, Kinzo could just call Ava, whom he truly wanted to succeed
そ
him,
の答えを与えるだけ
and
で、
give her the answer.
つまりそれこそが当主継承の証ってわけさ。
In other words, that itself would provide proof of her succession to the headship.
それはワイドショーでは言われていない話ですね。
This isn't something they brought up on the talk shows, is it?
まあ、当主継承がうんぬんなんて話をしたら余計陰謀説が優勢になっちゃうからね。俺もバカじゃないからさ。
Well, once you bring up the succession of the headship, conspiracy theories tend to rise to the surface. I'm no fool
誤
myself.
解を招くようなことはわざわざ口にしないよ。
I won't go out of my way to say things that could invite misunderstandings, you see?
Are we sure this man is a business owner and not like a mafia boss?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering, because
Because like he's got the looks and he's got the vibes of like Yakuza, you know?
yeah,
It's
exactly.
like, is he gonna like pull off his fucking jacket to reveal like a full tattooed sleeves? Like, goddamn.
Yeah, like in before Theory just straight up has a tattoo under there somewhere. This was his theory. At that time, the Ushirimiya family head Kinzo, whose remaining life was announced to be short, was troubled by the problem of who was to succeed him. Normally, the successor would be fixed as the oldest son, Kraus, whom Kinzo had chosen himself. But in his later years, Kinzo began to think that Ava would make a more fitting family head. However, Kinzo, who was stubborn even against himself, was stymied by the title of successor that he'd already given the Kraus. And he'd search for an official stance by which he could skip over Kraus and select Ava as his successor.
Like, I don't know why. So, the reason why succession crises were like a big thing in like actual noble families and everything is because they had legal and like social power, right? Like everyone involved, every one of the children, had a legal and social power, and like different families could get involved as well by like trying to get the one that they want, a puppet sort of leader, right? But that's not what's going on here. The Ushirimiya family just has money, just the social power, not the legal power. So it's like there's no law on the books that says that Kinzo can't just say, you know, whoever gets to be a fucking
So, extra context for our mafia-looking motherfucker. So there's some extra context for Okanogi, according to Quinn. A very similar-looking character with military ties appears in Higurashi, also named Okanogi. And in Sakonia, there's a commander who looks just like him, also named Okanogi.
So this guy may or may not actually be human. Assuming he's looked the same in all the
Yeah,
incarnations.
either that or he's just
It hasn't aged.
Yeah, either that or he's just one of those motherfuckers who looked like each one of them looked exactly like their predecessor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could also be a family line, but
Oh yeah.
it is
I'm
kind of...
Okanogi's son.
Yeah, though, I mean, it would also be funny if this motherfucker, who probably won't be exceedingly important in any of these, is just a universal constant.
Like I've got those in my works. Like I could have, like, with how metaphysical fucking Ryukishi's been so far. Yeah, like he could.
Yep.
He could be.
That official stance was the riddle of the epitaph. The primary successor was still Kraus, but there was a new rule saying that if someone appeared who could solve the riddle, they would be chosen as the successor to the headship. Then, on what would probably be his final family conference, Kinzo told Ava the answer to that riddle himself. In short, it was the same as proclaiming that Ava herself was the successor.
エヴァさんはあの日、金蔵さんに呼ばれ、それを打ち明けられたんだ。そして、当主を引き継ぐため、当主だけが知る隠し館であるクワドリアンにエヴァさんを呼びつけたのだ。
On that day, Ava was summoned by Kinzo, who revealed the answer to her, and so that she could succeed the headship, he called Ava to the hidden mansion, Kuwadorian, which only the head knew about.
で、一足早くその隠し館で待っていたエヴァおばさんは、そのおかげで事故の難を逃れた、と
I'm wondering what they're saying is the accident, right? Like, did fucking lightning hit the mansion and burn it to the ground or something? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, that's a big question mark there.
Because Aunt Ava arrived at the hit the mansion one step ahead, she escaped harm in that accident, you say?
エヴァおばさんが全ての財産を奪うために事故を装ってみんなを殺し
Which is actually what happened. Maybe Aunt Ava just killed everyone and made it look like an accident so she can steal all the wealth for herself.
Yeah.
自分だけ難を逃れただけかもしれない
Maybe that's why only she escaped unharmed. Yeah, like, she wouldn't kill Hideyoshi or George, but yeah.
That could be for any number of reasons, yeah.
だが、俺はエヴァさんを信じてるよ。
Well, that's what the papers are shouting about. However, I believe Ava. Bad idea.
信ずるに足るポイントがいくつかあると思う。
I'd say there are several points that justify trusting her.
例えば
For example,
今エンジェちゃんが指に通してるその後ろ宮家当主の指輪だよ。
That ring of the Ushiramiya family head, which is on your finger now, Angie.
she could have just killed Kinzo and taken it.
That ring is the only one of its kind in the world, which Kinzo had made especially.
そして今、エンジェちゃんが指にしているものは間違いなくそれだと作った細工師も認めてる。
And the artisan who made it acknowledges that the object on your finger is, without a doubt, that ring. The Ujiromiya family head's ring. That ring with the heft of gold and the one-winged seal on it. Had a diamond arranged on a pedestal, and felt both sturdy and reminiscent of the dark hobbies of the rich. Kinzo had worn that on his finger without removing it even for a moment. This man was saying that the fact Ava had it proved that Kinzo had acknowledged her as the successor.
その指輪を確かにエヴァさんが持つから、そして実際にエヴァさんが優秀で、クラウスさんにはビジネスシーンでの数々の集大が知られていたことを加味すると。
After all, Ava certainly did have that ring, and if you take into consideration that Ava actually was talented and that Kraus had made a fool of himself several times on the business
エ
scene,
ヴァさんの話は全くの作り話とは思えないんだ。
I cannot imagine that Ava's story is completely made up.
その指輪を奪うためにおじい様を殺害した可能性だってあるけれど そしてエヴァおばさんは何らかの細工をして事故に見せかけて一族を皆殺しにした。
Honestly, Ava did not use any sort of trick. She just sort of shot everyone.
Yeah.
Although there's the possibility that she murdered grandfather in order to steal that ring. Then not Ava using some kind of trick, massacred everyone and made it look like an accident. And just fucking shot everyone, then burned the buildings down.
大衆氏は財産の独り占めが目当てで一族を皆殺しにしたなんて言ってるようだな。
Yes. Seems that the papers were saying something about her massacring everyone, with keeping all the wealth to herself as a goal.
確かにエヴァさんはここ一番では随分思い切ったこともしちゃう人だよ。
True.
Give me the name of the voice actor for this guy, Okanogi, so I don't look it up and stumble into some spoilers.
Yeah.
I recognize the voice actor, but I
Yeah,
don't know the name.
Yeah, if you could grab the name Quinn, that would be cool.
Four bad words, whoever.
Yeah,
Whoever
whoever.
gets to it first. 4 bad words, sure. Thanks, Captioner.
True, Ava was a person capable of holding back nothing when she was determined to accomplish something.
あるいは後ろ宮家の財産を独り占めできるチャンスに生涯でただ一度の殺人を犯したかもしれない。
Or she may have committed murder just once in her life, if a chance for keeping all the Ushiramiya family wealth for herself presented itself.
だがね、俺はそうは思わない。
However, I don't think that happened.
Naive.
Pourquoi?
そう信ずるに足るポイントの2つ目は
So what's the second point that justifies your trust in her?
エヴァさんのご家族だよ。秀吉さんにジョージ君、エンジェちゃんはにわかには信じがたいだろうけど、エヴァさんはあれでかなり家族を大事にする人だったんだ。
Ava's family, Hideyoshi and George. It might be difficult for you to believe all of a sudden, Angie, but Ava was a person who treasured family greatly. I think she can at least believe George, just because she's been punished greatly for surviving when George didn't.
Hmm.
True, part of me didn't want to believe it or acknowledge it, but I did understand vaguely. Aunt Ava certainly had been a person who highly treasured her family. After all, the root of her twisted personality had been nothing more than the sadness of losing her beloved husband and son. After getting hit with her angry outburst as she tried to distract herself from that pain, I have no feeling of sympathy at all, but it's not like I can't imagine how the incredible shock of losing her whole family must have changed her character.
家族を愛したエヴァおばさんが夫と息子を見捨てるわけがないと
You're saying there's no way Aunt Ava, who loved her family, would throw away her husband and their son.
そうだ。もし本当にエヴァさんが犯人で、一族を事故に見せかけて皆殺しにしたならば、夫と息子が絶対に生き残ってるはずなんだ。
That's right. Even if Ava really was the culprit and massacred the entire family, making it look like an accident, she most certainly would have spared her husband and her son. There's a number of ways that could have gone down, though. Gary, rightly figuring out that the person picking people off is fucking Ava, goes ahead and kills Hideyoshi and George. Assuming they're accomplices, with the intent of going after Ava, but Ava gets the best of her.
偶然、自分の家族だけが隠し館にいたとへりくつをこ
Assuming a mundane circumstance, as in like no magic whatsoever or supernatural shenanigans at all, no amount of intuition is going to save you from a bullet.
Yup.
もし秀吉さんとジョージ君も無事だったなら、さすがの俺でもエヴァさんの陰謀を疑ったろうよ。
She would quibble that, by coincidence, only her family had been in the hidden mansion. If Hideyoshi and George had been safe, even I would probably suspect Ava. That's fair, but there's a lot of reasons they could have died. Because if it was only Ava picking people off, and the most Hideyoshi ever did was act as an alibi, well, people start getting picked off, but some people are available and have firearms, so they're going to attack the people they think are in on it.
俺は秀吉さんの葬儀で見せたエヴァさんのあの号泣を演技だなんて到底思えんね。
I truly cannot imagine that Ava's wailing at Hideyoshi's funeral was an act.
どっちも状況証拠的ですね。エヴァおばさんの潔白を物理的に示すには至らない。
Sounds like both points so far are just circumstantial evidence. That isn't the same as physically proving it on Ava's innocence. Which, just a side note, circumstantial evidence does not mean that it's not admissible or cannot be used properly. Because, like, circumstantial evidence is like, the classic example that I always run into is like, direct evidence is when you have like video or other something that you can't contest evidence of someone like actually doing the murder. Like on screen, you have a picture or a video of someone fucking shanking another dude, right? And that's the only wound the person has, is the one that you see actually happen. Then, yeah, that's direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is having the CCTV footage from the camera outside, see the two people go into a building, and then only one person leaves, and then no one else goes in or out for a while, and before the body is discovered.
Yep.
That's circumstantial evidence. You don't actually have like direct proof that the person murdered the other person, but like no one else was in the fucking building, so you know.
And of course, Ange isn't a court of law, but it's still no.
Yeah, Ange isn't a court of law, of course. It's
but it's still worth
This is still
knowing
just
these
like-
details.
yeah. This is just like just keep this in mind. Bring up
生き
certain
残ったのはエ
evidence.
ヴァさんのみ。その彼女
That
が
this isn't even circumstantial evidence right here. What Ange's talking about, like what he's saying, that's not even circumstantial evidence. You know, it's just like, okay, yeah, she's got the ring. She could have gotten it like 1,000 different ways. Not literally 1,000, but she could have murdered Kinzo and taken the ring. Just because she has the ring doesn't mean it was given to her freely. You know.
Yeah.
And even if it was given to her freely, it may have been done through coercion of some kind.
If you say that, then you're stuck right away. Ava was the only survivor, and she says that this is the truth.
でも、彼女の潔白は誰にも証明できない。
But no one can prove her innocence.
ああ、そうさ。そして彼女の犯行も誰にも証明できない。
Yes, that's right, and no one can prove that she committed a crime either.
そして信ずるべきポイントの最後が警察だ。
You
Nope.
100%
Nope,
lost me,
that's not
Okanogi.
that's not even any kind of
Yeah, you've
if
lost
the
me,
police trust someone, then
Okanogi.
like that's an antitrust from me, right? Like fuck.
The final point that justifies trusting her is the police.
何しろ派手な事件だったからね。陰謀説を騒ぐ世論に後押しされて警察が随分とエヴァさんを調べたはずさ。
After all, it was such a flashy crime. The police were being pushed forward by a public in an uproar over the conspiracy theories, so they must have investigated Ava thoroughly. Or were very quick to brush it under the rug. It was easy to feel something unnatural about the clan that Ava had avoided the accident by coincidence, as she alone had escaped to a hidden mansion. Furthermore, at the time, Hideyoshi's company had been right in the middle of a takeover struggle. In order to buy off the big stockholders, she'd wanted a large sum of cash. It shouldn't be too hard to find a motive there, but as a matter of fact, there had been nothing at all that implicated Ava as she went to the family conference. Nothing unnatural was found on her that could have been used to brutally murder her family and make it look like an accident. The servants who escaped harm by being off duty on that day also stated that they hadn't seen anything strange regarding anyone related to that event, Ava included. Putting all of that together, it could only be concluded that Ushirami and Eva had headed to Rokkenjima for a normal family conference without any change. Bullshit. Like, just straight up bullshit. They are right next to the ocean. She could have just fucking hucked every piece of evidence of, any tool she used into the ocean, never to be seen again.
Yeah, like all she'd have to do was like go up to one of the cliffs and just like drop it off, right?
Yeah, go to the
Because
cliff.
doing so at a beach is probably going to have it like laying in the sand. But,
Or hell,
go to
just
the cliff
walk
where
to
it's
the
like
end
it's
of the
a sheer
pier and throw it.
mm,
And had encountered an accident.
警察があれだけ散々調べて事件性を見出すことができなかっ
The
た。
police looked so intensely and they still couldn't find evidence that it was a crime.
警察がそう断じた。
They reached that conclusion themselves. Yeah, I'm not buying that.
that means nothing.
I mean, yeah,
That means nothing.
that means nothing. And also, how did they hide the bullet wounds? That
This
is
is why I'm thinking that it had to be a fire, right? Like to burn away all the flesh.
yeah, burn away all the flesh.
それでロッケン島疑惑は決着じゃない。
Doesn't this resolve the Rokkenjima suspicion? No. No, it doesn't, Okanogi.
それは単に警察発見できなかったってだけの話じゃないんですか？
That just means the police couldn't find evidence that it was a crime, right? Or if they did find it, they were bribed. Like, remember at this point, like, Ava has access to like 10 tons of gold, pure gold, that is already like it's already assayed, like it's already guaranteed, it's stamped. 10 tons of gold. She could easily just hand a couple gold bars to each of the cops and just be like, yeah, you didn't find anything, don't worry about it. Like literally enough money to like set up their family for the rest of their lives. It's just like, yeah, some people, everyone has their price, even the cops, especially the cops.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Okanogi. Oh, he's fucking Ishida from Bleach.
That would do it.
Yeah, Ken Narita. It's not... Umineko isn't listed on his Wikipedia page, but it is listed on the Umineko wiki. And also, I think on behind the voice actors.
Noriaki Sugiyama.
No, Ken Narita.
So Uryu Ishida is not voiced by Ken, whatever that is.
Oh,
Maybe his father.
yeah, Uryu's father. That's it. Okay, so he's Uryu's father.
I don't remember his name.
Sesshomaru. And Inuyasha.
See, I never watched the dub of Inuyasha because it was on the sub. Or other way around. Sorry, I never watched the sub version, the Japanese version of Inuyasha because it was only the English version in the States.
Fair enough.
I watched on Adult Swim when I was like 10. Like every night in the middle of the summer, just like stay up late. I'm gonna watch this damn show at like 11:30 at night. Yeah, Ryuken Ishida.
Yeah, Ryuken Ishida. Gintama, he was
Also
Domen
Gintama
and
before.
Haga. Grimlock in Sword Art Online.
I have no idea who that is. I've seen all of Sword Art Online, except for that, like the shit movies.
Yeah, and she was, or he rather, was in the first anime.
I assume so. Like that name sounds like a player killer guild character. It's like whoever the fuck I don't remember the dude's name that wrote SAO. It's very on the nose with their names. No, he also played one of the characters in Ghost Hunt. Okay. That would probably be it.
Yeah, that would do it. Anyway, let's see.
それを言い出したらキリがないな。悪魔の証明になっちまうよ。
There's nothing I can say to counter that. It becomes a devil's proof.
犯罪を暴くには証拠を見つければいい。
To expose it as her crime, you would simply need to
And
find
these people
evidence.
use like
無実を示す
these
には
kinds of
何を
things like
見つ
way
け
too
ればいい
often, and
んだ
it's
い
just like their daily life.
It's true. But what could you possibly find to prove her innocence? That's true. That is why it is innocent until proven guilty, rather than the other way around.
Yeah,
But-
it's like, and the why you don't get an innocent verdict, you get a not guilty verdict.
Yeah. But also, nobody has to accept that if she's a shitheel. As far as, you know, no person. The criminal justice system has to accept that, but no
Oh, yeah,
individual
absolutely.
person.
Socially, you don't have to accept that. Legally, you do. It's
Yeah.
two entirely different things.
消極的事実の証明は不可能だ。
It's impossible to prove a negative fact.
エヴァおばさんが犯罪を犯したか否か、それを判断する材料が見つからないから、そのまま真相は迷宮入りということですね。
Did Aunt Ava commit a crime or did she not? Because we can't find any materials that'll let us say for sure. The truth will remain a mystery. That's what you're saying, right?
そうだな。エンジェちゃんの期待する言い方にするとそうなるな。エヴァさん自身にだって自分の無実は証明不能なのさ。
That's it. Phrased in a manner you would prefer, but that's what it amounts to. It's impossible even for Ava to prove her own innocence.
あの島で不幸な事故があった。そしてたまたまエヴァさんが生き残った。
On that island, an unfortunate accident occurred, and Ava survived by
し
chance.
かもそれ以上のことは何もわからない。
And we don't know any more than that.
つまるところ、唯一の生存者であるエヴァさんの話を信じられるか否か。
In short, it all comes down to whether you believe the story of the only survivor, Ava, or not.
俺は信じたよ。
I fucking wouldn't.
I believed
平和の話や彼女の尊敬できる家族愛。
to bring in her praiseworthy love for her family,
そして葬儀で見せた
and the
涙。
tears she shed at the funeral.
それらを加味して考えて、彼女の話を信じようと思ったんだ。
Taking all of that into consideration, I decided to believe her story.
でも、私は指輪なんて奪う気なら方法はいくらでもあるだろうし、家族仲が本当に良かったかなんて誰にもわからない。
But I don't believe if she wanted to steal the ring, there were probably many ways for her to do it, and no one knows if her relationship with her family really was that good.
葬儀の
Why are you just assuming that she also killed like
証明
George
不能
and Hideyoshi? Like, why are you assuming that she is the only person who had killed anyone on that island? That she killed 17 people by herself, alone? Gun or no, I find it difficult to believe that any one person would, like any one average person at least, would be able to kill 17 people in a single night. Physically, yes, humans are very much capable of that, but like emotionally, psychologically,
Yeah, not really.
especially if they haven't killed someone before, right? Like, they just killed 17 people in one night as their first murder. I don't buy it.
Yeah.
On an island like that, in the middle of a fucking storm like that as well, like it's very possible that even that some of the deaths actually were accidental. Even if you assume that like at least some were murders, then some were probably also accidental. Like, you know, for
For sure.
example, Maria's.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Rosa's afterwards. Because like she from the setup it looked like she slipped and fell and impaled her skull, right?
Yeah.
It's like stabbed herself in the fucking brainstem with a spike of a fence.
Mm-hmm.
Then of course, like George and Hideyoshi probably got killed in a crossfire, or like Kiri or someone else like fighting,
Yeah.
and that's still like
Part of it, yeah.
honestly like Ava probably, like, even in the mundane version of what happened, like Ava probably only killed like 2 or 3 people.
Yeah.
And like I don't know why like all the characters in this are always assuming that there's only ever one murderer.
Yeah.
17 people in one night is a lot of motherfuckers to die.
Anyway, line?
Oh right, yeah. No one can prove that tears at a funeral are real.
というか、私はそもそもエヴァおばさんなんて大嫌い。
Magic deniers be like their bodies just did that. Yeah.
だから、私は彼女の話を信じようなんて思わない。
Anyway, I hated Aunt Ava from the very beginning, so I don't even want to believe her.
事件の真相をどう見るか。俺とエンジェちゃんで真っ向から対立しちまったな。俺たちに与えられてる情報は全く同じなのに、全く異なる見解も持っちまう。
How does one view the truth of the crime? You and I are on completely opposing sides. Even though the information we are given is exactly the same, we interpret it in completely different ways. You know, I can actually picture, given how slimy Okanogi looks, that he could end up being like a demon familiar for her.
That would be kind of cool.
You know, basically be her Renove.
Well, doesn't she actually, like, shouldn't she actually have Renove now, though? Because she is, like, a Golden Witch?
Well, I guess because 2 people of 2 different eras hold the title.
From 2 different fragments, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe he would just stand the fuck down and go, okay, you 2 fight it out. I'll
Yeah,
work
I can't
for the winner.
participate in this fight because, you know, blah, blah, blah.
同じ事業をやっても必ず評価は分かれちまう。
This happens often in politics and business. The exact same enterprise will always be assessed in multiple differing ways.
どうしてか分かるかい？
Do you know why?
いいえ。
Why?
愛があるかどうかさ。
It's a question of whether one has
Oh.
love. Okay,
Like,
big
you
old
said
question.
that, like, with some sauce on it, too.
相手に愛を感じてるかどうかで、物の見え方は全く違うってことなんだ。
Whether you feel love for someone or not completely changes how you view them. That's fair.
True, but also.
Why'd you put the sauce on?
man?
好きな人が貧しい人に施しをすれば、
Like, fuck, that was a saucy first line.
If a person you like gives to the poor, you respect them for it, right?
でも嫌いな奴が施しなんて始めたら、売名行為だとか、ばらまき行政だとか、非難合々さ。
But if someone you hate starts donating, you fiercely protest that it's a publicity stunt or that they're handing out favors.
何をしてもしなくても、愛があれば感謝し、愛がなければ非難する。
No matter what they do or don't do, you thank them if you have love and criticize them if you don't.
それが世の中ってもんなんだ。
That's how the world works. Yeah, like, I can't say you're entirely wrong here, Okanogi.
So I know, like, for sure that this is like a neurodivergence thing, but that's just not the case for me. Like, it still affects me for sure, but like to a much lesser extent.
Yeah, like, admittedly, I would view someone in a favorable light, but if enough evidence was compounded, yeah, I'd go, yeah, I love that person, but I'm pretty sure they committed a murder.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they killed someone.
Granted, depending on who the someone was, I might just go, in
Who
Minecraft,
cares?
hey, you know, in Minecraft, hey,
Yeah, in Minecraft.
do you need help?
In D&D. Killed them in D&D.
In D&D, yes.
Can Ava be trusted or can't she? You're saying that's all that really matters.
Well, it's the only thing you have to go on with a lack of evidence, and if you're not going to just go innocent until proven guilty, which no one on an individual personal level has any obligation to do.
彼女を疑う人
Oh,
間に
I
は
think
彼
there's
女が
like
何を
a
してもし
moral
なくても
obligation to do so, but
それは
like,
実に不自然に見える
I'm
か
not
ら
gonna
さ
say someone's a bad person for not doing it. It's just sort of like a cherry on top of like the goody two-shoe fucking jury.
Yeah. Those who suspect her will probably take anything she does or doesn't do and truly see it as something unnatural.
逆もしかり
And it works in
俺
reverse.
はね
As for
世
me,
の中には真実なんてものはよっぽどのことがない限り
I think
存
that,
在しないんじゃないかと思う
barring certain extreme cases, truth might not exist in this world at all. Interesting. You're kind of compounding my idea of you being a demon.
Yep, the spicy lines here.
いや仮にもし真実が存在したとしてもそれを信じるか信じないかは絶対性の宿らない真実なんて真実と呼べるのかい
No, even if truth does exist, whether you believe it or not is determined by whether you have love or not. Can you really call truth without certainty truth?
エヴァさんが物理的なアリバイを示したとしても君はそれを信じられたかい
Even if Ava had been able to show physical proof that she had an alibi, would you have been able to believe it? It's hard to counter that. I hate on Ava, so I'll probably deny any information beneficial to her, and interpret any neutral information in a negative way. In other words, the truth is already decided inside me. So just what in
Yeah,
the
but now
world
that
is
you're
this?
aware of that, you can like correct that in your brain.
Yeah,
Because that's like the bonus points of being
sapient,
a
yeah.
sapient is the ability to consider things in abstract like that.
So, just what in the world is this truth that I'm still searching for, unsatisfied?
そういうことつまり俺から何を聞こうとも何を聞いても今更何も変わらない
That's how it is, so no matter what you hear from me, since you still suspect Ava after all this time, nothing will change.
少なくとも今のエンジェちゃんじゃ仮に未知の新事実を掴んだとしても真相に至ることはできんと思うね
At the very least, even if you were to grasp a piece of hitherto unknown information, I don't think you'd be able to reach the truth the way you are now. So, it is interesting that she's here in the real world still. I kind of thought she went totally all in on the going to the other world.
Yeah.
But that also means she might be able
Maybe.
to explore the ruins of Rokenjima.
私では真相に至れませんか
So I can't Oh, that's you.
Yeah, so I can't reach the truth.
だって、エンジェちゃんはどんな新情報や新証拠が見つかったって、エヴァさんが犯人だってスタンスは変えないんだろ？
After all, no matter what kind of new information or proof you find, Angie, it won't change your stance that Ava is the
I know
culprit,
she's
right?
like 18, but come on, you can just like put aside your personal feelings and figure things out.
I think that's what he's saying, is you need to be a person capable of putting aside your feelings. And right now, she's very invested in Ava was the culprit, and the only culprit. So,
I mean, he's also assuming that like she would be the only culprit if she was a culprit,
yeah, I mean, absolutely, but
which is just weird.
yeah, it is weird. But he's basically going, if you want to be able to actually look at a piece of evidence neutrally, you have to go into it neutrally. Rather than trying to manufacture why it has to do with Ava having killed someone. So, for example, if you were to examine George's corpse and figure out something that points to Kiri, she, at this moment, would not believe the evidence.
That's like a double whammy of biases, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like that.
Because that's that's her mother.
Yeah, like it is absolutely a double whammy of bias, but that's kind of his point. Is you already have a bias against Ava, you kind of need to let that go so you can examine any evidence you come across. Otherwise,
this is why like people aren't supposed to investigate cases where they have a personal like relation to any of the people involved ever.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the reason.
Yeah.
Because it's not like it's impossible to set aside your biases. It's just like it's kind of fucking hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to do in a way that like
な
will
らこれ以
guarantee
上
your
何を
neutrality.
調べたって意味はないじゃない。君の中の真相はすでに決まっているわけさ。
So it's pointless to investigate anything more because the truth inside of you is already decided.
だがもしエンジェちゃんがそれを真相と思わずに、さらに奥深くの本当の真相にたどり着きたいと願うなら、
However,
一個だけ
if you
Do not make a deal with anyone right now, Angie.
yeah, do not make a deal with anyone.
Even this guy.
If you stop assuming that to be the truth, if you wish to struggle further towards the deeper real truth, there is a single way.
もう話したつもりなんだけどな。
I believe I already mentioned it,
なんだかわかるかい？
but do you know what it is?
愛ですか？よく意味がわか
Is
ら
it
ないです。
love? I don't really know what you mean.
エンジェちゃんは今、エヴァさんを犯人だと仮定し、ものを考えている。
Right now, you're considering this under the assumption that Ava is the
で
culprit,
もそれじゃあ片目でものを見てるようなものなんだ。
but that's no different than looking at something with a single eye.
片目じゃ、どんなに目を凝らしても、ものを立体的に見ることはできないだろ？
That is incorrect, but we're just gonna go on.
Yeah, like I already went on a fucking whole ass rant about it last time.
With one eye, no matter how much you squint, you cannot see an object in 3 dimensions, right? You can see an object in 3 dimensions, but you will miss a little bit of the information depending on the size of the object.
Mm-hmm.
だから、もう一つ目がいるんだ。
That's why we have another eye. Which, you know, fair. There aren't a lot of one-eyed creatures.
もちろん、今の目とは
Are there
別の
any?
立場で。
I don't think so, actually.
One-eyed organ.
That's why we have another eye, and of course, it's in a
Actually,
different
there
position
is.
from the first eye.
There's a small genus of copepod. I don't know what a copepod is, but called the Cyclops. There's only one eye. And it's tiny, as in smaller than a grain of rice. These tiny, smaller than a grain of rice animals are found in water, and all the species of this genus only have one eye.
Oh, interesting.
They're really small.
Yeah, really itty-bitty, which, fair. At that point, you probably don't necessarily even need a second eye.
The common name for them is water flea, which I've actually heard of this before.
A water flea?
Mhm.
エヴァおばさんが犯人ではない。
You're telling me... Oh, that's you.
あるいは本当に事故であるという仮定にも基づいて物事を見ろと。
You're telling me to look at things based on the supposition that Eva isn't the culprit, or else that it was a real accident. No, he's telling you to look at it
その通
without
り。
any conclusions
物
in
事を
mind
考
first.
えるときには異なる立ち位置から見るようにするんだ。
Yes, that's correct. When thinking about anything, you should always try to look at it from different perspectives.
そうじゃないと本当のことは何もわからない。
If you don't, you won't understand anything about what is real. That's fair, cast aside your assumptions. Kind of deal.
新聞だってそうさ。一つの新聞だけじゃその記事を書いた記者の目線一つでしかものが見られない。
It's the same with newspapers. You can't see anything from the single viewpoint of a writer who wrote an article in a single newspaper.
複数の新聞を読むことで初めて立体的かつ冷静に分析ができることもある。
Sometimes you can only process information composedly and in 3 dimensions when you read multiple newspapers, which is fair. Yeah. Like, you don't need to read far-right, trashy shit, but, read something from, a foreign policy expert, but also read stuff written by people from the region you're wanting to know a thing about. That kind of thing.
愛がなければ真実は見えない。いいね。
Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Sounds nice. And it kind of helps that he's talking about the single element that Beatrice kind of goes on about.
Yeah.
I love that it read your yeah as meow. So all I get is cat meow.
God damn it.
Maybe he thought it interesting that such a flashy phrase would pop out of his mouth. For a while he laughed, looking pleased. At the same time, he was telling me that he'd said everything he knew, and that it was about time to leave. I understood that and got to my feet.
俺にもエンジェちゃんの気持ちが分かったよ。
I do understand your feelings,
あん
Angie.
たが納得するようにしばらく好きにしたらいい。
You should do as you like for a while until you're satisfied.
当時、君は6歳だった。わけがわからないうちに家族を失い、未だに心の整理がつかない気持ち、よくわかるんだ。
You were 6 years old at the time. I understand how you must feel after losing your family before you could even understand what that meant. And how you must still be unable to sort out your heart.
真相はわかるかもしれない。エヴァさんは犯人かもしれないし、犠牲者かもしれない。
You may learn the truth and you may not. Eva may be the culprit and she may be a victim.
エンジェちゃんが
These two
信じ
things
る
are not
真実
mutually
が見つけられ
exclusive.
るのを祈ってるよ。
I pray that you find the truth you believe in, Angie.
若いうちの旅も貴重な経験かもしれない。
A journey at such a young age may prove to be a valuable experience.
ありがとうございます。お忙しいところお邪魔して本当にすみませんでした。お好みさん。
Thank you very much. I'm truly sorry to be such a bother when you're so busy, Okanogi.
いいっていいって。これからどうするんだ？
No trouble, no trouble. What are you going to do now?
まあ適当に事件関係者やその道の専門家ってやつに何人かアポを入れてるのでそちらを当たるつもりです。
Well, whatever works. I've made appointments with several specialists and people related to the crime. Plan to go visit them.
そうか。納得のいく答えが見つかるといいな。
I see. I hope you find an answer you can accept.
I prefer it like when people say something like, I hope you accept the answer that you find.
Yeah. At that time, company president Okanogi's secretary came in handing him a memo over his shoulder. He read it, then looked between it and my face.
エンジェちゃん、旅に出てごらんと言った矢先で申し訳ないんだが、 耳に入れといた方がいい情報だ。
Angie, my apologies that this comes right after telling you to try going on a journey. I have some information you should lend an ear to.
君今だいぶやばいらしいね。
It looks like you're in a bit of a nasty fix right now.
私の金を狙ってる。だからお金なんてくだらない。
People after my money. This is why money's stupid.
だからって財産丸ごと売っ払って全額を福祉に寄付しようなんてしたら、エンジェちゃんの財産で川残業してる連中が目ん玉飛び出しちまうよ。
Yes, but if you sell off all of the wealth, trying to donate the whole sum to the public welfare, you'll make the eyes pop out of those people optimistic about their chances with your fortune. Which I think is also him saying, you're only getting audiences with, you know, experts and shit because you are flush with cash right now, so maybe hold off.
Mm-hmm.
ああ、スマデラの家ですか。あいつら、何を偉そうに保護者面して。
The Sumadera family. These guys act so proud, like they're my guards or something.
I haven't forgotten Aunt Ava. There's no way I'll put myself in the care of the Sumadera family. They probably want to, as Aunt Ava often threatened in the past, cut off my arms and legs, throw me in a warehouse, and suck the Ushiromiya family's wealth dry.
スマデラ家の使いがここに来るそうだ。君を引き渡せと。いやいや、保護したいと言ってるな。
Apparently a messenger from the Sumadera family is coming here. They're saying to hand you over. No, that they want to protect you.
使いって？
A messenger, you say?
君のおばだよ。キリエさんの妹さんだ。
It's your aunt, Kiri's younger sister.
君のことを妹のように思っていると前に話してたな。
I believe she told me earlier that she thinks of you as a little sister.
ご冗談。せめて孫と言ってよ、あのババア。
She gotta be joking. At least call me a granddaughter, you old hag.
文脈から見るに、君の意思は聞く気がないようだ。
Judging from the context, it seems they have no wish to listen to your
地下
desires.
2階の駐車場に車が待たせてある。
I have a car waiting in the parking lot 2 stories underground. Go.
スマデラの家から引き渡せって言われてるんでいいの？私を行かせて。
The Sumadera family is telling you to hand me over. It's really okay to let me go.
エンジェちゃんはきっと将来大物になるよ。この歌詞はその時の出世払いってことにしとこう。
You will definitely become something big in the future, Angie. Let us call this a favor to be repaid upon your success.
行きな、早く。
Go, quickly. You know, fair enough. Like, what other option does she fucking have? Assuming,
Yeah, although I would have used like some of my vast amounts of money to hire a personal fucking army by now, right? Like,
yeah.
What are you doing? You know people are after you. Why don't you have guards?
Yeah, I would have guards on my own side. But I guess she is so paranoid about people, she believes any guards would immediately get flipped by the Sumadera family.
Yeah, but like at a certain point, you gotta like. I understand that, but like, why not organize them through Okanogi then? Since like she seems to like him.
She likes him a bit, but not enough to actually trust him.
Yeah, but like that's better than nothing, right?
Yeah, like honestly, she really should.
I'd have my ass flanked by like 10 guards on each side at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. Or at least just one big motherfucker, you know?
But yeah, a couple big motherfuckers, because like I know very well like how easy it is to kill a big motherfucker, right? Like,
Okay, fair enough. After bowing silently and deeply, Angie left that place at a dash. After watching her leave, the female secretary straightened her glasses and whispered,
スマデラ家からは足止めをしておくように行かせてよろしいのですか？
The Sumadera family told us to stall her. Is that really alright to let her go?
足止めならしたよ、十分に。それに間に合わないのはスマデラの過失だね。
We did stall her, more than enough. If they still don't make it in time, that's their
エ
own
ンジェちゃん
fault.
には逃げろと言ったし、
I told Angie to run for it.
スマデラにはエンジェちゃんが来てるよと通報したし、
I informed the Sumaderas that Angie would be coming.
捕まっても捕まらなくても双方に恨まれない。
Whether she's caught or not, I will not be blamed.
世の中はすべからく 愛だね。大丈夫。逃げおわせるよ。
Everything in this world is love, you see. Don't worry, she'll escape.
何しろ追ってまくためにビルから飛び降りられる子だからね。
After all, that child's capable of leaping off a building to shake pursuers. Yeah, that is a level
Like,
of...
how do you catch someone like that, genuinely?
Yeah, like... It's why Domino in, Marvel is actually pretty fucking good, because she has incredible luck. Like, supernaturally so.
Mm.
So she can just do gutsy shit. Okanogi looked down again through a crack in the blinds, muttering, nope, definitely couldn't do it. Yeah, that's fair enough, just looking down and going, nah, I would not jump off of a skyscraper even if I knew there was a prodigious amount of netting. And she wasn't a fool herself. She got off the elevator, but on the 3rd floor. Taxi
It's
in the...
interesting that from this scene, like very early in the scene, it's implied that the mundane version of the magical shit that goes on just looks like incredible luck.
Yep, that seems to be what it is. Which honestly works. A taxi in the 2nd level of the basement? That's so neat and clean that I don't like it. It's probably better to refuse for now. My enemies aren't fools either. They're probably waiting in the 1st floor lobby as well as the underground parking lot. It's such a massive building. Instead of getting anxious and escaping outside, maybe it's better to stay inside and wait out. No, that's useless. If they get their hands on a security room in a modern building like this, I'll have nowhere to run to. This entire building is like a massive dead end. The 3rd floor is the business floor. A young girl like me will clearly stick out. Trying not to stand out any more than I had to, I walked on at brisk pace searching for an emergency exit. It'd be perfect if that staircase was an outside one. Found the door to the emergency exit. After opening that heavy door, I found the outside staircase I had hoped for. I bumped into a man who looked like an employee skipping work and smoking a cigarette. After glaring at me, he quickly crushed out his cigarette and went away. It looked like there was...
See, that's why, like, when you do that, like, you just sort of give them an up nod and then move along on their way. And, like, I guarantee that the fucking worker will also be like, alright, cool. Give you an up nod back and just, like, go back to their thing.
Yeah, it looked like there was no one below. If I'm gonna escape, now's my only chance. Just when I thought that a black car slid right under me and came to a sudden stop with an incredible squealing of tires. Judging by the sound of tires, it seemed that they had several other allies, and that one of them had come here to block this path.
かすみおばさん、やるじゃない。非常口から出てくるメイにまで送迎車を送るなんて。
Not bad, all it costs it. To think you'd even send a car to pick up your little sister who was just trying to get out through the emergency exit.
Bam, bam, the doors of the car were partially opened and 3 black-suited men jumped out, looking up at the emergency staircase. Crap, our eyes met.
See, like, I'm fucking cheeky enough motherfucker that, like, as soon as our eyes met, I would give them a mock salute and run off.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, hey buddy, fuck you. I'm out.
12. Target found. Northwest side, emergency stairs. 3rd floor. And support. Angie. Lady Angie. Try not to move from there. Forgive our roughness. The 3 of them began to clamber out the emergency exit. They've already announced that they plan to be rough. This is pretty bad. As long as I don't stop breathing, they've probably been ordered to grab me no matter what, even if they've got to rip out one of my arms. Clank, clank, clank. Their heavy footsteps became a helix and began to rise from the lower floors, getting closer. In the entrance lobby of the building, a woman with 7 black-suited guards began her advance at a leisurely pace. Seeing this ostentatious entrance, the security guards for the building ran up to them, asking if they had an appointment.
これだから東京人は名乗らせなければ相手の格もわからない。
How typical of Tokyo people. Don't you understand the status of the person you were talking to without her having to say her name?
失礼いたしました。当社ではご来賓の皆様にはフロントにてセキュリ。
My apologies. At our company, guests are to take a secure.
下がれ。ゲッセン、私はお前たちの社長に呼ばれてきたんだよ。おこのぎ哲郎を呼んでおいで。呼びつけておいて出迎えもないとはね。これだから東京人は。
Back down, scum. I came because I was called by your president. All Okanogi Tetsuro here. To think he would call me here and then not welcome me. How typical of Tokyo people.
これは失礼。
My apologies. Welcome to the Ushiramiya Group, Sumadera Kasumi. With his secretary behind him, Okanogi dashingly appeared from the elevator. Even though both of them were bold smiles, they were wrapped in a tension reminiscent of the smell of gunpowder.
Ange はどこ？姉さんのかわいい姪を迎えに来たのよ、私は。
Where is Angie? I came to greet that adorable daughter of my big sisters.
後ろ宮グループでは時間厳守がモットーでしてな。
Strict observance of time is our motto here at the Ushiramiya Group. The former chairman herself said those who can't keep time can't keep contracts.
東京まで呼びつけてなんてざま逃がしたわね。
You call me all the way to Tokyo and this is all you have to show for it? You let her go, didn't you?
逃げられたと言ってもらいたいですな。これでも随分足止めはしたんです。さすがに蹴取られましてね。
Please, she escaped from us. We did stall her for quite some time, but unsurprisingly, she did eventually smell a rat.
スマデラさんが時間通りに来てくれれば問題はなかったのですが。
Of course, this wouldn't have been a problem at all if you had arrived on time, Sumadera.
これだから地方人はルーズで困るんです。
Ah, these provincials and their loose concept of time. Like, that'd be a dick statement, but he's just throwing it right back at her.
Yeah, it's like normally I would be like, hey, look at stop that. But considering like all the shit she just said
about Tokyo
it's
people,
very
yeah.
obviously just a dig back at her.
今なんとこの私になんと
What was that? What did you say to me? You couldn't sense any of Kiri's open frankness in Kasumi's face. She wore the arrogance of the ancient Sumadera family towards the ruined Ushiramiya family, as well as pride because she didn't want anyone to notice that her family was declining so much that they couldn't ignore the Ushiramiya family's wealth. Even at a glance, it was easy to understand why Angie hated her aunt so deeply. Couldn't stand even a slight insult, and though she still smiled, her eyebrow twitched. At that time, the black-suited man behind Kasumi whispered to her.
エンジ様を発見しました。対応中です。
Angie has been
I
found.
also recognize that fucking voice actor.
Yeah, Lady Angie has been found. We are currently dealing with her.
あら間に合ってよかったありがとうねお好み
Oh, I'm glad we made it in time. Thank you,
よ
Okanogi.
うやくやんちゃな名誉連れて帰れそうだわ
Seems I can finally take my mischievous niece home.
私あの子と一緒にゆっくりとお茶室で語らいたくてお道具まで準備して
Oh,
待
boy.
ってたんだから
Fucking what?
I've waited so long to talk with that girl in my tea room with all the tools prepared. Yeah. Like, she's hiding it behind, oh, we're just having tea. But yeah, no, she's gonna torture that girl. As the violent sound
Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of like, fuck the Ushiramiya family. I want a story about the Sumura. These motherfuckers, like,
that is also fair.
what is up with that? What's going on here? I want to know.
They're clearly as old money as the Ushiromiyas, that's for sure. If not
but
more
also,
so.
like, something a little bit darker. Like, with the Ushiromiyas, like, all the darkness is just, like, Kinzo being a fucking dickhead and a bunch of, like, abuse. Not literal fucking torture in a tea room.
Yeah, that is true. The Ushiromiyas were At the very least, not the torture-y kind. That we know of.
Yeah, that we know of so far.
As the violent sound drew a helix, it rushed up at me from below, threatening to swallow me up. Then again, we don't know how people at the orphanage are treated.
It's true, yeah.
Beyond what they're trained to believe. So, you know, that probably has some amount of physical violence to it. Of course, even if I fight, there's no way I'll be able to win. And yet, running into the building would be like jumping into a dead end of my own accord. My enemies will increase in number with time. If I don't do something here and now, I won't have any chances to escape. Then, 3 muscular black-suited men came into view below me. 3 people. In other words, everyone who had gotten out of the car. If there had been just one of them, I might have been able to drop-kick them or something and smash them in the head, which might work out. But it really would be impossible with 3 of them. Wait, 3? There's just 3, I should be able to make it. Do it.
Get a deep breath. Wordless shout.
What? You idiot, stop. Look out. Jumped onto the roof of the car. One calling 12. Is the package secure? We received this response. What happened? Respond. She's crazy, damn it. Ow. See, that worked out perfectly, didn't it? Oh, well. That's her thoughts, but whatever.
Yeah. I mean, you've been reading her thoughts the entire time.
There was just the 3 of them, after all. I already tried that once from a higher place. I knew I'd be able to jump down just 3 floors. It's a good thing the car they came in was right beneath me. Even if it wasn't as pleasant as a trampoline, it broke my fall a little gently, a little roughly.
失礼しちゃうわ。ここまでへこむこともないだろう。
How rude. You didn't have to dent that much. If it didn't, you'd be dead.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Is
The dent is what saved your life.
Yeah, the dent saved your life. Don't worry about weight now, girl.
You also jumped from 3 stories up onto it. You could be 50 pounds and you'll still dent the top of a fucking van.
The roof of the car broke my fall, leaving a massive dent around my body. Car roofs are surprisingly delicate. I don't think it's because of my weight. Oh, hush. Apparently the 3 people on the stairs hadn't planned on me jumping down. It seemed they now realized that they'd been outwitted and they were rushing down the stairs. Gotta run and escape while I have the chance. Move my body, making clunking sounds on the car roof.
Hey, check if they have the keys.
But I've been naive. Of course they wouldn't all rush up the stairs without leaving one person behind. There was one black-suited man left in the driver's seat of the car that had broken my fall. He stuck his head out the window, and when he realized what had fallen on him, he jumped out. In a rush, I jumped off the roof, but the black-suited man's reaction was really fast. Either there was a massive reward for capturing me, or there'd be some harsh punishment in store for them if they let me get away. Porque no los dos.
15確保確保
15, secured.
気安く触らないで離して
Don't touch me like that. Let go. Just fucking stomp on his feet and then...
I was mercilessly held down against the asphalt. I was being crushed face down, covered and pressed upon from above. It was a hold without a trace of elegance, but it was extremely practical and left me no room for resistance. I tried to push back with both hands, searching for a way to resist, but I was being pushed down solidly, and I couldn't even tear myself off the asphalt. Vern Castell, this would be a wonderful time for you to show up. I don't know if you can with this many people, though, so I get it.
I figure, like, she probably would have just flown off if she could with this many people around.
Yeah, absolutely. Then another car came, squealing its tires as it slid to a sudden stop. Is it all over now? Oh. Sounds like it was help.
Allies.
The man that had been crushing me let out a sharp cry. He was yelling straight into my ear, making my left ear ring. What in the world? Along with the black suit guy, I fell with a thunk. After landing face up, the first thing I saw was an arm stuck out right in front of my eyes.
天草あんたどうしてここに
Alexa, what are you doing here?
その話は巻いてからにしましょうぜ。
Let's talk about that after we've lost
お
them.
嬢、車へ早く。
To the car, quickly, lady. Amakusa grabbed my arm, easily pulled me up, spinning me around with himself as the center of gravity. Just when I thought it was a little like a dance, he flung me through the open door into the driver's seat. I climbed over the handbrake and slid into the passenger seat. Pushing me in, Amakusa also got into the driver's seat.
Hey, buddy, don't do that. Like, what if you'd, like, even slightly miscalculated and just, like, thrown her head first into the frame of the car?
Since we suddenly accelerated while I was still on all fours, I had to kick and struggle around on the chair for a while, like a turtle that's been flipped over. Amakusa checked the rearview mirror for cars in pursuit, but he flew into the artery of the big city without lowering his speed in the slightest. Okay, who the fuck are you, buddy?
Yeah, you should be organizing your fucking bodyguards through this guy, apparently. If you trust him enough to get in the car with him.
Well, admittedly, he fucking flung her in, but yeah.
Yeah, she could have, like, just climbed right back out. You know?
Yeah,
But instead, she climbed over to the other seat.
Yeah, we sewed our way between cars one after another, just like a chase scene in some action movie. I was shaken by this horrible driving and had trouble sitting back down. Come on, you're in a chase scene, buddy. It's gonna happen.
お嬢、お怪我は？
Are you hurt, lady?
問題ないわ
I love that they just show them standing there in front of the dashboard like this.
Yep.
I'm fine. Humans are surprisingly durable.
私次からは下りのエレベーターを逃したら窓から飛び降りることにするわ
Next time I try to escape a downward moving elevator, I'll jump out a window instead.
お嬢の趣味はエアダイブらしいや。
I guess air dives are a hobby of yours, lady.
ただ、次からは
I think this would be better as my lady, because, like, it's the same word as my lady, but it just doesn't have the automatic on the end of it.
Yeah. Still, I'd
That's what it
recommend
said,
you
like,
grab a
Jesus.
parachute next time.
飛び降りた後に思い出せたらね
Sure, if I remember to do it after leaving.
クー。
Shut up.
You smack the
I know
steering
what you're
wheel.
not.
Fine. Need an explanation for this flippantly talking man? Yes! Yes, I would like one. Thank you.
Also, what is going on with his vest? Look at that!
That is indeed a hell of a thing.
What is that? I want to... Someone take his jacket off so I can actually look at this fucking... this vest and see how it works. Is it like a... Is he basically like wearing a corset here? Like, is that what's going on? Is it a girdle? I don't know.
Yeah, Amakusa Juza.
At least, like, with his hat and bandana, that's like an actual fucking combination you can have. He's just got to turn sideways a bit, right? But,
Amakusa actually also appears in Higurashi, but only in the manga. Fair enough. He was originally one of Aunt Ava's guards. Didn't she start to hate him because he chatted too much? He was much younger than the rest of the guards, but contrary to his outward flippancy, he'd hopped from the 1st Airborne of the JCDF to the French Foreign Legion.
damn! Went from the Self-Defense Force to the French Foreign Legion? Shit.
Yeah, that's not bad, honestly.
That's pretty good.
Placing himself in overseas private military companies and high-class security companies one after another, making for a pretty incredible and unique career. Alright, let's see if we can look at this motherfucker.
Everything he's wearing, except for his, like, vest, would be fine in another outfit, but put together just looks awful.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, I could be into those pants, especially with the stripes underneath. But everything else, in combination with that, is weird. See,
like the only thing that's actually like really bizarre is that fucking the damn vest. Like, what is the shape of that thing? Everything else is fine in a different outfit or whatever, but fuck.
yeah, double pants. And yeah, looks like Aba died from heart failure.
Makes him look like he's wearing a fucking like button-down bodysuit because it's the same kind of pinstripe color as his shirt is.
That is also true. It is the exact same
Maybe he's wearing long
pinstripes.
johns.
Yeah,
Like formal long johns. Oh my god.
he has skill in counter sniping and protecting VIPs. Goddamn. Yeah, you should have went. Yeah, I'll hire you, motherfucker. Just don't let my aunt, my other horrible aunt get to you, and sure.
Yeah, like, can you hook me up with some more bodyguards, like your veteran friends that are out of work or hate their office jobs? Because like we got like 6 people. I think I'd be good.
Yeah, and because Ange doesn't want to inherit the role, the company is fracturing. Or on the brink of fracturing, anyway.
It's such a ridiculous idea to me that a company might fucking fracture because an 18-year-old child didn't take up the post of like the CEO or the chairman of the board or whatever. Like, that's just such a fucking wild idea to me. Why don't you just appoint like?
That's
you guys are like business people. You know what needs to be ostensibly, at least. Ostensibly, you know what needs to be done for a business group like
but
this.
The issue is
you can just elect someone.
Yeah, the issue is people are going to jockey for power, so they're potentially going to go ahead and become separate companies. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it does kind of put Okanogi in a bad position, as it says. Or at least a rough position as he tries to hold it together.
I'm just wondering how, like, her taking up the position of chairman of the board might cause this to not happen. Because if I was a business owner on a fucking board of directors like this, or whatever the fuck, and someone appointed an 18-year-old girl as the chairman, I'd be like, nah, I'm fucking out.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I think part of it is a propensity still in 1980s Japan especially of still being for hereditary inheritance.
Yeah, I know. It's the fucking company groups and like, I can't remember what they're called in Japanese, but they're called chaebols in Korean.
Yeah.
Like, I know. It just fucking, blows my mind that anyone would actually agree to this system.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, admittedly, yes, but also, we're the motherfuckers who'd end up on the fucking ball in any sort of dictatorship, so, in a, even in a kingdom back in the day, if we were still the same motherfuckers, we would be in trouble.
Yeah, like it'd be like we'd be one of those fucking like one of the like the naturalists or the philosophers that were just like, yeah, we should be doing this way, and then like the church and like half of Europe gets pissed off at us.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like Da Vinci, like getting fucking put on house arrest for like 10 years or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of the problem there. But yeah, also, keep in mind, this is a massive business group, so it's probably multiple sectors. Not just, it's not just, a phone company, for example. It might be phones, electronics, and fucking convenience stores, for all we know.
Yeah, which is, again, like another reason to not have an 18-year-old girl as the chairman of the board.
I mean, yes, absolutely true. But it's also why they could fracture and do well with it, because they are from separate sectors rather than trying to compete with each other as small businesses in the same sector.
I'm not saying, like then fracturing would like cause them to spontaneously combust and implode like at the same time or anything. It's just like, why would the group suddenly start fracturing because they went like 2 months without a chairman? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, admittedly, it's on the brink of it rather than actually doing it, but I get what you're saying. It is probably a little extreme for the story.
Which, like, side note, just talking about like the what would happen like in the past, like if we were in a society that wasn't a democracy, you know, we were the same people. Like, I can actually, this isn't me like defending feudalism or anything like that, but it's just like in the right places, you could actually like have a good life, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, under the right kinds of rulers and everything like that, it'd be fine. And at least like when you're talking about like passing down your title and your governmental authority, like hereditary through hereditary means, ostensibly the person that you're passing it down to would have been trained for the first 30 years of their life to do a good job or at least be competent.
Yeah.
Right?
Just the problem is, if you get somebody with the wrong kind of ambition or the wrong kind of beliefs where they fuck you over, well, they'll fuck you over.
Yeah. They're like, and this is an entirely different beast than an 18-year-old girl who has only done high school.
Yeah.
Like, we've already seen that she hasn't got the special education to do this.
Yeah, like, she's not being taken to business school or anything to prep her, because honestly, Eva wanted her to fail spectacularly.
Yeah, which is,
you know, it's the meme. Like, we trained him wrong on purpose for a joke.
Although the equivalent would actually be if she'd sent Angie to a business school that just taught her all the wrong things. Like, literally all the wrong things. That would be the
cough, Trump University, cough.
I mean, that depends on what university. But...
Trump University.
Oh, Trump. Gotcha. I thought you said cough, cough, university, cough.
Yeah, no.
I'm like, fuck. God damn it.
Yeah, but yeah, placing himself in overseas private military companies and high-class security companies one after another, making for a pretty incredible and unique career. Yeah, I'd fucking say so. You should have hired him from the start.
Yeah, and like, you know, a couple of it, like his whole entire squad, or like whoever he can get, like, drum up that he trusted, right? Like,
yeah, like
something like that.
Get a couple of the younger guys on it. Maybe, you know, maybe they're not trained as well, but they've got heart and they'll listen to him.
Yeah, just something, you know? It's just like, you don't have to have them be like incredibly well trained or anything. Right? You're not actually having to worry about getting sniped, you're having to worry about getting kidnapped.
Yeah.
So if you just have like 6 burly motherfuckers that are military trained hanging around you all the time, you're probably not gonna get kidnapped. Because, like, sure, they brought 15 people, but like,
I mean, first off, they're
15
not
versus 7. Like, the 7 is at a disadvantage, but like,
it's not that much of a disadvantage. And second off, they're not about to shoot somebody in the middle of fucking Tokyo. I don't.
Right? Yeah, they're not gonna shoot. Like, they're not gonna gun someone down in the middle of a goddamn business place.
Yeah, they're not gonna do it in the biggest city in Japan. In a place where guns aren't even allowed.
In a modern security building with CCTV footage all over the place, like, according to Ange, at least. Like, they're not just gonna shoot you. They're just gonna have to let you walk out.
Yeah. Granted, given how wild this visual novel can get, I am not gonna put it past them to get some fucking elephant tranquilizer.
Yeah, that's fair. Which, like, I think, like, from these sequences, you can really tell that Ryukishi is not writing within his wheelhouse for this sort of thing.
Yeah, like, family dynamics absolutely got it down, but otherwise, not really.
Yeah, like, the psychology and family dynamics, absolutely, 100%. But, like,
But I heard he deserted both the JSDF and the French Foreign Legion, and that he'll be arrested if he enters France again. Both of these flippant episodes were very typical of him. The guards were sternly told not to chat with me unnecessarily, but he came and took a pass at me, didn't he?
I hope that's just like a mistranslation.
I'm looking for an age. I don't see an age.
So someone tell me how old this guy is while I look up the standard tour for the JSDF.
その軽口が懐かしいわ。
It's been a while since I've
Not
heard
that kind
it.
of tour. Like, military,
クビになった後はど
fuck,
うしたの
I gotta phrase this right because like they're doing like a tourism, not
Yeah.
enlistment period. Here it is. No, that's still. Damn it! Stop giving me stuff from the U.S. Trying to figure out how long the standard enlistment period is with the JSDF. God damn it! Is it 2 years, 4 years, 3 years? I don't know. It's different between the branches in the U.S. too. So like.
Let's see. Minimum age you can sign up is 18. This person who figured it out on the tumblers.
3 years is the minimum.
Yeah.
Thing.
Someone did the math on the tumblers and says he should be about 33 to 34.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, hold on.
Hopefully,
3 years that's the minimum, but like that's just like while you're an infantryman or something like that. Like to get into like something like the airborne division, like you're not gonna be just like some fresh on the fucking like you're not gonna be a boot, basically. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I hate to use like military slang. You're not gonna be a boot. You're not gonna be like a fresh face recruit. You're gonna be in for a little while first. So like he's probably spent like 6 years in the JSDF, and then like at least, and then like a few years in the French Foreign Legion. And assuming what's the minimum like enlistment age for the JSDF? I think it's 18 or 19.
Yeah, 18.
18. So okay, so 24 there, and then probably 3 or 4 years in the French Foreign or so. So 28, and then a couple of years, yeah, like early 30s somewhere in there.
Yeah. So hopefully that was just he came and made a joke at me or something.
Yeah, hopefully that was a mistranslation, because that's, even when this was translated, is making a pass at someone is to hit on them.
Yeah, 17 or 18, and he's in his early 30s. Anyway, the line.
Yeah. Fuck, dude. God damn it. It's been a while since I heard that carefree tone. What happened after you got fired?
Holy fuck. Okay. I was coaching some people at Blackwater.
休暇で帰国したら小此木社長に高給を提示されまして。
Yeah.
Okay, so it's been less than 2 years in this time period, because it was founded on December 26, 1906. So he can't have been gone for very long. Not that makes him making a pass at Angie better, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, let's see here. I mean, he could just be lying, yes. But I am also willing to believe Blackwater.
Yeah, like that's very early on in the thing, like having just like hiring special forces and like experienced mercenaries from all over the world during that time period. Like the first couple of years of you establishing a private security company is just like, yeah, you would do that unless you already had those people on tap. Like you would absolutely go hire people from all over the world for it.
Yeah, anyway, when I came back to the country during my time off, President Okanogi offered me a high wage.
で、また脱走？こんな男、何の役に立つのかしら。
So, you deserted again. Wonder how a man like that can be useful for anything.
来週までに帰れば脱走にはなりませんので。話があったのは昨日です。お嬢が厄介な連中を呼び込むかもしれないと言われまして。
Doesn't count as desertion as long as I come back by next week. I mean, yes, but you're also double dipping on being paid, but also make that dough. I talked with him yesterday. I was told that some troublesome people might come to call on you, lady.
まさにその通りで申し訳ないわね。
Sorry, that turned out to be exactly right. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, doing fan-translated stuff like that can lead into some pretty awesome shit.
Yeah.
Or just be a fun
I would
hobby.
want to like do a good bit more practice before I even try, because there's some emotions that I just fake because I don't feel them in the first place, and it's not part of my like public persona, I guess, to have those happen either. So
Yeah, like, acting is hard.
anything that's within my normal wheelhouse, I can do just fine at any point in time. But like, not some of those other ones. I don't know those other
お
ones.
嬢のおかげでハッピーな休暇と小遣い稼ぎになりそうです。
My name probably came up since I know you, and I've got lots of crazy experience. Thanks to you, it looks like I'm in for a happy vacation plus some pocket money. You know what? Yeah, make that green.
おこのぎさんがあんたを私の護衛に雇ったってこと？
So Okanogi told you as my guard.
お嬢に恩を売りたいんでしょうぜ。首の後、お好みの社長にはいろいろと世話になってましてね。
He probably wants to buy some gratitude from you, lady. After I got fired, I was indebted to President Okanogi in various
い
ways.
ろいろと弱みを握られてんで逆らえんのですわ。
He's got some dirt on me here and there, and now I can't say no to him.
おこのぎさんの世話になると後々で高くつきそうね。
Seems like getting indebted to Okanogi can be pretty costly later on. So, where are you planning on taking me?
どちらへでも週末までは雇われてます。それ以降は別料金で。
Anywhere. I'm employed until the weekend. Anything after that will cost you extra. You know? Fair. And yeah, Rokenjima sounds like the place to go.
Yeah.
一日いくら？
How much per... that's you, but...
Yeah. Didn't even give me a chance, man. How much per day?
5万で手を打ちます。経費は別ですぜ。
I'll take 50,000 plus expenses.
That's only like $500.
軽口を叩かないなら倍払うわ。
If you stop cracking jokes, I'll double it.
雇用期間は未定。
Which, like, $500 a day, don't get me wrong, is a shit ton of money. But for someone like Angie, that's literal, like, lint money.
That's true. She has enough money to give God a sex change.
Yeah, like, that's like the fucking court, like, the pennies I find, like, slipped underneath my fucking, like, side table, you know? For her. It doesn't matter.
何週間かになるかも。
The period of employment isn't fixed yet. It might take several weeks.
そりゃ大変だ。ボスに休暇の延長を電話しないとなりませんぜ。
That'll be tough. I'll have to call my boss to get an extension on my vacation.
私、どうしてもあの日のことが調べたいの。
More than anything, I want to investigate that day.
ああ、例の六軒島の。
Oh, is this about Rokenjima?
そうよ。12年前にあの島で何があったのか、私の手で納得がいくように調べたいの。
I'm once again struck by how very obvious it becomes very quickly that translators are not writers. Some of this phrasing is awkward as fuck.
Yeah.
Exactly. What happened on that island 12 years ago? I want to investigate it with my own hands to my satisfaction.
そんな昔のことを今更調べて
Like that phrasing right there, especially. Like I hadn't even read that yet, but that
Yeah.
that one was painful as a writer. That just hurt me.
Do you really expect to find anything new investigating something that old?
そうね。だからこれは私の自己満足のための旅なのよ。それを終えた
Yeah,
ら
and saying
ネギでもしょって
translating
つま
Sone
れる
as true there in that context just doesn't work in English. Fuck. Like different languages are different languages, you know, like different words will have different like applications and make sense in different contexts. But that's why you actually do have to change the translation to something similar, but that works in that context. Right?
Yeah.
It's called localization. Fuck! True, but this is a journey for my own self-satisfaction. Once that's over, I'll just throw my hands up and go over to the Sumatera family. Don't you fucking dare!
私にお
What?
抹茶をご馳走したいとか言ってたっけ
Didn't Aunt Kasumi say something about how she wanted to serve me some matcha?
I hope she's joking.
角材の上に正座させられて
Oh, okay, there you go.
一緒にながらのお茶かしら
How does Man Me Too turn into Miami? Captioner. I want whatever you're on. Sounds like it'd be a fun time. And it's been a while. Ugh. Okay, I was about to read the damn thing, but I just text me. Let's see. Yes, I'm fucking streaming. Go away. Leave me alone. I'm always streaming on Monday. Especially when I'm not.
Yes.
Maybe she'll serve me some tea as I kneel on sharp wooden blocks, clutching stones or something.
Okay, there we go.
そりゃおっかねえや
Damn, that sounds freaky.
Creaky. Not creepy. Creaky. Fuck you, Captioner.
申し訳ございません。見失いました。
My apologies, we lost sight of them. A single man, thought to be an associate, assisted in her escape. Judging by his possession of a stun gun and his driving skills, he's no amateur. Okay, so that's why the motherfucker screamed. That was on top of her.
But, like, you can totally be an amateur taser.
I mean, absolutely. But the driving skills, at the very least.
The driving skills, absolutely, yes. It's just like, but a taser is just like a standard self-defense thing.
ありがとう。
Just fucking get someone.
残念よ。
I see.
Although I don't know the legality of tasers in that.
Yeah, that's my thing, is I'm not sure. Especially in 1980s Japan, so.
Well, this is 1990s.
Or, yeah, 1990s Japan.
1998.
I see. Thank you.
I was a toddler. Yay.
What a shame,
これ
Okanogi.
があなたのお返事だということで
Shall I
よろしい
take this as your answer?
逃がしたのはあんたのヘマだ。俺の知ったこっちゃないね。
Letting her get away was your blunder. It has nothing to do with me.
あなたにもぜひ今度お抹茶をご馳走したいわね。京都においでの際にはぜひお立ち寄りなさいな。
I do wish to prepare some matcha for you as
Yoto
well
was
in the near
considered provincial
future.
here? What? Oh, what?
And next time you're in Kyoto, please stop by. Well, there's some rural areas, like, on the periphery of Kyoto.
I mean, you could say the same about Tokyo.
True. But yeah, Kyoto...
Like, any city is going to have, like, rural areas, like, on the edges, outside the suburban, like, sprawl.
Yeah.
That's kind of what, like, rural is what happens between cities. It's fucking... Every city's got rural shit on the outskirts. Fuck.
There's some areas in the north that are like old houses, very countryside. So North Kyoto.
I suppose that would work. But we're gonna have to pause here because I gotta go to the bathroom.
All right. We will be back, folks.
Yep. I'm just gonna put up the screen and play a song. Hi,
Hello.
we're back.
Yep, we're back. Oh, and there goes PNG Tuber again.
Yeah. While you're reciting that, I'm gonna grab the link to the song that we were just playing and put it in chat. It's the song that we played at the beginning of the stream, and what I just played just now. I would just tell you what the name is, but I can't pronounce it because it's a conlang, which I think is really fucking cool.
Yeah, it's definitely
Someone straight up like made a conlang for a bunch of music, and it's really nice. It sounds cool.
Yeah, it looks like when they started, they just did like some coined words mixed in with other languages, but that one is just like totally conlang, I think.
Oh, did you like go back and look through there earlier?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah. But yeah, like that. This album specifically is like advertised as being like constructed language.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I think it's just like super cool. Like I want that power.
Yeah, absolutely. I posted about the same. Like, I want the power to do this just on the fly.
Yeah, I know like to get the power I have to go like study like linguistics and shit. But
yeah.
God damn it, I don't have time for that. Just give me the power. Let me download it from this person.
Yeah, for sure. Granted, it's not so bad, because I've looked into the details before. The main thing is figuring out what you want your sound library to be.
Yeah, which is actually like much more difficult than people think it is, because I tried to make a conlang for Well of Souls. Like I looked into doing it, but I just...
Yeah. I might look into doing something like that after having listened to that for a few times over the past week.
Yeah, this is a fucking fantastic song, honestly. Like, not only is the conlang amazing, the fact that they made a conlang for it, but the music itself is also amazing. Which is just absolutely incredible.
But yes, some parts in northern Kyoto are considered rural. Oh.
Like with letters and everything, or...
行くわよ。
I'm leaving.
あれもう帰っちまうのかいお茶漬けでも食ってけばいいのに。
Oh, are you leaving already? I could offer you some chazuki first. Oh. It's made by pouring green tea, dashi or hot water over cooked rice. I could see that, yeah.
I wouldn't want the water one. That sounds like a dreadfully plain.
Yeah,
Like,
water might
even
not
for
be.
me, that's incredibly plain. And I'm the sort of motherfucker that's just like salt and pepper is all I need. And of course, I like cayenne, paprika, and all the cool spices and everything, but salt and pepper is all I.
With her back still facing Okanogi, she laughs softly with an increasingly shrill and hateful tone, using that as a substitute for a sharp parting remark. But as she stopped laughing, her features suddenly changed to look like a demon's. But because her back was facing him, Okanogi couldn't see that expression. Okanogi watched her go, laughing coolly. Her secretary whispered over his shoulder.
よろしいのですか？エンジェお嬢様は我が社の筆頭株主です。スマデラ家が後見人になれば。
Are you sure about this? My lady Ange is our company's primary stockholder. If the...
No, she's already at Asia majority, she can't be, like, turned into a... No one can be her guardian at this point and have, like, control over her stuff.
If the Sumadera family becomes her guardian...
知ってるだがな、うちも天下の後ろ宮だ。舐められてたまるかってんだ。しかし、あいつうまく立ち回ってくれたようだな。
I get it, but we're the world famous Ushiramiyas. We can't let them take us lightly. Still, it looks like the guy managed it pretty well. I guess in the absence of an actual family, it does just fucking turn into like a Yakuza family.
Mm.
And I mean, it could have looked very Yakuza-ish back in the day, I don't know.
Well, the big thing is, like, what people don't understand is that, like, organized crime functions very much like business, but without, like, the guarantee of the law to back you up, right? So, like, it's literally just business without the law.
Yeah.
So anything that, like, if you actually see, like, companies and corporations and all that acting in, like, their natural environment, like what you hear them say behind closed doors, and you go and listen to organized crime, you'll hear, like, the same shit. It'll be with, like, different fucking slang and everything, but it's the same shit. They're saying the same things.
Yeah. All that's left
They're
is
behaving the same way,
yeah.
etc.
All that's left is to let Angie do as she pleases. I'm counting on you, Amakusa.
And hell, half the time they are the same people talking about it. So.
提示した免許証は偽装とのこと。明らかにプロです。
Kasumi. Or Lady Kasumi. The escaping car was a rental. The license plate they displayed was a fake. We're clearly dealing with a pro.
Okay, how do you know it was a rental if the license plate displayed was a fake?
Good question. They'll probably abandon the car.
Because that's normally on the papers that you put inside, like, the glove box or whatever.
Yeah. Or I guess they assume it was a rental vehicle because of something they saw. I don't know.
Maybe like a company logo or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be.
Pursuit will be difficult. Should we have the police chase them? You've got the police in your pocket already. Alrighty.
そうね。家出娘の捜索願いでも出そうかしら。
Yes. Shall we have them search for our runaway daughter?
税金を納めてるんだもの。警察にもたまには役に立ってもらわなきゃ。
They are getting
It
paid.
actually sounds like they're going to report her as a missing person.
Yeah.
Or as a kidnapped person. Like,
Yeah. They are getting paid with our taxes, so the police must be of some use every once in a while.
母上に私にお任せをと単価を切ってお屋敷を出てきたんですよ。
Kasumi, don't fucking lie to me. Your family doesn't pay taxes.
Yeah. When I left the
You're
mansion...
also wealthy. You don't pay taxes. Fuck you.
Yeah. When I left the mansion, I boldly told Mother to leave it to me, didn't I?
あなた、私にさらに恥をかかせるおつもり？
Do you intend to embarrass me
あ
further?
んたらまとめてお抹茶を振る舞った方が良さそうね。
Looks like it might be better for me to serve some matcha for everyone at once, doesn't it?
地下のお茶室は狭いから順番待ちの行列になっちゃうかしら。
Our underground tea room is cramped. You'll have to wait in line.
全力で捜索します。
No, we'll search with everything we have.
ああ、本当に可愛い子ね。姉さんに自分勝手で自由奔放なあたりが本当にそっくり。
She
See, like when your boss threatens you fucking torture, that's when you take all the money that they've been paying you up until now and then just fucking leave.
Yeah.
Just leave the whole goddamn country. Just...
Hell, I would just go, hey, Okanogi, you need some extra muscle? I'm done with this shit.
Yeah, as soon as she said that to me, I'd be like, hey, Okanogi, you need some extra muscle, buddy? I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah, no.
I ain't dealing with this. My boss literally just threatened to torture me.
Yeah.
I'm done.
And not even just a little bit, it's not just, oh, we'll break your finger. Or something light. I'm pretty sure she was gonna be very violent. So, no. No.
Because, like, she was also saying she was gonna do that to Angie, so...
Yeah. Especially, she really is a cute kid, just like my younger sister. Especially that way she free wills and does as she pleases.
もう姉さんにしか見えなくなってきた。
Now I can't see anything but Kiri.
本当に楽しみよ。
I'm truly looking forward to
姉
it.
さんの娘をお茶室にお招きできるなんてね。
Only I can invite Kiri's daughter to my tea room, right?
I have, like, real pressing questions about your family, girl.
スマデラ家、動きが早かったわね。私、おこのぎさんに売られた？
The Sumadera family sure moved quickly. Did Okanogi sell me out?
Kinda, sorta.
ご冗談を。俺のクライアントですぜ。お嬢を売ったなら、俺を雇ったりはしませんぜ。
You're joking. He's my client. If he'd sold you out, he wouldn't have hired me, right? Yeah, he didn't sell you out. He just gave himself plausible deniability.
Yeah, pretty much.
Those are two different things. But he did make this harder for you, yes.
Yeah. Definitely very hard. They're very much harder. Fuck. I guess that's true. Fuck. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm right. I'm alive.
だか
I
ら
didn't
3
die.
階でエレベーターを降りたんですか。
Ah, so that's why you got off the elevator at the third floor.
地下駐車場に車が待ってるなんて手際が妙に良すぎたから、おこのぎさんに売られたかもしれないって思って。
Him having a car waiting in the underground parking lot was just too convenient. I figured Okanogi sold me out.
駐車場に待ち伏せがいたかどうかは今となっては証明不能だけどね。
Though I guess by now it's impossible to prove whether there was an ambush set up in the parking lot or not.
なるほどね。社長め、気の毒に。お嬢に信用されてないらしい。
I see, that poor president guy. Looks like you don't trust him a bit, lady.
その地下の車って俺のことです。
That car in the basement was mine.
天草のことだったの？
He was talking about you, Amakusa.
着いたエレベーターが空だったんで焦りましたぜ。連中の無線を盗聴できてなきゃ今頃どうなってたやら。
I freaked when the elevator came and was empty. I wonder what would have happened by now if I hadn't been listening to on their radio.
つまり何？私が素直におこのぎさん
How
を信
did
じ
you
て
listen
駐
in
車
on
場
their
に行ってれば、
radio? I would have to assume that they had an encrypted channel, like
私は
paired
3階から飛び降りるなんて真似する必要もなかったってこと？
walkie-talkies, paired walkies, handsets, whatever the fuck. I
Yeah.
assume they had to, right? Because like you wouldn't want like some random motherfucker 3 blocks away to hear you talking about like kidnapping someone, right? So what's going on? If I'd obediently believed Okanogi and gone to the parking lot, there would have been no need for me to jump off the 3rd floor.
そうなりますな。ま、結果オーライですがね。
Pretty much, yeah. Well, it turned out okay in the end. And Quinn, Amakusa's a cool guy. With some tricks, he hacked it.
It's not how this works. God fucking damn it. This is why like people always give writers the advice of just like look into literally everything. Have a surface level understanding of everything
Yeah,
you're writing
yeah.
about.
Yeah, I have approximate knowledge of almost everything.
It's not very good. I'm by far not an expert. Like I'm barely better than a fucking like layperson.
Or no,
But
it's
damn it.
the meme is I have approximate knowledge of many things. That's it.
Yeah.
What the
Fucking,
hell?
like I'm barely better than a damn like layperson, but motherfucker, at least I can believably write it.
If I hadn't suspected President Okanogi, I could have escaped without getting caught in a tough spot. President Okanogi might have sold me out. No, since paranoia told me that it was better to assume that he'd sold me out, I supposed and concluded that he sold me out. Because of my inability to believe in him regardless of his truth, my truth became he sold me out. Yeah, you literally cannot be what your aunt became. Your aunt did not trust a single soul at some point in her development after whatever happened on Rokenjima.
Yeah.
You need to learn to at least halfway trust some people. And Okanogi seems like a decent sort in that you can trust him as far as business goes. You can probably act as a figurehead for the company, and he'll be fairly satisfied.
Yeah. Okanogi is one of the people that, like, I would say that you can trust as long as you can see them, right?
Yeah. You can
Something like that.
Yeah, you can
There's
trust
a lot
him.
of people that you can't trust, like, even if you can see them, you literally have them under observation. Like, say, for example, like, Anne, they're on here. You could not trust her even if you had her under, like, 24-hour surveillance. Like, not even a little bit. But, like, as long as you keep Okanogi close to you, I'm pretty sure you can trust him. It's just, like, once he's not close to you, you start worrying.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you build up a business relationship with him, and it's a good one, he probably won't sell you out.
At least that's what it seems like to me, so.
Yeah, so far, obviously, things could change. You know, it's just one scene,
As
basically.
more, like, character information comes out, you know? That's my first impression.
I thought back on President Okanogi's words. Can you really call truth without certainty truth?
He's also an armchair philosopher. But,
yeah, a little bit, yeah.
But, like, all the characters in this are.
Yeah, like, it's hard, like, let me think. Yeah, I can't think of one person who isn't slightly an armchair philosopher.
Especially with this thing calling it truth and all that shit. No, that's perception. That's what it is. It's perception. It's not truth by any means. Like, you may believe it's true, but truth is something that you can guarantee, right? Like, the whole thing about, like, if a tree falls in the woods but no one's around to hear it, it doesn't make a sound. Yes, it makes a sound. It's just that no one was there to hear it. Like,
yes, but
truth is like.
But it's sound.
It's like a solid concrete thing.
Yeah, but if sound happens when nobody's there to perceive it, did it really happen?
Yes. Yes, it did. Because the idea that it doesn't means that it's the same thing about, like, I can't remember the name of the fucking philosophy idea now. It's solipsism, maybe? I think that might be it. Where, like, nothing outside of what you can personally perceive is real, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't perceive other people's thoughts. Like, shush, Gwen, damn it. I just don't subscribe to the idea of solipsism, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's frankly ridiculous. Which it's, as a serious philosophy, it's ridiculous. But it's mostly the actual school of thought is actually more like thought experiments and stuff like that, which is perfectly fine. You do.
Yeah,
but if
sure.
you actually believe solipsism is real, then, like, you've got to screw loose.
Can you really call truth without certainty truth? Truth can change completely depending on whether you have love or not. In the end, perhaps truth itself doesn't exist. There are as many interpreted truths as there are people who speak of the truth.
I know that, Quinn. I'm talking about my thoughts so far. This isn't criticism, it's just, like, what I'm thinking, what I'm seeing, what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, like, bitching or anything. So I could bitch, but I'm not going to. So it would be, like, disingenuous to bitch.
Yeah, but more just how they're
yeah, like, this is just how the characters think. That's all that I'm saying, really.
Yeah.
That's just how they're thinking.
Yeah.
And, like, they're all sort of, like, armchair philosophers about this sort of thing. It's a function of, like, the characters and the story that Ryukishi wanted to tell.
Yeah, and also, like, there are certain segments of situations where that comes into play. Like, war, for example. Truth is the first casualty of war. Which is something that a independent journalist that Kat and I both listen to mentions quite a bit.
About?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. It's been a while, but yeah.
Yeah. Truth is the first casualty of war. You know, is it true? Yes. Even the lies? Especially the lies. If I can't accept something that fluid as truth, where does the truth that I really want to find exist? And is it something I'll be able to see with my eyes? Even if someone sticks the truth right there in front of me and says it's the truth, I might not be able to see it.
愛がなければ見えないか。
There's also this idea that the character, this is a flawed character thing, not a flawed Rikishi thing, I believe, at least so far. But Okinogi, at least, is pushing for the idea that you have to love something in order to see the truth, or at least the way that he was phrased as saying it. I don't know if there's a localization problem.
Yeah, like what he's saying is you have to look at it from multiple perspectives, which means looking at it in the case of if somebody is guilty or not, looking at it from your original perspective, but also looking at it from, okay, but what if I'm wrong? And this person is a good person, or whatever, or is innocent.
I don't know that people in general can be categorized as good or bad in general.
Yeah, that's why I said and changed it to they're innocent.
Yeah.
So
there was ignoring a whole bunch of nuanced situations and everything, which is again just like a character thing. It's part of the story that Rikishi is trying to tell.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's what Okinogi's doing, but they're specifically zeroing in on love because A, this is a story about family, and B, this is
the love is the fucking true element or whatever the fuck.
That
Rikishi said.
Yeah, that Beatrice talked about, and it's possible. I'm just throwing out a guess here, but Beatrice might be responsible for anybody capable of doing magic in these fragments. Or at least inform some of the information, because she's the one who's setting up the game board.
Maybe.
Obviously magic exists without her, because other people could become witches, but she might be informing how magic works in Umineko.
That would be some, real fucking mindfuck metaphysical shit, which I'm down for.
Yeah. Magic works regardless of her, but her going love as a single element makes it true. That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm not, these are, whenever I stop and, talk about stuff like this, it's not, a full criticism thing, because if I actually had this many criticisms with a text, I would not continue to read it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
at least not publicly. I would just, blast through it and, list my grievances for myself so I can, figure out, what I did like and what I didn't like, etc. about it,
Yeah, also good, Burn
I would
Castell.
not be streaming this for, fucking 4 goddamn months.
Yeah. Also, Burn Castell, good, you were watching.
Yeah. This fragment of yours is very lively. It doesn't bore me.
So probably, if Ange ended up alone, Burn Castell could probably do something about it.
Yeah, probably.
あなたは言ったわ。12年前の真実を探れと私に命じた。
You told me something. You commanded me to search for the truth of 12 years ago.
でも、なんだかわからなくなってしまった。
But there's something I'm not getting.
何が？
What's that?
真実って何？人の数だけ真実がある。
Malleable truth here is also feeding into the idea of multiple truths being possible between the mundane and magic.
Yeah, and the fragments themselves suggest something.
The fragments themselves, the mundane versus magical version of what happens, etc.
Yeah, so oddly enough, it might even be we have to figure out what is the common thread between the fragments. But we'll see.
What is truth? There are as many truths as there are people.
人の数だけ解釈がある。
There are as many interpretations as there are people.
そしてそれは 主観によって歪められ、いくらでも姿を変える。
There are, sorry, I just started reading the wrong line. And those can be twisted by opinions and changed indefinitely.
真実ってものはそんなにも不定形であやふやなものなの？
Never started reading off this wrong line. Is truth really that unfixed and vague?
そうよ。真実は不定形、粒子のようであり、波のようでもあり、相反する形状を同時に持つ。箱の中の猫が生きていると思おうが、死んでいると思おうが自由。
That's right. Truth is unfixed. It can be like a particle or like a wave, and it can hold conflicting forms at the same time. You're free to believe that the cat in the box is alive or dead.
A visual novel brings up Schrodinger's cat. Take a shot.
Yeah.
でも、
Also, I'm like 98% sure that like that thought experiment was specifically to show how fucking ridiculous the idea of that is.
それは観測されただけで姿を変えてしまうわ。
But the truth is very delicate. It can change its appearance just by being observed. It's not that. All right, this is a magic thing, a metaphysical magic thing. So this isn't actually what they're saying, but the idea. I talk about this like every other fucking stream, I swear. But the observer effect does not mean that by observing it you are somehow changing something. What it means is that to observe something, you must interact with it, and thereby your interaction changes it. To see something, light must bounce off of it. Therefore, light must interact with it. So when you look at something, when you interact with it to observe it, you are changing it.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean by like looking at shit, like literally with your eyes looking at things, it changes things. It doesn't. That's not how that works.
Yeah, more the observer effect is saying something could be very different if you have it in a box, in a void, versus having...
Untouched by like any means by which a person may observe it.
Yeah. Versus, oh, we gotta shine a light on it so we can see it with our eyeballs.
Yeah, it's like the thing that they always bring up for this is just like how like a certain particle or wave will change form when it's observed. It's like, yeah, to observe it, you have to shoot the particle or the wave at something. So yeah, it's gonna change form. And like a lot of like science journalism, just like, or at least public, the most popular science journalism doesn't like stress that point, right? You're talking about stuff like Schrodinger's cat box. Nonsense. If you open the box, you learn the truth. Discussion about what happens before you open it is just an armchair theory. That's actually, I'm pretty sure, what Schrodinger was trying to say with that. It's like, the cat is not both alive or dead. It's one or the other, and you'll know once you open the box and look.
That...
開けられない箱の中身についてのあらゆる想像は否定不能。
That's right, and yet in order to deny that abstract theory, you need to open the box. It is impossible to negate any idea about the contents of a box that cannot be opened.
Yeah. I guess.
つまりは真実ということ。
This is like a whole ass magic thing, so like this makes sense in context, but like if you like rip any of this out, like it will not stand up to even like moderate thought. But that's just because like the setting works on different rules than real life. This is what truth is.
真実は否定されない限りその形状を維持する。
As long as truth isn't denied, it keeps its form.
そう。真実は観測されない限りその形状を維持する。
As long as truth isn't observed, it keeps its form.
Schrodinger's kittens. I have not.
I have not, no. I kind of want to hear about this. Hit me.
つまり、暴けなきゃどんな妄言も真実たり得るわけね。
I hope this isn't a setup for just like a like a Bofa joke or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Which is like a really ridiculous pun. This is my last Jolly Rancher, by the way. So after this, I'll actually be speaking clearly again.
All right.
Yeah, I just checked. There's no more Jolly Ranchers on my desk. Okay. In other words, if it is exposed, any reckless statement can suffice as truth.
ええ、無限の創造はそれらが互いに矛盾していたとしても否定されず同時に真実として
Yes,
存在
even as they contradict each other, endless ideas can exist as truth at the same time without being negated.
家族みんなが六軒島の魔女に囚われて永遠に12年前に閉じ込められているというめちゃくちゃな話すら12年前に何があったかわからない限り真実として存在できる。
Alright, so to read this out for the audience, take a box with one electron in it unobserved. It becomes a wave, filling the entire box, cutting it in half, and put each half in a different room with a different cat. Put a device in each room that will kill the cat if it detects the electron. Skip both cat rooms to opposite ends of the galaxy, then pop the boxes. When you observe the state of one, it collapses the state of both cats. Instantaneous action at a distance. Just as ridiculous as Schrodinger's cat, but kind of funny.
Just as ridiculous, but a bit funnier. So even something as screwed up as my family being captured by the Rokunjima witch and shut up 12 years ago for all eternity, peaceful love of all the gods, strikes like that phrase is something for once. Just phrase it differently. There are like 1,000 ways to say that phrase in English. Just use one of the others. Like pick 5 and cycle between them. I don't care.
Yeah.
Some very specific person was responsible for this going throughout like all 8 of the goddamn episodes. And I wish I knew who it was so I could send them an email and ask them why. Yeah, anyway. It can exist as truth as long as we don't know what happened 12 years ago.
ベアトリーチェという魔女は12年前の六軒島に無限の創造の余地をこじ開けそこを猫箱として全てを飲み込んだ。
This witch called Beatrice forcibly made room for endless imagination in Rokunjima 12 years ago, developing all of it inside a cat box.
開かれぬ箱の中の全ては真実。
Everything inside the unopenable box is truth.
That's right. We don't know what happened on that island, so it becomes endless.
閉まったままならね。私が
That's assuming no one opens it up. I just have to wrench it open.
でもその箱は12年前に閉じられどこにあるのかもわからない。
But that box was closed up 12 years ago and I don't even know where it is.
仮に六軒島に訪れたとしても私は荒れ果てた島で12年前の何を知ることができるというの？
Even if I visit Rokunjima, just what can I learn about what happened 12 years ago on that desolated island?
さあ、何を知ることができるのかしら。いずれにせよそれは1998年という12年後の未来を自由に闊歩できる。
Who knows? I wonder what you could learn. This is something that can only be done by the person who was able to walk around freely in the whole of 1990, 12 years in the future.
最後の魔女、エンジェ・ベアトリーチェにしかできないことよ。
The final witch, Ange Beatrice. Ange Base
ベア
Richu.
トリーチェのゲーム
Sure.
は1986年10月4日。
Okay, so her game board is literally those 2 days.
Yeah. Okay. Beatrice's game board lasts 2 days, from October 4th to 1986 to the 5th.
つまりそれはあなたが彼女のゲーム版の外へ自在に動ける駒だということ。
In other words, you're a piece who can move freely outside her game board.
そしてベアトリーチェですらこのゲーム版を超えた未来へは干渉できない。
And even Beatrice cannot influence this future that lies outside the game board.
そうやって言われると、私ってかなり優秀でずるい駒だわ。
If you say it like that, it sounds like I'm a pretty overpowered piece.
You are a very unique piece, at least.
あなたが身を置く12年後という未来は確かに遠いわ。しか
The
し
future of 12 years later in which you are placed is certainly distant.
強い力を持つの。
However, the further a piece is placed in the future, the stronger power it holds.
言ったでしょ。真実は観測されると姿を変えると。
I told you, didn't I? The truth changes its appearance when it is observed.
そういえば、こんな話を聞いたことがあるわ。ある日突然、ケンタウルス座の恒星が爆発してしまっても、
Come
そ
to
の
think of
爆
it, I
発の
heard
光が地球に届くには 4.4 光年だから4年半の月日が必要になる。
I heard something like that once. Even if one day all of a sudden a star in the constellation Centaurus were to explode, the light from that explosion would have to cross 4.4 light years, so it would take 4.5 years to reach the Earth.
Yep. We would go quite a few hours without knowing the sun blew up.
そうね。つまり、
No, we
ケン
know
タウル
pretty
スの
quickly.
太陽がすでになくなっていると
The
して
sun is like 5 light minutes away.
4年半の間、その事実を知覚
Or
でき
8 light minutes, I don't remember. which.
Yeah, that's right. But we wouldn't know for the first, 8 minutes.
Yeah, but if the sun blew up, we wouldn't know ever because we would also explode 8 minutes later.
Okay, fair. But also, if the sun disappeared,
Just got kidnapped, I guess.
yeah.
Sun napped. Star napped. There we go. That's right. In other words, even if the sun in Centaurus has already died, people on Earth won't be able to perceive that fact for 4.5 years.
光より早く知覚する手段は存在しないのだから。
Because no method of perception exists that is faster than the speed of light.
Yep. Also, sorry, hit the mic there.
Yeah, you're all good.
When we learn that the sun in Centaurus has exploded, we people will paint over our history of 4.5 years ago with a new truth. We will revise history with a new fact that it exploded 4.5 years ago. However, for the 4.5 year period until we learn that, despite the fact that it has already died, the mistaken truth that the sun of Centaurus still exists will be able to exist as truth. The truth of the future wins against the truth of the past.
I wonder what a star going supernova that close to Earth would look like.
That is a
What
good
would
question.
it look like in the night sky, to the naked eye? Would it just look like a star, or would it blob out?
もともと六軒島の事故はただそれエヴァおばさんと後ろ宮家の財産をめぐる陰謀疑惑でしかなかった。
That's right. By itself, the Rokunjima accident gave rise to nothing but suspicion of a conspiracy involving Aunt Ava and the Ustromiya family assets.
しかしそれが後年オカルトによって脚色され、陰謀は魔女伝説として塗り替えられる。
But later on, it was dramatized and linked to the occult, and the conspiracy was painted over by the legend of the witch.
Even though it was clambered over as a conspiracy at the time of the crime, later on, strange occult theories which claimed that it was the work of the witch ran rampant and began to paint over the truth of October 5th, 1986.
Isn't Alpha Centauri 40 fucking light years away, too?
God damn.
Okay, no, it's 4.2 light years away. It must be a different one that I'm thinking of. That's 40. Okay, yeah, like I kind of figured that eventually. That close, like a supernova would probably, fucking blow up the entire damn solar system and like 6 other solar systems all around us.
The conspiracy theories will probably be forgotten over time, and only the more bizarre and impressive witch theory will continue to remain as superstition, eventually covering up the conspiracies.
そう。恒星爆発の光が地球に届くまでの間の虚偽の真実が
Okay, so let's
陰
like
謀説という
put
人間
like
説だ
the
ったから
star
ね
that's going supernova like 40 light years away. Oh my gods. Yeah, I think I remember hearing about that now that you bring that up. 9 orders of magnitude brighter, yeah. Shit, it'd probably have to be like 400 light years away for us to like not explode then, huh? Anyway, that's right. The false truth that exists before the light from an exploding star reaches Earth is almost like the conspiracy theory, which is a human
数
theory.
年後に漂着した手紙入りのワインボトル、メッセージボトルがそれをオカルト説という魔女説に遡って塗り替え始めた。
The wine bottle with a letter in it that drifted ashore several years later, the message bottle, painted over that theory and made things return to the occult theory, which is a witch's theory.
Yeah, the letter from Maria.
But how though? She was already like, she never got a chance in that last loop to actually fucking do anything.
Yeah, she couldn't do that in that loop, so it's almost like the loops are converging on this one. We're converging on the future, basically. Huh. Or
I can see that actually. I can see that being a thing.
Yeah.
Whether or not it actually was written by Maria doesn't matter. The fact that it was discovered and someone thought that it was written by Maria and made a whole fucking theory about what happened on the
魔
island
女なん
because
て
of it.
1986年の時点では存在しなかった。その数年後にメッセージボトルによって私たち未来の人間に観測されたから魔女が六軒島を支配した。
Fuck. 150 light years is the lethal radius of a fucking supernova?
Goddamn.
Damn. Well, I know what I'm gonna put in my next fucking sci-fi story as the new terrifying super weapon. Shit. Something that'll make a star go supernova. Because that'll like wipe out like half the territory of a fucking star empire. Damn. You can have 20 goddamn systems all you want. I'm taking half of them out with one shot. Shit. Yeah, like, my problem with that though, like I'm not trying to underestimate them or anything. It's just that space is really fucking big, you know? And I don't actually know much about supernova, so I can't like get a good estimate on in my brain of like how far you have to be away from a supernova to be able to observe it without getting exploded. So if 150 light years lethal range, probably still have health effects for out to like 500 light years. Easy.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Severe sunburns, probably at least. Severe sunburns and like cancer and shit like that. Highly energetic atmosphere for a while. It's probably like the range of that happening is probably a lot larger.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like again, like I don't know enough about supernovas to actually like fucking like.
Yeah, we've thankfully never had to experience one.
Yeah, thankfully. Although that would be a hell of a way to go out. So like, imagine just like sitting out on your porch watching the fucking like Northern Lights, and then just a huge goddamn beam of light just comes by and just wipes you out.
Yeah, the fucking smash light meme.
Or Louis Swa.
Or Louis Swa,
Oh,
yes.
damn. That'd be pretty good. Yeah, I do know that like stars, not just any star can go supernova. It has to be like the right density and size and temperature. All the right conditions set up right. It's like a balance.
Yeah.
Get too big and you just implode instead of like exploding. Too small, you don't have the mass to actually trigger a supernova in the first place, etc. That's right, a witch didn't exist during 1986. The witch took control of Orokujima because she was observed several years later by us humans of the future thanks to that message bottle.
少し修正が必要よ。1986年の時点でも無限に存在できるあまたの可能性の中の一つとしてね。
A small revision is necessary. The witch could have existed even during 1986, as one of many endless possibilities that can exist.
確かに観測されたら消えてしまう。猫箱の中に縮こまってね。だからメッセージボトルは悪質なのよ。
Certainly, she'd disappear if she were observed, so she curls up inside the cat box. That's what makes the message bottle so nasty.
魔女は箱の外に出ようとした。自らを観測させて魔女説以外の可能性を淘汰した。
The witch tried to get out of the box. She made it so that she'd be observed, weeding out possibilities that conflicted with the witch theory.
つまり自らを否定できないように魔女説以外の全ての可能性を否定したということ。
In other words, to make it impossible to negate her, she negated all possibilities other than the witch theory.
なんてこと。つまりベアトリーチェは悪魔の証明を正攻法で成し遂げたのよ。そしてそれは初めから魔女の計画に組み
I
込ま
really
れ
want
た。
to know what the hell they mean by frontal attack. Like, it doesn't mean, like, direct attack.
Yeah, I think they mean
Or something.
direct.
Why
a
not
direct
just
method.
say that, though? Because, like, this...
Probably the literal translation or something.
Either that or there's, like, poetic license on there, like, the character parts, or whatever. Just, like, because people... That's a real thing. It's just sort of confusing.
True.
It's like, how do you do a frontal attack on a rhetorical device? Like, it doesn't... My brain... This is a personal problem, by the way. This isn't a criticism. This is just my brain being like, it's not playing nice with this. What the hell? So in other words, Beatrice satisfied the devil's proof with a frontal attack, and that was part of the witch's plan from the beginning.
メッセージボトルは1986年より未来にベアトリーチェにもバトラにも観測できないエンジェ・ベアトリーチェにしか観測できない。
The message bottle is information observed in the future after 1986. It cannot be observed by Beatrice or Battler. It can only be observed by Ange Beatrice.
本当はメッセージボトルのことなんて調べたくなかった。だってそれを読む
I
ことは
really didn't want to
魔
investigate
女
the
の
message
言い分
bottle.
を聞くのに同じ。
After all, reading that would be like listening to the witches say.
魔女説なんて妄言を無視している私には時間の無駄でしかないと思ってた。
I thought the witch theory was just a crazy fantasy, so I thought of it as nothing more than a waste of time. Yeah, but now you're a witch, so...
Yeah, I mean, first off, A, you're a witch. B, that's still a handwritten account from somebody on the island.
Yeah.
でも
Like, if nothing else, you should be,
小
like,
林さんに言われたわ。
going over that with a fine-tooth comb and trying to pick out, like, the fantasy bits so you can, like, read what's left. You know?
片方の目だけじゃ物事を立体的に見られないって。
But Okanogi told me, you can't see things in 3 dimensions with only one eye.
魔女否定の視点と同時に
No.
魔女肯定の視点も必要ということ。
Bitch and muttered myself up here. Just ignore that. You mean that while looking at it from the viewpoint of denying witches, you must also look at it from the viewpoint of accepting witches.
それは正しい考え方よ。
That's a correct way of thinking.
視点の数は分母に同じ。
The number of viewpoints is like a
視
denominator.
点の数が1では分子である謎は わずかほども減らない。
If you have one viewpoint, the mystery in the numerator doesn't decrease in the slightest.
視点の数が増えれば増えるほど
The way that they're explaining this is just so fucking roundabout.
I think Ryukishi likes math.
I think so too, yeah. Either that or like he's just got it stuck in his fucking brain for whatever reason, which gods know I get the same shit that happens to me.
Also fair.
However, the more your number of viewpoints increases, the more the mystery begins to be divided.
分かってるわ。事件の数年後、近隣の島に流れ着いたメッセージボトル。それは神塚の手に渡った。
So are we thinking that Maria actually wrote that fucking message bottle, or not?
I'm
I
not
don't think
sure.
so.
I'm kind of leaning towards not. Also, to explain, to give the definition for the word of the day, dilettante. I don't know. Means a person having a superficial interest in an art or branch of knowledge, a dabbler. So probably someone with some...
Okay, in English it's dilettante. I was just pronouncing it like it was French. Pretty sure it originally was. Anyway, yeah, it's just... It's a hobbyist, basically.
Yeah. So somebody who didn't really care too much about the incident.
Yeah, they're not an expert or or invested. They're just sort of into it a little bit. So like me, with like almost everything. Because I definitely don't have like an academic fucking degree in any of the shit I talk about. Are you kidding me? Well, there are a couple that have academic like certifications in there. We're just gonna ignore those because I don't actually do those for a job. I do not actually do web design more. All right, I only did that during high school for a bit. I understand. There was a message bottle that washed up on a neighboring island several years after the crime that passed into the hands of a dilettante.
アポイントは一応取ってあるの。
Made an appointment with him just in case.
I was able to hear Aunt Ava say from Okanogi. Next up is the witches say. Why don't I listen? To Beatrice say. And admittedly, this bottle might be different from the bottle we read way at the end of episode 1.
Episode 2.
Was it episode 2?
Is the one with the message in the bottle. Yep.
Okay.
Because episode 1 just gave us a very clinical overview of what happened.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's
Who
right.
died and who didn't. Like a forensic report of whose bones were found, basically.
Yome 3ヶ月。南條先生がそうおっしゃったのは去年の話よ。
3 months left to live. It was last year when you said that, right, Dr. Nanjo?
Side note. Thank fuck we finally got back to the island.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
Counting the hours at the end of the last stream, it's been fucking 5 or 6 hours since we saw the damn island.
Yeah, something like that. I only spoke of what I could comprehensively determine from his physical condition at the time. As a result, this year too, it just so happens...
年を越せるかも怪しいってことになってる親父殿は今も生き健康でオカルト研究に没頭されてるというわけだ。
So even though it's doubtful whether Dad'll last until the end of the year, he's still totally focused on his occult research. Yeah, thank goodness. Yeah, the manga intercuts the island and backstory stuff more.
I was actually thinking about that earlier. How would you cut up those scenes to put them into the thing so you still have main story progress while also getting the backstory? It's just Because like what Ryukishi did here was he just, like dumped all of it all at once, or what seems like all of it all at once.
Yeah,
I hope there's not like 4 more 6-hour long intermissions of Angie like talking to Namakusa or someone.
Yeah, I'm
Fuck.
hoping it's just like bits throughout. So, okay, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do with them stopping at the guy who got the message in the bottle, and possibly another chase scene with Kiri's side of the family.
Sumadera's.
That's it.
Not what's the weather. I said, I don't know how Sumadera became what's the weather. All right, that's close enough, I guess.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So even though it's doubtful whether that'll last until the end of the year, he's still totally focused on his occult research. And you still say he has only 3 months left, Doctor. Like I said, Kinzo's...
敬愛する親父殿がまだお元気でおられるなら親孝行なお前たちは親父殿に挨拶がしたくて仕方がない。
Shouldn't you be happy that our respective father is still in high spirits? Out of a sense of parental respect, each one of you is so eager to greet father.
なので会ってもらえないので納得がいかないと。
I can see how upset you are that he's unwilling to meet with you.
日も沈まぬうちから遺産分配の川山用を始める皆さんのことを思えば
Can I read the manga loops up to where we've like finished a loop, or would there, because like some of the stuff has been changed around as Quinn said, or will there be like spoilers if I do that?
Yeah, Quinn, if you can say, like, we can read episodes 1 through 3, or would there be potential spoilers?
Yeah, like once we finish episode 4 on stream, would it be alright to read episode 4? Or would that like also include spoilers? It's like, that's always a concern when you're going from adaptation to adaptation, like in the middle of things.
Yeah.
Which for some reason I hadn't thought about it until now.
Okay, so manga is good
Okay,
for
cool.
anything
Gotcha.
we've played to completion. Perfect.
Neat. Alright. Anyhow, considering that everyone has started aiming for the inheritance while the sun is still in the sky, I can understand why your father wouldn't want to see you. Natsuki. I said this in the first, second, and third loops, but girl, you talk about your will and your inheritance while you're still alive.
One thing I'm considering, if we're thinking mundane options, are they fucking weekend at Bernieing Kinzo? Like, doing a weekend at Bernie's with Kinzo, like Kraus and Natsuhi.
I am struggling to call to mind what the fuck Weekend at Bernie's is. Like, I recognize it, but I just don't know that I've ever, like...
Okay, admittedly, basically, dead guy, and 2 people pretending he's not dead to get in on his cash.
Well, I mean,
Or
Nanjo has seen him, and
Yeah.
so have the servants. So
that's true. Granted, granted, Nanjo's the only weak link in that because the servants would be told to pretend he's actually around.
yeah, that's true.
But I'm wondering if they're doing, or at the very least, they are specifically, because they suggested something in, I think, the first loop. It was either the first or second loop. Second loop. They suggested that they were specifically keeping everyone else away from Kinzo, and that Nanjo was on their side for that as well. So I'm wondering if that'll come back.
Maybe. I'm starting to like think through all the loops that we've been through. Has anyone seen Kinzo aside from Kraus, Natsuhi, and the servants? Like in Nanjo, of course.
Ava claimed she did in
Wait,
the
at
second
the end
loop.
of episode 2, Battler saw him.
Oh yeah, and in the end of episode 2, Battler saw him.
anyone else.
Yeah, and yeah, just like I said, Ava claims she saw him in episode 2 as well. You've got it wrong, Natsuhi. We just...
親父とて不死身じゃねえ。死ねと言ってるんじゃない。
So,
いつかは死ぬと言ってるだけさ。
I've noticed this, and I haven't actually brought it up yet, but with this new sort of framing from Ange's perspective, at least, of these loops potentially being different theories that people have like talked about, which that's also like a little bit of a jump from what was actually said, but each of these different truths being like stories that people were telling, right? The theories, the witch theory, the mundane theory, the you know, whatever. That may actually be why some of the phrasing during the narration is unsure of itself.
That would make sense, basically.
Like, and what, to give an example, like, I'm not going to quote directly because my brain isn't good enough to do that. But at some points, like, it'll say something like, she surely felt blah, 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 blah. Or she surely thought blah, blah, blah. Whereas at other times, it'll actually, like, give us, like, full on their thoughts. And I'm wondering if that's because literally none of this is even actually happening.
That might be true. Or, at the very least, they are fragments that exist because of the uncertainty.
Yeah.
And when there is more certainty about this, the less fragments there are. That might be what we end up going with. And at the very least, we
might
can
also be one of the reasons why Beatrice needs, like, at the end it'll say, and none will be left alive. The most possible vagueness and obscurity as to what happened.
Yeah, the absolute obscurity of what happened.
I did not say igneous. I said vagueness. Thank you. Fucker.
Yeah. And, it might also suggest that we don't have the full perspective on what characters are like because of this. So when we see, surely she thought X, well, maybe...
God damn it, Capture. Stop saying I said meow when I say yeah. Fuck you. Stop it. I'm not playing into that joke. I don't care what my name is.
But we might get some characterization where we're like, oh, maybe people just think of, just for example, because I know somebody I'm friends with also likes this character, but Shannon. That Shannon is portrayed as a more meekly servant girl. Maybe that's not the whole truth. Or, you know...
Yeah.
Stuff like that, basically, and stuff that we don't normally get privy to, except when the story specifically lets us in on it. So, you know, maybe even the private scenes of a sort between Ava and Hideyoshi are Okanogi's interpretation of their relationship. I mean, yeah. I think we can safely say some of these things happened, but because at that point we are questioning the entire fabric of reality, and that's a little too much at the moment.
You should look at my Go Live notification before you say that.
I mean, also fair, but I also mean, like, questioning the very fabric of this story.
My Go Live notification, for those of you who don't know,
is
quoting. I'm quoting it now. I would like to talk about things questioning the fabric of the universe.
Yeah. So. I remember that the minute you said that, and I'm like, yeah. I kind of fell into that one.
because if you remember, during the first loop, when we first started getting raids from other people, like playing and streaming Umineko and like being involved in Umineko, it's like liking Umineko overall, even if they'd already finished it or whatever.
Yeah, like especially Starlight Katie's crew.
A couple people were trying to say that this was probably an unreliable narrator bit. And I kept saying back, but like we don't have any evidence of that so far. We have to engage with it as it's presenting itself. Otherwise, we're just not going to get the story at all.
Yeah.
As like Quinn was saying earlier, like you do have to like engage with the definitions that the story is using for the words. Otherwise, you're just not going to be to like meet the story on like equal terms, right?
Yeah.
And like now we have evidence, or at least some implication that this might be unreliable narrator, and it very well could be at this point. I'm seeing a lot of like retroactive proof for it.
Yeah,
I thought beforehand that it was just like a writing quirk of Ryukishi, or maybe a translation error.
But now,
with this new information from Angie's perspective here in this backstory, it might actually be unreliable narrator.
Yeah,
this might just be a story being told after the fact.
Yeah, especially like the message in the bottle. If we assume that is where we got the second loop, basically, like at least a good healthy portion of the second loop, then that means, yeah, that makes sense, because that is the witch theory bottle.
Yeah, and of course, like there has to be like some. This isn't just a mystery, right? Because some of these loops have had Ava die, and in this loop, for the one that Angie's from, she's not dead, or she wasn't dead on the island at least. She survived for another 12 years. So there has to be at least some weird, fucked up metaphysical magic shit.
Yeah, like there's absolutely fragments. Like they've mentioned the fucking Schrodinger's cat. So in 1986, at this time, before the storm stops, it is a bunch of coin flips about who survives, if anybody.
Yeah.
And most of the times, it is nobody.
Yeah. My point here is more or less that we can trust that there is some weird magic shit going on.
Yeah, some weird magic shit's going on between the Higurashi references.
Everything else is up for grabs.
Yeah, between the Higurashi references, everything else. But yeah, the uncertain narration on some points makes sense when the story doesn't want us to necessarily get in on it.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes it does let us in on what somebody's thinking, because giving us no information would be pretty shitty. And we can assume conversations like this probably occurred. You know, like the conversation they're having now.
Assuming that the personalities are being portrayed roughly accurate.
Yeah, and I would say there's, like, it's also...
Which is probably true.
And yeah, it's probably true.
It should be, like, at least somewhere in the ballpark.
Yeah, and, like, the entire theme of loops 1 through 3 is a widening perspective. Ava seemed pretty nice in loop 1.
If a bit fucking rude and mocking.
Yeah, a little rude and mocking, but we get a larger expansion in loop 2, where we think, oh, she is a mega bitch. Because we're given the perspective of Shannon. But then in loop 3, we get...
Rosa both, actually.
Yeah, and Rosa too, for that matter.
And then in loop 3, we actually, like, hear from, like, Hideyoshi and all that shit. Like,
yeah, we hear from Hideyoshi, and we get to see even more of Ava and Hideyoshi's private interactions. So, in a way, it is saying, you know, it is giving us wider perspectives on what these characters are like in different moments, by letting us take the seat in certain characters' heads for a while. in that widening perspective gives us more information. Anyway, I will be back in just a minute. I just need to use the restroom quickly.
Yeah, of course.
Alright, we are back. We're probably going to wrap up soon-ish.
No, you get tired?
A little bit, though. If you're feeling
Okay.
fresh and sassy, we can probably go for a little longer.
I am always feeling sassy, alright? It's just whether or not I have the energy to put it into words.
Yes, that's the fresh part.
That's fair, yeah. Like, I am so fucking, like, sharp and biting at all times in my brain that, when I played Star Wars The Old Republic with, like, Tyr, we used to call my Sith the Sith of Snark. Because, like,
excellent.
Like, I would constantly, like, talk back to everyone all the time. It didn't even matter if it was, like, my master. You know, I would talk back to my master. I don't remember his fucking Darth something. He was an Inquisitor. He was actually kind of fat, which was very good to see in, like, in MMO at the time. Like, he was just like a fat dude that was plenty powerful on his own.
Yeah,
he didn't need any help. He was just like very strong, very competent, and also fat.
Yeah, like I'm hoping for a potential sequel to Final Fantasy XIV, which will be ages from now. But like body sliders would be nice.
Oh yeah. I thought you meant like an actual sequel, and I was just like, hold on. I think Yoshi P might like be like working on this thing on his actual deathbed.
Yeah. You know, a follow-up MMO.
Honestly, like, I was talking to like my fucking some art colleagues about this the other day. But like I know that Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO and supposed to be played online, but like I do actually get a little salty whenever I'm playing through the story, and like, it's just like, oh yeah, now just like queue up for like a bunch of like multiplayer content. I'm like, no, get it out, leave me alone.
Yeah, no, I get you, especially because it always happens during like the final battles or your final battles.
Yeah, like the final steps of faith, having to sit there for like 30 minutes at like 4 a.m. when I finally got there, waiting for the fucking trial to pop. Ah!
Yep.
It was goddamn torture. You should have just thrown me into a solo duty. Like, straight up. Just throw me into a solo duty right after that where I fucking fight Nidhogg. God damn it.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. You can't give me a lead up like that and then make you fucking wait for a damn trial to pop.
Yeah. Yeah. That is the one failure of it. Because, like, literally, give me something like, for example, the Monster Hunter style co-op, where people are in main towns and things, or can be. And you can queue up for content together, but you do not have to.
Yeah, it's like, look, I like the MMO aspects of Final Fantasy XIV as well. I like playing with other people. I like going into dungeons with people and saying hi and like talking about glam and like talking shit about like the main story, like antagonists and everything while we're fucking like going through the MSQ roulette. I like that. That's fun. But I don't want to have to do that all the time, you know? Like when I'm in the grips of the story, I don't want to have to wait for the queue to pop. It's my problem. Which so I know that all the things that I say that I want make the game less MMO, but that's because like I want multiplayer RPGs, not MMOs, right? But you never have multiplayer RPGs. You got like the Divinity Original Sin series and Baldur's Gate 3, and that's it.
Yep.
It's all you got.
Hopefully we'll see more.
Like back in the golden era of CRPGs is what like people call it now, but it's, you know, we still have really good CRPGs today. Anyway, back in the golden era of CRPGs when Icewind Dale 1 and 2 and Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and Planescape Torment and all of them came out, it was pretty much like a matter of course that like you could play those with your friends, right?
Yeah.
Like, if I wanted to, I could genuinely get a group of 6 people together and we could just, like, play through Icewind Dale 2 together.
Yeah.
And that's what I want. That's what I want. I want to be able to play, like, with, like, 2 or 3 other friends, but not actually have to, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I come to Final Fantasy games for the fucking story anyway. The story in the weird world building, not for not to fucking like get in a group with like 23 other motherfuckers and like run through a near automata raid. Although I use that as an example, but I actually really like the near automata raids. I know most people don't. I love them.
Yeah, they're very cool. Oh, anyway, to start again, Dad isn't immortal. He'll die someday. We aren't telling him to die. We're just saying that he will die sooner or later. We're just talking together about how to prepare for that. Which you should, as we've been saying.
Yeah. It's not disrespectful to talk about like what to like.
Natsuhi.
I knew you were gonna say disrespectful.
Natsuhi, please. Natsuhi, please.
It's not disrespectful to say this shit because you have to do this while you're still alive, and the more assets you have, the more important it is for you to do it while you're still alive.
Yeah, like, to be vague about it, I've had a family member pass, and despite the fact this family member doesn't have a lot of assets, it still was a problem that we didn't discuss all of his shit while he was still alive. It led to, unnecessary drama that didn't need to happen.
Yeah, like when my stepfather died, like it was a sudden death, and he was relatively young in the early 60s or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember his exact age when he died because I don't remember what the exact year he died in. So even if I knew his age, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, my brain's bad. I'm bad with ages. I've always been bad with ages. Anyway, like it was a sudden death. So like when his life insurance got paid out, it was like $350,000 went to one person out of the $400,000 thing because like he didn't have a will or anything set up to like dictate where this life insurance would go. So I got $10,000 and that was it.
Yeah.
Like that's all the assets that I got out of my stepfather's estate. Actually, it was like $10,000 from his thing, and then I got a couple of trinkets. Literally, I think that's it. Like I got one of his trunks, the military trunks that we used to have. I got and I got one of he's a lighter, like one of his lighters. Yeah, right here. It like has Sergeant Flint fucking like engraved on the back of it.
There you go. Yeah.
And that's all I got out of everything that he had.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
he didn't do this while he was still alive.
Yeah, and some of it was, he had a plan for it, but we weren't prepared for it. Because we didn't know, X money is going to X person. Because he never discussed it with us. And, a little bit of a bummer, but it's fine. Because that's what he wanted, but it would have been nice to know that beforehand. So, for something as vast as the Ushuaimiya economic empire here, yeah, you need to sit down and have frank fucking discussions. I'm sorry not to.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, even just like being middle class, you need to have those discussions. Much less like 1% of the 1% like the Ushuaimiya family is, right? Like,
yeah, again,
shit, dude.
Fucking, they could. They could probably buy out Liechtenstein and have their own country.
That's like it's like an 8-year-old in a capitalist society's dream. Always is to make enough money to like go like have your own island nation.
Oh, for sure. Like have an island nation as well. I just, I chose Liechtenstein because I knew that it's about the size of a postage stamp.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Actually, you know what? Hold on, let's see the actual land area. Land. 61.78 square miles.
Yep.
Which is just over 160 square kilometers. It is tiny.
Yeah, Liechtenstein is very tiny.
Well, you could literally walk that in a day or two.
Yep.
And that's not like the furthest point to furthest point. That's the square land area. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, so
You can
realistically...
just about damn walk that in like 2 days.
Yeah, so realistically,
So, like-
shorter than that for just moving from point to point.
Yeah, like if you're just like going between towns or something like that, you're gonna get there in like 2 hours of walking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're only a couple miles apart at most.
Yeah. You could fucking zone out going through it while driving. Don't zone out and drive, but I'm just saying, like, you could fucking daydream your way and forget you even passed Liechtenstein.
Sake. It's like, how long would it take to drive across? Maybe like 30 minutes to an hour?
Yeah.
No, this image has a fucking legend on it. Hold on. It is 3 miles across.
Goddamn.
It's like depending on from the Rhine to Austria, depending on where you go, it's like 3 to 6 miles across.
So, at most, you could go at a crawl of 1 mile an hour and get out of there in 6 hours.
You'd be through there in like 5 minutes, in a car.
Yeah, for
Like at highway speeds, you'd be through there in literally a couple of minutes.
Yep, exactly.
That's so small. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think it was either in a geography class or my German class I learned that, and I'm like, so it always sticks in my head as Liechtenstein is one of the smallest countries.
It is the world's smallest country to border 2 other countries. My gods. That's... Fuck. I am pretty sure there are people in the United States who live on property than Liechtenstein actually has in its entirety.
Yep. Anyway, to Nazi bullshit.
I have walked more than the length of Liechtenstein in a single day just to get back from school when I was younger.
Oh,
my
goddamn.
God.
Wow.
Because like I didn't live within city limits, right? Like I lived out in the woods, outside of the suburban area, like way out in the sticks. And like one day I missed I don't remember what happened, but I for whatever reason I couldn't get on the bus to go back home, so I just had to walk home from school, which was in the middle of town.
Oof.
So like I walked like 10 miles that day to get home.
Fair enough.
Which wasn't that big of a deal. It's just like the worst part of it was that it was in Texas during the day. So, you know, yeah. But of course, like I've been goth for like fucking 15 years now. So I was definitely wearing black. But I didn't normally take my fucking sunglasses to school either because like you spend like 98% of the day inside, right? So like, why do you need your sunglasses if you're just at school? Unless you fucking drove there or whatever, which I didn't.
Yeah. Also, remember to hydrate your goth.
Yes, hydrate your goth. Actually, I've got a really good gift for this. I'm not gonna show it on screen because look, it's kind of flashy. You know, I don't want to like hurt anyone's eyes. But I'm just gonna send it to you on Discord. It's honestly one of my favorite gifts ever. I don't get very many opportunities to use it because, like, most people I know actually, you know, like fucking drink water and like keep themselves fed and shit for the most part. But like, sometimes I get to whip it out and it's great. I love it.
Yes, excellent.
Anyhow, and that is precisely what is so disrespectful. Shut up.
Fuck off, Kraus. Like, definitely tell her to knock it off, but don't do that second sentence. Stop it, you'll make your headache worse. Kraus told Nazi, who had risen from her chair in agitation, to sit down. Trying to smooth over the atmosphere, which had suddenly become filled with suspicion, Hideyoshi put on a forced smile and motioned for everyone to calm down.
夏日さん、誤解せんといてや。立つ鳥後を濁さずっちゅうことわざがあるやろ。
Natsuhi, don't misunderstand. People say you should always clean up after yourself, right?
これはその見送る側の話や。
We're just talking about seeing him off.
やがては必ず旅立つお父さんをきれいに見送るための相談なんやで。
We're discussing this so we can see Father off neatly when he takes off on the journey he's eventually gonna make.
さすが秀吉さんだ。同じ話をするにしても実に知性的だ。
That's just like you, Hideyoshi. Even though you're saying the same thing, you make it sound so intellectual. I wouldn't say intellectual. I would say it's making it sound better. Like it is.
Like kind or gentle.
Yeah,
right?
it's
Not
yeah.
intellectual.
Yeah. I get what he's kind of saying in that he's trying to make it kind of philosophical or, you know, less like they're fucking vultures. Which, admittedly, like, they kind of are in that they are going after the money immediately because they need it. But also, like we've been saying over and over, this is just what you do when somebody's on their deathbed.
Yeah.
そうよ。
And it's
兄さんと違ってね。
like I don't expect the kids to be like too mature about it either.
Yeah.
But like, man, again, like this is just what you do.
Yeah.
There's of course going to be arguments always, no matter what. Like even if your family is on great terms for this sort of thing.
Oh yeah,
because
absolutely.
it's a lot of like you're carving up your family home and your family assets, right?
Yeah.
There's always going to be arguments there, no matter like how well like you get on with the people that you're talking to. But like the kids always like fucking being disappointed in their parents and everything. It's just, that's just what you have to do, you little nerds.
Yeah, absolutely. Which I think is also an indication, again, of how sheltered Natsuhi was. Because they kind of emphasized that before in the last loop.
Yeah. And the kids aren't much better, honestly.
Yeah, and the kids aren't much better. I think
And,
George
yeah,
is the
George
best.
was the only one that was just like, hey, you're like, this is just what you gotta do.
Yeah. Granted, having a fucking shouting match is admittedly much. But just
Yeah,
discussing the money, that's fine. But, yes, that's right, unlike you, Kraus.
よせや、話が進まねえ。
Quit it, we aren't getting anywhere.
それでだな、兄貴。
So, like we're saying, Kraus,
俺たちは遺産の話云々は抜きにしてもだ。
forget all this about the inheritance.
親父に殴られても
I don't even care if Dad hits us.
早い話が親父に直接会って挨拶がしてんだ。
To make a long story short, we want to meet Dad directly and say hello. Well, we're gonna get possibly some indication whether I'm correct on if that's coming back or not.
Mm-hmm.
親父が嫌だと言ってもだ。
Even if he says he doesn't want to.
書斎に閉じこもってるなら、源氏さんに鍵を借りてでもな。
If he's locked up in his study, we don't care if we have to borrow a key from Genji.
な、ローザ。
Right, Rosa?
まあその無理やりってわけじゃないけれどだってかなり長い間私たちはお父様にご挨拶していない。
Well, it's not like we're forcing you, it's just we haven't said hello to Father in such a
Even just
long
for,
time.
Like, fucking appearances, like, yeah, not being able to see your father for like 4 or 5 years when you've like been in the same building as him is sort of fucking weird, right?
Yeah, it's kind of fucky and might indicate some elder abuse. Even if they're not, you know, just saying he's dead or whatever, it still could be, you know, kind of abuse not to let him see his kids kind of deal. Granted, I'm sure Kinzo's gonna be like, get the fuck out, but still.
Like, what the fuck are you all doing? Get the fuck out. Go, leave. Genji, what the fuck? Why'd you give them a key? What the shit?
If his remaining life really is short, then there's a chance we might never be able to see him
今
again.
日がお父様と言葉が交わせるかもしれない最後の機会だし。
Today might be our final opportunity to exchange words with father.
そうそうローザの言う通りよ。余命3ヶ月ってことはいつ亡くなってもおかしくないってことなのよ。
That's right, just like Rosa says, if he only has 3 months left, it wouldn't be odd for him to pass away any time now, right?
それなのに私たちに最後のお話をする権利さえないというの？
Are you saying that despite that, we don't even have the right to talk with him one last
それ
time?
はいくらなんでも
I wonder
あんまり
if
な話じゃないのか
Ryukishi
しら？
decided ahead of time who lived and who died for the loops, or if there were some dice involved, or
That-
coin, like literal coin flips.
That is a good question.
Like, did this motherfucker like literally use a roulette to decide, or was this decided ahead of time? I don't know.
Yeah, that is a very good question. Regardless of the circumstances, isn't that just a bit too much?
あなたたちのしたい話というのが本当に挨拶なら、お父様も喜んでお会いになられるでしょう。
Sorry, caught me in the middle of taking a hit off my cigarette.
Ah, fair enough.
If greeting father were truly what you wish to do, I'm sure he'd happily allow you to meet with him.
Big doubt.
し
Yeah,
か
I
しお
don't
父
believe
様
that
は
for a second.
皆さんがどのような不敬な話に及んでいるかすでに聞き及んでおいでです。お父様でなくとも会いたい気持ちになるわけがない。
But father has already heard about the disrespectful topic you want to raise. No one would want to meet with you under those conditions.
お父様がお会いになられないのは他でもない。皆さん自身のせいではありませんか？
The reason you cannot meet with father is because of your own doing and nothing else, is it not?
まったくだ。どうして親父殿がお前たちの顔を見るのも嫌か。自分の胸に手を当てずともわかる。
You don't want to fucking see yours either, nerd.
Exactly. You shouldn't have to rack your brains to understand why father doesn't wish to see your faces, right?
親父殿は諸君らの逼迫している経済状況もすべてお見通しだ。
Father has seen through all of your tight financial situations.
それ何の話よ。兄さんが何の話をしてるのかさっぱりだわ。
What are you talking about? I don't have a clue what you're going on about, Kraus.
私が諸君らの内情を知らないとでも思っているのかね。
Did you really think I didn't know about the state you're in? Ava and the rest realized that he had seen through to their current lack of funds, and alternating between bluffing and returning the point at hand and arguing back, they repeatedly pressed Kraus to let them meet with Kinzo. The sweet smell of the black tea Rosa had gone out of her way to buy had been completely wasted. The only thing she was glad about now was that the children weren't here for this. The fact that they'd gone to play at the beach right after lunch had been their only salvation. Ava made as though to tackle Kraus, and Hideyoshi and Kiri cut in between them, trying to calm both sides. Fuck. Then Kiri took a deep breath and spoke.
ごめんなさいね、クラウス兄さん。部外者だけれど、一言いいかしら。提案があるの。
I'm sorry, Kraus. I know I'm an outsider, but I wonder if you'd let me say one thing. I have a proposition.
なんだね、キリエさん。
What is it, Kiri?
まず、うちの人も含めてなんだけれど、私たちは長年、お父さんと一緒に暮らして、そのお世話をしてきたクラウス兄さんの苦労をあまりにも軽んじているわ。
First, and this includes my husband as well, for many years we have belittled the efforts he'd made by living with father and taking care of him.
そうでしょ？
Isn't that right?
そりゃまあ、俺たちは外に出て気楽でいいが、何十年もおもりをしてきた兄貴は、そりゃ苦労はしたろうね。
That's, well, we've got it easy since we get to go outside, but Kraus has been babysitting Dad for decades now, and that must have been a lot of work.
それは認めるが、それが何だってんだ、キリエ。
I'll accept that, but what's your point, Kyrie?
私たちはクラウス兄さんがお父さんの世話人であることを 認めざるを得ないのよ。だってそうでしょ？
We must acknowledge that Kraus is father's caretaker, isn't that right?
私たちはお父さんをずっと恐れてきて、その世話をクラウス兄さんに押し付けてきたわ。
We've always feared father and have pushed the task of caring for him onto Kraus.
その苦労は誰もが認めるはず。
Everyone should acknowledge his efforts.
ですよね。
Isn't that
エ
right,
ヴァ姉さん。
Ava?
だからそれが何？兄さんがお父様の世話に？あんた、部外者のくせに勝手なこと決めないで
And
よ。
so what? Kraus is father's caretaker? Don't decide things on your own, outsider.
キリエさん。あんた、何の話をしてるんだ？
Hey now. Hey now, calm down, Kiri. What are you talking about?
You're an all-star?
キリエ、続けてくれ。
Kiri, please continue.
私たちはクラウス兄さんと夏日姉さんにいつもお父さんの世話をしてくれてありがとうって。私たちにその感謝の気持ちがないからこんな不毛なすれ違いになるの。
We should be more grateful towards Kraus and Natsuhi. We should thank them for their always taking care of father. It's our lack of gratitude that's to blame for these wasteful conflicts we keep
そう
having.
でしょ？クラウス兄さん。
Isn't that right, Kraus?
ほう、実の兄弟たちにも顧みられなかった私たちのまさかキリエさんに理解してもらえるとは思わなかったよ。
I'm surprised. I did not think you, Kiri, would be able to understand our efforts, which even my true siblings have not stopped to consider.
後宮家当主跡継ぎとして当然の務めです。
It's a natural duty for the successor to the Ushirimiya family headship.
そうね。当主跡継ぎとしての責任よね。お父様を世話しているからこそ、当主跡継ぎとして。
Oh, I see what she's getting at. That's right. It's your responsibility as the successor to the headship, isn't it? It's because you take care of father that we must acknowledge you
Look
as
at
a
the fucking,
successor.
like, expression on Krauser's face, though. Ugh.
Yeah, that is not the best expression. But now I see what what I think Kiri's trying to do.
Yeah.
あんた、何を勝手に話を進めてんのよ。あんた、部外者の分
No,
際で。
Ava. Oh my god.
Hey, why are you bringing this up all by yourself? You're just an outsider.
待て、姉貴。そうだね。
Wait, Ava. That's right.
キリエの言う通りで。
It's just like Kiri
親
says.
父の世話をしているからこそ。
Because you take care of Dad, you're the successor, Kraus.
お前の言う通
It's
り。
just like you said. Yeah, Rosa's getting it. Finally the penny fucking dropped for you, Ava.
Gods.
Rosa noticed, and then Ava did. Ava's barking demeanor towards Kiri for advancing the discussion on her own disappeared in a flash, and she instead stared at Kraus and Natsuhi. Natsuhi couldn't understand the sudden change and was slightly flustered.
クラウス兄さん、ほんのいくつかの条件さえ飲んでくれる。私たちはお父さんが亡くなるまで二度と会わせろとは言わないわ。
Kraus.
Gary, you shouldn't have such a fucking, like, sneaky look on your face. If you want to actually, like, make this work.
Yeah, but like half this family has resting stinky face.
You're not wrong.
Kraus, if you'll accept just a few conditions, we won't ask you to let us meet father again until he dies.
もちろん、死に目に合わせろとも言わない。
Of course, we won't demand to be present at his
なん
deathbed.
なら、お葬式にさえ欠席してもいいわ。
We wouldn't even mind being absent at the funeral.
ほう、何の話やら。だが、一応はその条件を言ってみた。
Oh, where are you going with this? But I may as well listen for now. Let's hear your terms.
一つ、当主跡継ぎとは、現当主、後宮金蔵の世話人を指す。
First, the term successor to the headship refers to the caretaker of the current head, Ushirimiya Kinzo.
それから
And then?
一つ、世話人の責務は、後宮金蔵の終生の世話をすること。早い話が、最後を見とるまでが仕事ってことね。
The duty of the caretaker is to look after Ushirimiya Kinzo for the rest of his life. To make things simple, the caretaker's job is to care for him until his final
クラウス兄
moments.
さんには、元よりその覚悟はあるから問題はない。
You were prepared to do that from the beginning, Kraus, so that won't cause any problems.
当然だ。そこまでの条件には何の意もとより、私が実行していることだ。
Naturally, I have no objections to either of those terms. I am already carrying them out.
世話人が万一その監督責任を怠った場合、世話人の権利は剥奪される。
On the off chance that the caretaker is neglectful in his responsibilities of supervision, he shall be deprived of his rights as a caretaker. With that sentence, all slack disappeared from Kraus's face. Natsuhi alone was still having trouble figuring out what it meant.
ほう、世話人の監督責任とはどんなものかね。
And just what are these responsibilities of supervision that the caretaker bears?
お父さんが寿命の限りを健やかに過ごせるよう監督するという。もっと詳細に言うわ。お父さんが自然死以外の理由で死亡した場合、世話人の権利は剥奪され、当主跡継ぎの権利を失う。
Heartwarming, this rich bastard faces the consequences of his own actions.
Yeah.
Excellent, Bedwards.
Beautiful, thank you. It's just what I always wanted.
It means supervision so that
Literally.
father can live the rest of his life in the best possible health. I'll be more detailed than that. In the case that father dies anything other than a natural death, the caretaker will be deprived of his rights as caretaker, and his status as the successor to the headship will be
その
lost.
際の当主跡継ぎには、次の序列であるエバネーサを選ぶこと。
If that happens, the highest rank in rank, Ava, will be selected as the successor.
なんですってそんな読まいごとよくもシャーシャーと。
Natsuhi.
Nothing,
She's-
nothing about that's nonsense.
Yeah, this is all good shit.
Yeah, if he's
This
derelict,
is setting up like this is making sure that like if I can't. I don't care if like Kenzo suffers in his like last couple months or whatever, but like overall, real people should not be subject to elder abuse and elder.
Yeah,
Like Kenzo is a fucking monster, so like fuck him.
yeah. Like,
Really, this is like
none of
making
these.
sure that like nothing bad happens to Kenzo before he dies a natural death.
Yeah.
By giving Kraus a personal like interest in making sure that like he's good, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You didn't actually read the line. Sorry.
Yeah, I did get to. What did you say? How can you shamelessly speak such nonsense?
これは世話人は責任重大だ。
My, the caretaker certainly has a heavy responsibility.
しかし、人の死因は例えば老衰した老人が食事を喉に詰まらせて亡くなることもあるだろう。
However, people can die in many ways. For example, senile old people sometimes die when food gets caught in their throats.
本来ならそれもまた講義の意味での老死となるに違いない。
Normally, this is called death by old age in its broadest sense.
しかしその論法でいくと。
I don't think that has anything to do with senility, and I think that has everything to do with like the body not responding as well as it used to.
Yeah. He's just saying basically decrepit old folks.
Yeah, I
これ
guess.
は私にとって不当に不利な話だ。
But with your argument, that becomes a death by accident, and I bear the responsibility of supervision. This is unjustly disadvantageous to me.
そんなへりくつをつけるつもりは毛頭ないの。私が想定しているのは、世話人がしっかり世話をして見張っていれば、未然に防げた程度のレベル。
I have no intention of forcing such an unfair argument on you. I'm referring to the kind of thing that the caretaker could have prevented beforehand by taking good care of and keeping his eyes on father.
食事を口に運ぶところまでは世話人の仕事でしょうけれど、飲み込むことに関してはさすがに責任外。
It may be the caretaker's job to carry food to father's mouth, but whether he swallows it or not is clearly outside the caretaker's
ク
responsibility.
ラウス兄さんのケースでは、私は全く問題にしないわ。
I would have absolutely no problems with the example you raised, Kraus.
ほう。ならば、桐江さんが想定する世話人が過失を問われるケースとは
allowing him to freeze to death in his room because
Yeah.
you didn't like turn on the heater for him, shit like that.
Yeah.
Like it's like death by neglect, really,
Yeah.
or murder. But hey, we're gonna leave that one like couched in euphemism because that's not that's not how you speak, generally speaking.
Yeah. So what kind of case are you referring to that might cause the caretaker to be blamed for making a blunder?
例えば失踪よ。
For example, if he disappeared.
Damn it, Curie. You're not supposed to bring that up directly. That makes it sound like you're accusing him of having ideas and making father disappear.
Yep.
お父さんは今はお心もしっかりしているよ。いつまともな思考や判断力が失われたって不思議じゃない。
It seems that right now, father is in firm control of himself, but dementia might begin to set in.
目を離した隙に徘徊して何か事故を起こしたり、あるいはふらりと森に迷い込んでそのまま行方不明になってしまうこともあるかもしれないわ。
You might wander around when you aren't looking and get into some kind of accident, or you might get lost in the forest and go missing. Are you suggesting putting a 1980s tracking device on him? I don't even know
More
what...
like just checking on him regularly,
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, like, if you wandered the forest and had a tracker, they could figure out where the hidden mansion is.
Yeah, that's fair.
こういうケースは明らかに世話人の責任じゃないかしら。
Wouldn't this type of case clearly be the responsibility of the caretaker?
お父様はお心も健康で言うにこと書いて。
Shut up, Natsuhi.
なんてこと。
Natsuhi, stop.
Like, I get it that like mental illness is and was considered like shameful in a lot of places for a very long time, but please, for the love of all the gods.
Yeah, and I know dementia is a troubling topic, but it can happen.
Father's mind is perfectly healthy. There's no need to bring up dementia.
お父さんがある日突然森の中に後を追ったけれど姿が見えない。警察も呼んで探したけれどその後7年間探しても見つからなくて失踪宣告。
Okay, you're giving a example. One day, suddenly, I saw father go into the forest. I chased after him, but I couldn't find him. I called the police and searched, but after being unable to find him after 7 whole years, I had him declared legally dead.
それをもって死亡扱いというのは認められないって言いたいの。
My point is that we won't accept it if you use a story like that to treat him as dead.
お父さんが亡くなられた際には必ず検視を行い
When father passes away, an autopsy will certainly be carried
常
out.
識の範囲内で想定される一般的な老死であることを確認すること。
And we will confirm that he died of old age in the most general meaning within the bounds of common sense.
それ以外のあらゆる理由によっての死は世話人の責任とすること。
A death of any other cause will be held as the caretaker's responsibility.
ね
See?
今日までクラウス兄さんがご苦労なされてきたことの範囲内。
These are all things you have toiled away at all this time,
お
Kraus.
かしな条件でも何でもないでしょ
These aren't strange conditions or anything of the sort, right?
バカにしています。屈辱的です。なぜ主人がこのような恥ずかしめを受けるようなルールを強要されなければならないのか、理解に苦しみます。
You're sounding like you're hiding something, lady.
Yeah, just would not say. Shh. You are mocking us, disgracefully so. I find it hard to imagine why my husband must be coerced into a rule that disgraces him in this way.
私実は去年から疑ってるわ。
Phoenix, no! Hi, buddy.
ここにいるみんなもさ
Hi, fat boy.
エヴァ姉さんも秀吉兄さんも
Actually, I've been suspecting it since last year. No, everyone here probably suspects it as well. Eva and
ルド
Hideyoshi,
ルフさんもローザさんも
Rudolph and Rosa
み
too.
んなずっと疑ってるけど あまりに恐れ多い想像で口にしなかった。
Everyone has suspected it the whole time, but it was so frightening to imagine that no one actually said it.
なるほど。お前たちはこう言いたいのかね。
I see, so this is what you're trying to say.
親父殿はもうすでに死んでいて、私がそれを隠しているのだと。
That father is already dead and that I have been hiding it.
So it did come back.
ああ、そうなんだ。これは前回のゲームの最後の謎を解く鍵として考えた俺の一つの仮説なんだ。
Ah, that's right. That's one of the theories I thought of as a key to solve the last mystery in the previous game.
前回最後
Also, hi, Battler. It's been like 6 hours since we saw you.
Yeah, it's been a hot fucking minute.
Aren't you supposed to be the main character?
したのは誰かという謎のこと。
You mean the very last bit, the mystery of who killed Dr. Ange?
そうだ。確かに魔女は赤で宣言したさ。
That's right. The witch definitely said a lot in red.
18人全員の名前を挙げて生死を宣言し、それ以上の人間は存在しないと言い切ってみせた。
She mentioned the names of all 18 people and announced whether they were alive or dead. And then she claimed that there were no humans besides them.
この仮説ならその感激を縫える。
But with this theory, I can weave my way through that gap.
なるほど。その二つを矛盾させない回答の一つというわけね。なるほど。
I see. So this is one of the answers that doesn't cause those two to contradict. Makes sense.
俺の言ってる意味がわかるのか？お前、なかなか察しがいいじゃねえか。
See what I'm saying? You catch on pretty quick.
説明が省けて助かるぜ。
It's nice that I don't have to explain.
この島に19人目は存在し、にもかかわらず、未知の新人物 X が混じりうるからくり。つまり、18名全員の名前と、在当者18人が一致しなければいい。
Yeah. That could work, yeah. I don't think that's actually the case because like circumstantial like implication around like how they were speaking and all that stuff, but it could technically be. I can't remember anything that directly contradicts that. So
Yeah, because they're not counting, for example, the corpse of Beatrice's body that we clearly saw, which I have to assume is buried somewhere on the island.
yeah, although it could have been like fucking
Yeeted into the sea, yeah.
yeeted into the sea, cremated, whatever, disposed of through some means.
Yeah.
No 19th person exists on this island, and yet this trick lets us mix in an unknown new character. In other words, the names of all 18 people don't necessarily correspond to the 18 people on the island.
そういうこと。魔女は赤で18人の名前を次々に挙げ、生死を宣言した。
That's it. The witch mentioned the names of 18 people one after another and announced whether they were alive or
さ
dead.
らにその上、島には18人を超える人間はいないとも宣言したわけだ。
And on top of that, she announced that there were no humans other than the
ここ
18.
には一つの錯覚
There
が
was a single illusion in there. It wasn't guaranteed that the 18 names of people is equal to the 18 people on the island.
18人の名前をすべて挙げて、その生死を宣言するとき、犯人 X の名を伏せ、代わりにこの島にいない人間の名前を混ぜる。
When she named off all 18 people and announced who was alive and who was dead, she hid the name of culprit X, and instead mixed in someone who wasn't on this island.
そうすれば犯人は、島にいるにもかかわらず、18人の生死リストからは逃れることができる。
By doing that, even though the culprit was on the island, she was able to leave him out of the list, living or dead people.
混ぜられた人物は、在当しないのだから、在当者の足し算には加わらない。
The person who was mixed in wasn't actually on the island, so he didn't count towards the total number of people on the island.
よって、在当者18人の人数の中に加わりながらも、名前が登場しないことが可能。
You said you didn't need to explain, but now you're explaining anyway.
Yep.
By this, even though the culprit counted towards the total of 18 people on the island, it was possible for his name not to be listed.
2つの赤字宣言はそれぞれが単独なんだから。
Like the main issue I have with with how the explanations of this stuff happens isn't that they're explaining anything, but rather that they explain it like 5 times in the same damn conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just trust your readers. Like once or twice is enough. Like I would put an upper limit of 3 probably.
Yeah.
You know.
The
But,
two
most of the time
statements.
you're gonna want to stick with like once or twice.
Yeah, and then the 2 statements in red are completely independent, so this theory creates no contradictions.
その犯人の名をごまかすために使う人物名にはいくつかの条件があるわ。まず在当していないにもかかわらず私たちが在当していると信じている人物。
If someone's name was used to hide the existence of the culprit, that name must satisfy several conditions. First of all, even though this person isn't on the island, they've got to be someone we think is on the island.
そうでなくては騙せない。
Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick us.
そして
So of course you have to
そ
use
の人
someone
物
that
は
like
死んでい
no
るこ
one's
とが
seen,
好ましい。
or at
なぜ
least
なら
no one that
司
you
法
can
の完
trust has
璧なア
seen.
リバイは存在しない。
And in this case, the only person Battler can trust is himself because he can't actually see through anyone else's eyes.
Yeah.
So he doesn't actually know what's going on. And it's best if this person happens to be dead. No alibi is more perfect than death.
あの時点での謎は18人全員が犯行
You
不
know,
能である
that's
ことに
actually like a
立脚して
pretty
いるの
hard
だ。
fucking line. I like that a lot.
Yep.
No alibi is more perfect than death. That's pretty good. Actually, I'm gonna write that down somewhere. Hold on. I gotta find my mouse. There we go. This, I put my notes over on the other screen because even though I knew that something like this was gonna happen. Let's see. Alibi is... Phoenix, I would appreciate it if you stopped drooling on me and stopped squirming. Ooh, stop squirming. After all, at that point in time, the mystery was based on the fact that the crime was impossible for all 18 people.
そんなところ
Is it something like that?
ああ、そうさ。そしてその人物がまさに
Yeah.
様なんだ。
That's it, and that person was grandfather.
今、キリエさんが言わんとしていることはただ一つ。
Right now, there's only one thing Kiri can be about to say.
さあ、部屋に閉じこもってて誰に
Okay.
も会わないと言っ
It
て
would
い
be
ることにな
it'd
って
be
いるが
very funny if like Beato was just like sitting off to the side eating an apple and just sort of like pulls the apple away from her face and just says in red with her mouth full, Kinzo is on the island.
That would be excellent. We thought grandfather
I
was
don't know why he thinks that like Kinzo might be dead though, because he's seen Kinzo with his own eyes. We were talking about this earlier.
That is
He was in a
true.
different loop, of course, but like he's seen Kinzo personally. He was in loop 2
Yeah.
at the very end,
though
before he
he-
surrendered.
Yeah, though he could assume that the display of Kinzo is unknown information via the witch.
That's true.
Because by that
Obviously,
point,
because like she does not count as a person here.
yeah,
Oh yeah, he was really drunk too. Yeah, but like he's also sober now, and this was a different self sort of deal.
yeah, but
You
it
know,
could,
it's the multi-layered reality bullshit. It's
yeah. So I mean, there's a little bit of that. He can kind of go, well, at that point, she was summoning goat heads and shit.
yeah, which is what I was thinking. Because like obviously, Beato doesn't count as a person on the island, despite being able to be seen whenever she wants to, right?
Yeah. So
If she sets
basically,
up the game board like that, at least.
yeah. So basically, pulling a trick and just reviving Kinzo and bringing him here for that specific moment is well within her ability to do, and she can say, "Oh, well, he's not a person anymore if he's like an undead servitor."
Yeah, where he's just an illusion that I conjure. Something.
Yeah.
Some weird bullshit.
We thought grandfather was locked up in his study, saying that he didn't want to meet
じい
anyone,
様はすでに死んでいて、
but there's a possibility that he's actually dead
ク
already,
ラウスおじさんがそれを生きてると嘘をついてる可能性があるってことなん
and
だ。
that Uncle Kraus is lying when he claims that grandfather's alive. That's right. Grandfather was closed up in his room the whole time, and no one saw his face. Maybe he was already dead. and Uncle Cross and the others were conspiring together, trying to trick everyone.
金蔵が死ねば遺産分配が発生す。しかし金蔵が死ななければ、いえ、金蔵が死んでもそれを告知しなければ遺産分配は発生しない。
If Kinzo dies, the distribution of the inheritance occurs. However, if Kinzo doesn't die, no, if he doesn't die, or if he dies, but it isn't announced, the distribution of the inheritance won't take place.
つまりクラウスおじさんはじい様の財産を全て独占できる。
In other words, Uncle Kraus could have all of Grandfather's wealth to himself.
そうさ、動機は十分なんだ。
That's right, he's got more than enough motive. Maybe a 19th person X really doesn't exist on this island, but a person X existed. That person was the 18th person.
つまりこの島の本来の人数は18人じゃなく17人だったんだ。そこに未知の人物 X が隠れ潜んでいて。
I'm waiting for Angie to poke a hole in this, honestly, because that's what it feels like it's heading towards.
In other words,
like it just feels like that.
Yeah, there were originally 17 people on this island, not 18. Then an unknown person X snuck in and committed the crime.
どうだベアト。
How's that, Beto?
出てこい。前回の最後の最大の謎は今解けたぞ。
With Thundercrack and everything, she's about to fucking, if she's not munching on something, she's at least gonna fucking dispute you at this point.
Yeah.
Come out, I've just solved the final biggest mystery from last time. Yep, I heard that, imp. As Battler claimed that forcefully, the crisp sound of clapping came out of nowhere, and their surroundings turned bright, becoming the usual witch's tea room.
ブラボーブラボー。そなたごとき無能にしてはようやくの感は否めぬが、とにもかくにも一つの回答を出してみせた。
Bravo, bravo. I wish I could deny that someone as incompetent as you has finally gotten a feel for it. But somehow or another, you managed to come up with a single answer.
思考停止ならコンクリートの塊でもできる。
Even a lump of concrete can stop thinking.
ようやく知性ある存在に進化できたわけだ。
So you have now finally evolved into a being with intelligence.
ただ涙を流し、はがみしながらわらわの靴を舐めるだけの存在から、ようやく一歩を踏み出したと言えようぞ。
You might say you've finally taken a step forward from the crying creature you were before, just licking my shoes and grinding your teeth.
こんなくだらない言葉遊びで前回は翻弄されてたとはな。
I can't believe that stupid wordplay threw me for so many loops last time.
俺も自分の情けなさに腹が立つ。
My lameness pisses even me off.
さあベアト、副賞要求。在当者18人の中にじい様は含まれてると宣言できるものならやってみろ。
Alright, Beto, repeat it. If you can announce that the 18 people on the island included Grandfather, just try and do it.
ああ、できやしねえさ。
Yeah, you can't.
すでに死んでるんだから。
Because he was already dead.
てめえのまやかしは
This is the end of your deception.
I really want people to wait for like 3 seconds to allow the person to actually like reply before saying, "Oh yeah, you can."
さて、どうしたものか。赤き真実にて一刀両断に叩き割ってやろうか。
Well, now what have we here? Shall I slice that in two with the red truth?
いやいや、わざとここはじらして保留するのも良いかもしれぬ。突き落とす。
No, it might also be good to hold back for now and let you get all excited.
面白いというもの。
If I'm gonna push you off a cliff anyway, it would be more interesting to lure you to a higher place first. Alright, I'm into that.
Fun way to put it, yes.
Phoenix, I really wish you'd like take care of your fur better so I didn't have to do this every...
That's
Sorry, this is
Beto's...
like cutting the fucking mats off his fucking back because he doesn't like clean his own back very well.
Fair enough.
Asshole.
It's
He
Beto's...
also sheds so fucking much, dude. Oh my god.
Ah, dear. As Beto sneered obnoxiously, she looked like she was searching for an expression that would tick me off even more. As though she was saying that the answer I'd reached was impossibly ridiculous. Compared to me, annoyed as I was with the witch's attitude, Gretel had a blank and composed expression on her face.
Oh, right, I forgot. And for some reason, he's not calling himself Hansel.
Yeah, unfortunately. Almost as though she'd expected the witch to act that way.
なるほど。バトラが学んで成長するように、魔女も学んで成長するのね。
I see, just like how Battler has learned and grown, so has the witch.
どうしたよ、ベアト。もったいぶるんじゃねえ。苦笑できるってのかよ。
What's wrong, Beto? Don't act so tough. I asked if you can repeat it. Answer.
よしなさい、バトラ。魔女は安易に答えないわ。自らが利すると思わない限りね。
Stop it, Battler. The witch won't answer so easily. She won't do it until she thinks it'll benefit her.
何？どういうことだ？
What do you mean? What are you saying? Of course you know she's gonna use it for her own benefit.
You
It's the
already
whole
know
point.
this. Fuck's sake.
これまでのゲームで、あなたが赤き真実とやらで翻弄されていたから、魔女は何度もそれを繰り出してきた。でも、今や状況は違う。
You've been toyed with by this red truth in the games up until now, so the witch has used it many times. But now the situation is different.
あなたは赤き真実を誘い出し、むしろそれを武器に使っているわ。
You are trying to draw the red truth out of her, and are instead using it as your weapon.
そんな状況で、魔女が緑に赤を連発するわけもない。
In this situation, there's no way the witch will keep firing off the red without reason.
でしょ？
Right?
グレーテルとやら。そなたはバトラと違い、なかなかに頭が冴えるようだ。わらわも恐ろしい敵を迎えたものよ。
Retzel, or whoever you are, it seems your mind is quite sharp, unlike Battler's. What a fearsome enemy I've welcomed in.
その通り。
That is correct.
バトラがわらわの赤き真実を期待する場面で、なぜに期待に応えてやらねばならぬ義理があるというのか。
When Battler hopes I'll use the red, do I have any responsibility to do so?
ない。わらわにはそなたが喜ぶことをする義理など、今朝食ったクロワッサンのパンくずのひとかけらほどもない。
Why are you phrasing it like that? I don't understand. Why are you bringing up the croissant? You still salty over embarrassing yourself?
Probably.
No, I don't even have a crumb from that croissant you ate this morning worth of responsibility to please you.
You bastard.
その顔。わらわが赤き真実などという遊びを始めたのは、そなたのその顔を見たかったからこそよ。その表情
Yes, that's the face. I started playing with the red truth just because I wanted to see that face. I have no reason to play around if it won't give me a chance to see you look like that.
負け惜しみだろ。俺の不祥要求に応えられないからって、適当なこと言ってごまかそうったってそうはいかねえぞ。
You just don't like losing, right? Just saying whatever you can to trick me because you can't answer my demand won't work.
うぬぼれるな。その程度の答え、造作もなく切り捨てられる。だが、それをわらわはわざわざ赤で言わぬ。
Don't be so full of yourself. An answer like that could be cut to pieces without any effort. But I won't go out of my way to speak in red.
そなたが求めるから言わぬ。なぜだか
I won't do it because that's what you're asking me. Do you know why?
さっき言ったわ。一番美味しいところで突き落としたいって。その性悪な魔女はね、あなたが求めるところではもう赤は使わないって言ってる。
You just said it. You want to push him off at the sweetest spot. This ill-natured witch is saying she won't use the red anymore because that's what you want.
つまり復讐要求なんていうお遊びにはもう付き合わないってことよ。
It is, like, irritating me.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not even the same conversation. It's the same dialogue window. Fuck, man. Stop it. Trust your readers. In other words, she won't go along with this game of telling her to repeat things.
その通りそのとバトラと違いこの女は話が早い説明がいらぬ
Exactly. Unlike Battler, everything goes quickly with this girl. No need for explanations.
わらわはわらわの望むときわらわが好むように赤き真実を語る
I will say what I please with the red truth at the time that I desire.
そうね。赤き真実とはつまり魔女が自由に行使できる権利。人間側が望んだ時に行使しなければならない義務ではない。
That's it. Basically, it's the witch's right to use the red truth as she pleases. She doesn't have to use it at whatever time the human side desires.
ただし、内容によるわ。
But even that depends on the situation.
Pourquoi?
内容どういうことだ
The situation? What do you mean?
魔女はあなたの復讐要求に応える義務はない。ただし、あなたの主張によって魔女説が打ち破られてしまう時のみ義務が生じる。
Yeah, it's like this is still like a logical rhetoric battle, right?
Yeah.
Like
So
she does still have to whip it out if it's the only option she has left, other than surrender, right? Like,
yeah.
The witch has no responsibility to respond when you tell her to repeat something, but it does become her responsibility if and only if their claim can destroy the witch theory.
なぜなら、この裁判官なき法廷では反論されないことはすなわち真実だから。
After all, in this trial court without a judge, that which is not refuted becomes the truth.
あなたが思考停止に陥り、魔女の主張する魔女説を反論できなければ、それが直ちに真実となってきたように。
Just like how the witch theory made by the witch will instantly become truth if you collapse and stop thinking.
じゃあ、俺の今の推理に反論がない以上、正解だということでいいわけか。
And since she doesn't have a counter argument for my guess, that means it's right?
犯人は18人目の謎の人物 X で。じい様はすでに死んでいる。
No,
She's
buddy.
talking about perception and like what is directly stated versus not.
It's right that the culprit is the mysterious person X and the grandfather's already dead?
少なくとも魔女が反論真実はより未来の新しい真実に負ける。厄介なのはその反論のタイミングすらも魔女に委ねられているという点よ。
At least until the witch argues back. Truth always loses to new truths for the future. The tricky part is that even the timing of the counter-argument is up to the witch.
つまり、今のあなたの推理が正解しているのか、それとも間違っているのか。
This is the reason why, by the way, lawyers have notes and like files and research. It's for shit like this.
Yeah.
It's really hard to keep track of all of this in the moment in your brain, you know? So you want to keep it all written down somewhere and prepare and like make sure like you have transcripts of like the previous day's session of the trial and so on and so forth. Like it's you want that for a reason. And Battler he's not good at this. He's not red truth incompetent anymore. But he's not good at this yet. And he also doesn't even have notes, and he can't play back the previous arguments, like the previous days.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, he's at a steep disadvantage here.
Yeah, because he very much relied on Virgilia to reconstruct the scene.
Yeah. In other words, maybe your reasoning just now was correct, or maybe the witch is refraining from arguing back even though you're wrong.
さもなくば、そもそもその推理自体が魔女説を揺るがすことにならないため、魔女が現時点では判断がつかないということよ。
Or the witch may be ignoring it because it doesn't shake the basis of the witch theory in the first place. But either way, we can't tell the difference at the current time.
Yeah, I would
It
say
is bothering me how she's still like calling this truth. That's not what the word is.
Yeah, but
Even slightly. It's not anywhere close.
Unfortunately, truth is what you make it for this.
Yeah, I know. It's just in like this logical battle, it doesn't have basis here. I don't think. But my opinion may change as time goes, as things tend to. Is that more or less it? Ah, damn it.
ベルンカステル教名
We got the scratchy
つく
throat.
づく厄介な駒を送り込んでくれたものよ
Damn you, Lady Bird Costello, for throwing in such a troublesome piece.
おかげでわらわの出番がさっぱりない
Thanks to that, I'm losing all my lines.
魔女はあなたの復唱要求に対しタイミングをずらして答えることを覚えたのよ。ディレイトでも呼べばいいのかしら。
The witch has learned that she can respond to your demands to repeat phrases at a later time. Maybe you could even call it a delayed move.
ふざけた。じゃあ俺は間違った推理を掲げたとしても、ベアとはわざと否定せずに俺を。
She's already done that to you, Butter.
She has done this multiple times. And like she's been forced to do it a few other times too. Like when she was about to like do like speak in red, Renove has stopped her before, be like, no, that's not good for your side. Don't do that.
Yeah, she's messing with me, so even if I announce some mistaken reasoning, there's a possibility that Beato will intentionally let me flounder about, without denying that guess.
It's like it's a pretty classic fucking like strategy to let someone like build up their entire castle on like from the starting line with a flawed premise and then just wait until they've built the whole thing up and then just be like,
yoink.
No. Yoink, because that means like everything else is discredited even if everything else was right.
Yeah, and at the very end, when I propose an even more massive line of reasoning, she can cut it off at the base. And spin everything around? Yes. A single piece of reasoning becomes a bridge to the next piece. By demanding that she repeat lines, I've been able to strengthen my position and advance bit by bit. But since that bastard Beato learned this strange delay tactic, I can no longer confirm or deny my reasoning. This is like finally finding a staff that'll let me search around in the darkness only to lose it right away. I'm just stuck now, right?
こらこらバトラそんなに絶望的な顔をしちゃうわらわのよだれが止まらなくなっちまうじゃないか
Don't say that with so much sauce.
That is like way too much sauce, girl. Fuck. Hey, Battler, if you make a despairing face like that, I won't be able to stop drooling, you see?
その杖はもともと不甲斐ないそなたにわらわが与えたものに過ぎぬではないか
From the beginning, that staff was nothing more than something I gave you because you were so worthless. Oh shit. Finally! For like the first time in like 2 weeks, had the captioner die. Give me another link.
Yeah, one moment.
It's been a hot minute. All right, there we go. We're back. All this means is that you can finally challenge me without a handicap, right?
でもだからといって復唱要求がバトラの反撃手段の一つであることに変わりはないわ。すでに言ってる通り魔女は魔女説を打ち破る致命的なものに限り
But that alone doesn't change the fact that demanding you repeat things is one of Battler's ways to fight back. As I already said, as long as it's something fatal that will destroy the witch theory.
反論の義務、すなわち赤き真実を語ることが義務となる。
The witch is obligated to argue back and therefore speak with the red truth.
反論のタイミングこそ魔女の自由ではあるけれども、それは必ず履行されなければならない。
Well, the timing of that counter argument is up to the witch. It must be performed eventually.
そうよね。
Isn't that right?
そうなるであろうな。ゲームの終了時までにわらわがバトラの提唱する人間によるトリックを否定できなかった場合、バトラはそれを理由にわらわを否定し、勝利を宣言することが可能となろう。
I cannot deny the tricks done by humans theory Battler lays out by the time the game ends. Battler will use that as a reason to deny me, and it will be possible for him to proclaim his victory.
それは人間側が提示するトリック説。すなわち、
So we should view this as a restriction on the witch's
その
side.
ゲーム内。つまり、
That the trick theory laid out by the human side, in other words, what he tells you to repeat, it must be countered before, during the game, during the episode. Nice.
そうなろう。
That's another, like, trust your readers thing. Like, you shouldn't need to repeat during this episode. You know, like, during a given episode, they must, like, reply thing. Like, you shouldn't need to say that. Like, that she's already saying that much is, like, trust your readers. Like, this is criticism for like, someone fucking 18 years in the past, but also trust your readers. I'm sure Ryukishi has learned to trust his readers by now, but, like,
Yeah,
18 years ago.
Because, yeah, he was surprised as shit that Umineko had English-speaking fans because of how obtuse it can be.
Yeah. But, like...
People love an obtuse mystery.
Yeah, like, people love an obtuse mystery. It's just, like, you don't need to repeat the thing or break the fourth wall to explain it, right? Like, you can do that in the story, and you already did that in the story just fine.
Yeah.
Like, that works. It works. It's very... Like, it's not like grabbing the reader by the collar and be like, hey, each episode is self-contained, at least in terms of the logical arguments.
Yeah.
But, like, it's close enough, right?
Yeah, I would say that was close enough.
That is so. Battler's goal is to show that he can explain the entire pleasant game I've laid out on this island with humans and deny me.
それをバトラが成し遂げたなら、その時点でバトラはゲームの勝者となるであろうぞ。
If Battler succeeds in that, at that time he will become the victor of this game.
ルール確認。ゲーム終了時とは、ゲーム内の六軒島時間で、1986年10月5日、24時00分という認識でいい？
Let me confirm the rules. Should we view the time the game ends as referring to 2400 on October 5th, 1986, going by the time of the Rokenjima in the game?
問題ないぞ。
I have no problems with that. Oh shit, fucking
そのゲ
capture
ー
that
ム
again.
終了時に人間側が全ての謎についてトリック説を主張できていて
Goddamn jinxed it, I guess. Shit.
Yeah, let me refresh the page before I send it over.
Yep. See, if I was in Battler's position here, I would want to run this as multiple games. Like, rather than needing to surrender or be victorious at the end of every game, I would rather be able to defer and think of all the games at once, right? All the ones that have happened, just gathering more information as we go.
Yeah.
The same way that we really are as readers, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's how I would want to do it, rather than like this fucking weird shit here. But like, hey, if these are the rules that she wants to set, then those are the rules she wants to set. At the time the game ends, the human side must state a theory using tricks for all of the mysteries. And if the witch side cannot argue back, the human side can proclaim its victory.
問題ない？
Does that work?
もう少し厳密としよう。ゲーム終了時に魔女側には反論の機会が与えられるものとする。
Let us be more specific. When the game ends, the witch side will be given a chance to argue back.
時間を切ってもらうわ。1分よ。1分以内に反論が行われない場合、勝利は宣言されるものとする。
That is far too short for something like this.
Yeah, no, like an hour at least.
Yeah, like I would honestly say like days. It's not like time of like the time in here affects time outside the game board.
Probably, yeah.
Fucking like pause the game board. Like the game is ended, so the game board gets stopped right there. Right? You know? Let's decide on an amount of time. 1 minute. You cannot carry out your counter argument within 1 minute. The victory will be proclaimed. I don't know if this is a Ryokishi thing, or a translation thing, or an ancient thing. But somewhere along the way, someone is not understanding how long it takes to actually formulate and speak the argument.
Yeah.
And also, how this could be a translator thing is the precision of the language here matters a lot, because that 1 minute thing could be interpreted as a 1 minute gap in your argument. Like if you pause your argument for more than a minute, you're done. That could be one interpretation. Or it could be that you have 1 minute to formulate your argument, and then you can speak as long as you want, with as many pauses as you want to like catch your breath or eat, or fucking whatever. Or it could be that you have to deliver your counter argument in under a minute.
Yeah.
And all of these are awful. All of these are awful for like different reasons, of course, but like it takes quite a while for you to actually get through a sentence or a paragraph or an argument of any kind. Like one needs only look at the timer on the stream right now as I speak at a normal rate, not even very quickly or particularly slow, to see that it takes quite a while to get through even a vaguely complicated answer.
Yep.
And this is even without taking into account human error in speaking, as in like needing to like rephrase things to clarify, because like if you don't have your counter arguments prepared as in the way that a lawyer does, where they have like fucking sheets and sheets and folders of papers that they like thumb through and shit to talk about, and notes and all that stuff, prepared arguments more or less. If you don't have that, then you will have to take time to reevaluate what you just said and make sure that it means what you thought you wanted to say, right?
Yeah.
This is why people will stop and go, oh shit, rather this other word instead, which, like, I do this all the time on stream too.
Absolutely.
Everyone does. This is like a normal part of conversation. And this is even worse when you're talking about something like a rhetorical, logical debate like this.
Yeah, so let's see how it unfolds first. Because it probably
of course, like,
won't matter.
I don't think it actually matters in any way, because it's not like there's a clock ticking in the background, keeping track of like how long it is. And even if it was, anime shit and like fiction in general does this all the time, where it says, oh yes, it was 1 minute, and then it shows you a 30-minute episode.
Yes.
Like all of this took place in like 5 minutes. It's like, bullshit it did. There's no goddamn way. Or Crocker, like, oh yes, they have 10 seconds before this thing goes off, and then they stand around talking for 5 minutes. I was like, no.
Yeah.
Obviously, like, this stuff gets stretched all the time, so... But I'm just thinking of this, like, from an in-world perspective, rather than, like, outside.
Yeah.
And allowing for the weirdness of the medium, you know? But, like, if I was involved in this game and someone gave me a 1 minute time limit, I would be like, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
You can swan dive. Like, no matter what way you describe that or define that 1 minute time limit, there's no way There is no way. It would not happen. Then allow me to impose the same rule on you. At the time the game ends, the human side will be granted 1 minute to counter the mysteries it has been given.
その時間内にたった一つであっても反論されない謎が残った場合、魔女側の勝利となり、そのゲームは終了。
Okay, it seems like they're using the interpretation of 1 minute to actually make your counter argument rather than formulate it or a 1 minute pause. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
If even a single mystery has not been countered within that time, it becomes the witch's victory, and that is game over.
兆候を理由にゲームを止められては今日をそぐのでな。
It would be such a killjoy to have the game stopped for lengthy consideration, right? Like, even if you can't pause the fucking game board at the end of the game, it doesn't matter anymore. Because, like, no one can affect anything. So shit just keeps going, and you'll just go find a new fucking game board anyway. Or new fragment.
You asshole moving things along without me. But I more or less get what's going on. Even if the lines I demand that you repeat aren't countered instantly, they've got to be countered eventually.
そうよ。そしてそれは10月6日0時01分までに必ずなされる。ただ、注意して。魔女はあなたの復唱要求をたった一つ切り捨てるだけでいい。
Yes, that's right. And that must happen before 01 on October 6th. But be careful. She only has to cut up one of the things that you tell her to repeat.
すべての謎を解き明かさない限り、あなたに勝利は宣言できないのだから。
You can't proclaim your victory unless you solve all the puzzles.
This definitely benefits Beto.
Yeah.
But it was always kind of that way, because if there was an outstanding mystery, he kind of failed anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Benny gif, you know? But the game was rigged from the start. Of course it was rigged from the start. She's the one that set up the fucking game. She made the rules even.
わらわが赤を使えるように、バトラー。今よりそなたには
Oh.
青を使うことを許そう。
Just as I can use the red, from now on I will allow you to use the blue, Battler.
I knew the blue existed, but I don't know what it means.
Yeah, I vaguely recall something about the blue. Someone mentioned it at some point, just offhand.
説明する際に、わらわはゲーム終了までの間に、そなたの青を赤にて反論する義務を持つ。
When explaining my magical murders with the human tricks, you may state your claims in blue. I am responsible for countering your blue with the red by the end of the game.
Yes, I get my own shiny shit.
青。つまり俺は復唱要求を青で語るということか。
Blue. So I'll talk in blue when I tell you to repeat things?
少し違う。復唱要求はどんな些細なことでも可能だった。 しかし青はもう
How are you this fucking slow?
それ自体が魔女を否定しない限り成立しない。
Okay, that actually makes sense. And it's worth saying.
Yeah. Not quite. When you told me to repeat lines, you were able to do it for any trivial thing. But the blue is a little more restricted. Unless it by itself denies witches, it will not be valid.
Yeah, a single sentence that must deny witches. That's fair. It's not getting confusing, you're just bad at this, Battler.
Yeah, like Battler, you asking her to repeat things in red was more about gaining information for yourself than it was anything else. That's all it was confirming information for yourself. It wasn't about your claims of what happened.
Yeah. It's starting to get confusing, but it's more or less something like this. For example, let's take one of the riddles in the past where I asked her to repeat something. The actual number of master keys is 5. That had been to confirm that there were 5 master keys when she claimed there were no more than 5. But since that by itself wouldn't deny witches, I can't say it in blue. So in order to speak in blue, I'd need to say something like this. The actual number of master keys were greater than 5. The culprit entered or exited the room with that extra key.
There you go.
Only then would the witch who claimed that this was a closed room murder
claim something. Damn it.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Made with magic, be responsible for making a counter-argument eventually. In other words, I can't demand that she repeat something that merely confirms the premises of my reasoning. That'll probably be a significant disadvantage for me, but at least I get to talk fancy.
Yeah. There you go.
Crap, it's enough to make the red Beto used to toy with me until now look extremely merciful.
くそ。仮に俺が、ある密室について仮説を立て、ベアトがそれを最後の最後で否定してきやがったら、俺には次の仮説を立てる時間すらもねえってことじゃねえか。
Damn it, so even if I create a theory for a particular closed room and speak it in blue, if Beto denies it at the very, very end, I won't even have time to create my next theory?
このルールは最悪だ。
This rule's awful, horribly bad for me.
また戦う前から屈服
No,
落ち着きなさい
Angie, that's just...
一つの謎に対して青は一度しか使えないとは言われてないわ。それがどういう意味かわかる？
Angie, that's not... That's not what's wrong here. What's wrong here is that he doesn't have time to construct new arguments after being countered. Damn it! Are you gonna surrender before the fight begins? Or begins again, rather. Calm down. No one said you can only use the blue once for each mystery. Do you know what that means? Like rapid fire, but...
No? What does it mean?
これまでのあなたは仮説を一つ立てては魔女の顔色を伺い、それがダメだったらその時改めて別の仮説を立てるという情けない戦い方だった。
Someone get this man like a fucking like a whiteboard or a chalkboard or something. It's like he needs one to keep track of like this stuff. Like he needs notes. My man needs notes.
Yeah,
I don't like him, but like he should at least have the tools to fight back properly.
Yeah, give him just a gigantic corkboard.
Something. Fuck. In the pitiful way you've been fighting up until now, you've made a single theory, glanced at the witch's complexion, and if that one didn't work, you'd then start making another theory.
それじゃあ魔女は追い詰められない。
You won't corner a witch like that.
じゃあ、どうやって戦うんだ?
And how should I
am
fight?
going to reach through the fucking screen and strangle you, Battler.
You don't mean...
ええ、そうよ。謎に点で挑むんじゃない。面で襲いかかるのよ。
Yeah, that's right. You don't attack her riddles with a point. You assault them with a wall.
あなた、以前のゲームで
Shield wall, shield wall, shield wall.
べきだと自ら言ったわ。
You said so yourself in an earlier game. The force of your reasoning should be like that.
Were you able to watch the previous games? Neat.
Burn Castell probably, like, filled her in, right?
Yeah. Here, play Umineko's episode 1 through episode 3.
Yeah. It would actually be fucking hilarious to have it be recursive. Where, like, some random streamer like us is the one that, like, Angie gets to fucking see, and that's why she's smart.
Assault with a wall. That's right, I said so myself earlier. Guessing and trying to expose the mystery is like trying to shoot a distant target with an arrow. Until now, I've been shooting off arrow after arrow, asking the witch if I scored a hit, and then preparing my bow again once I'm told that I missed. There's no way I'll hit at that rate. Bullets might be a better example than arrows. If you take one shot after another at a distant target with a handgun, you probably won't hit it easily. So how can you hit it? Handgun doesn't work, use a shotgun.
Well, there is such a thing called accuracy volley.
Yeah.
So
instead of
what that basically means is that, like, eventually, once you put enough rounds down range, you're gonna hit something.
Yeah, absolutely. Instead of a single bullet, beat her down with shot comprised of countless projectiles at once. Shot scatters, so it impacts a wide area. That makes it optimal for shooting small, fast targets like birds.
I mean, wide compared to the shell or the barrel of the gun, but also, no, it doesn't.
That's right. There's no rule that says I have to guess like a pistol, shooting one shot at a time. Making a single theory and just hoping that it hits is no better than stopping your own thinking. Blast away
Like,
with
if you're
your...
gonna go that far with like the shotgun, you might as well just carpet bomb, right?
Yeah.
Get the flamethrower out, buddy.
Blast away with them.
Dust them with the Agent Orange.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah, that might be a bit much. Oh, fuck. Blast away with the massive number of bullets of guesses and make them impact like a wall so that only one of them hitting the target is enough. Fair enough, yes.
Oh. なるほどな。
Blue, huh? I get it.
お前の赤き真実が切れ味鋭い日本刀みたいなもんだとしたら、
If your red truth is a razor sharp katana,
どうやら散弾銃。
then it looks like my blue is a shotgun.
いや、火力で魔女を蜂の巣にする機関銃だぜ。
No, a machine gun whose firepower will turn the
As they
witch into
say
a
where
honeycomb.
I am. Porque no los dos. Auto
Yeah.
shotty. Hellfed auto shotty. Let's go.
下手な鉄砲
Of course, you want birdshot for this, not buckshot. I see. So it's an awkward gun that fires many shots.
そなたらしいそやな例えよ
That sort of crude analogy is just like you.
Yeah, but you're not going to be laughing when I have a shotgun.
推理小説なんかのクライマックスはいつもこうだった。名探偵が容疑者を一堂に集め、たった一つの推理を披露して、それを華麗に当ててみせるんだ。
The climax of a detective novel is always the same. Famous detective gathers all the suspects at once and displays a single trail of logic that works
ま
splendidly.
で、一本の矢で見事にリンゴを射抜く、ウィリアム・テルのようにだ。
Almost like William Tell spectacularly shooting through an apple with a single arrow.
だからこそ、それが美徳みたいに誤解しちまってた。
That's why I mistakenly took that to be a virtue.
It's actually because you're a child and don't actually have that much world experience, so you just thought that was how things worked for a while for no real reason.
Well, yeah, that's... I mean, that is basically what he's saying, is detective novels taught me that a single really strong theory.
Yes,
Whereas-
but, like, I mean, the use of the word virtue here implies that not that it's how things work, but rather what you should aspire to.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe this is just like a writing for it, but it's just talking funny. Or maybe I'm being a nitpicky asshole, but, you know.
I
Could be all of the above.
I think you're nitpicking a little.
I mean, it's what I'm here for.
It probably would be splendid if I could shoot through the truth with a single guess, but that isn't realistic. Look at real wars. Do they really have everyone pull long guns out of the trench, aim really well, and take shots at each other one at a time? They don't, right? They fire rapidly, they fire all over the place, they pin down the enemy with a barrage. Reasoning is the same way. Because of that weird virtue, I've been stuck thinking it's better to take one line of reasoning at a time. We humans can fire off countless guesses and possibilities. The bullet is the power of imagination. Suspension of thought is a clogged
That's
barrel.
a comparison I haven't heard before.
Yeah, I would say that's new.
That is definitely new.
The pathetic way I've been reasoning up until now is like a pea shooter. I've been so lame, weakly firing off shots, getting them denied in red, and then taking the next bullet and reloading. My blue truth, which claims that humans and tricks are what's real, will overpower its target, the illusion told by the witch, with its firepower and the force of what I can imagine. This is my...
So I just want to take a side note here.
Yes.
I really love, as opposed to Blue Truth, at least in this context of what made me think of it, but I really love the idea of the Red Truth.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because this is going to go into color connotations and how a color psychology and shit like that, but blue feels cool, calm, and clinical almost if you get the right shade of right? Like very like hospitally color in some cases, but it's also like the color of deep ice, deep water. It's very calm, it's placid, it's a cold color. This is like actually like a artistic color theory. It's a cold color as opposed to warm colors, which are like
and
red, purple, and
for
orange.
for Japanese, we have red oni, blue oni.
Yes. And actually, maybe that's fucking why ogre mages in fantasy are typically blue.
Yep.
Something to do with like the fucking color association with like calmness and logical and
yes, the blue oni is considered the more tactful.
Interesting. I don't know if it has anything to do with like Japanese blue oni, but just like the color blue being like calm and collected.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Not. Anyway, but I really love the idea of the red truth specifically because red is passionate, it's fire, it's emotion. Right?
Yeah, it is a flashy thing. The idea of this red katana just streaking through and doing something amazing in one stroke.
Oh, I mean, it's them who. It's fucking Battler who keeps comparing it to a sword, but I don't like. I like the idea of the treasured red sword, but I don't actually envision her red truth as being a literal sword. It's more about like the passion, the belief, the magic of it.
Oh
like,
yeah, absolutely.
Literal
like,
magic.
Yeah.
Magic being a passionate, emotional thing.
Yeah, though, that said, get me a Yakuza Beatrice tatted up with a katana.
With a crimson bladed katana, yeah, absolutely. Fucking. I'm gonna put that down somewhere and I'm gonna tweet about it later. Or fucking skeet about it later, I guess. There you go with a... No, Yakuza, there you go. There we go. I should have done that. I keep forgetting that, like, when we're doing this stuff, like, my tab screens get shown on stream. Which it doesn't, like, I don't have anything up, so it's not, like, a problem. It's just, I shouldn't do that. It's weird and distracting and unprofessional. Although I don't really care about that.
Yeah, this is my Ushiromiya Battler's fighting style.
But yeah, it's just, like, something about the red truth specifically, and not...
Yeah, like, there's something...
This isn't constrained to Umineko either, but red truth as the representation of true, like, magical truth at all, period. Like,
yeah, like, we are revealing the secrets of the mysteries to you.
Yeah, like, cosmic truth, like, what is absolutely, undeniably true. That sort of thing. It's, so, like, we normally call this concept, like, true names, or the true language, or whatever, you know, language of creation. But it true truth, it's sort of cumbersome as fuck. So, but like there's this fundamental truth that you can actually like speak, and whether speaking it makes it so, or you can only say it because it is so, is up to the interpretation. Like I know the Inheritance trilogy had it be both. You can't lie using the ancient tongue, so when you say something, either it is already truth, or this is how magic happens, like literal magic, or the world will rewrite itself to make what you said true.
Yep.
And it will take the path of least resistance, which is usually by taking your energy, your physical ability to move and act and live. So you can't absolutely just like say something too big and kill yourself.
Yeah, you know. Don't try and give God a sex change with magic.
Yeah, no, not a good idea. Although I'm like, do the genitals of a god really fucking matter at all to the foundation of a world? Like, you could write a world where it does, but overall, in generally speaking, does it fucking matter?
I mean, yeah, it does not literally matter. I'm just saying, changing the form of a god in any capacity. You know.
It would be very funny to have a deity just like relaxing and like watching some other part of the world, and then someone, someone like literal leagues away is just like, yeah, God's a man now, and she's just like, what?
The fuck did you just do?
Hold
on. Like, I can just change it back, but what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. That's what, like, I can just go back whenever I want, but also, what?
What's the point?
Why would you do this?
Exactly.
Anyway, no, but like, I remember sending you, like, maybe a year ago now, a web novel. I don't remember the name of it now, but it was about a pain mage.
Oh, yeah.
Like a psychic mage that used pain as their, like, psychic domain, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have, like, descriptions of her spells and incantations stuck in my brain. Like, they are just lodged in there and they will not be removed. I can quote them, even with my bad brain. Like, dripping with crimson hate. And, like, there's just something about, like, words being crimson or being red that gets me going. Whether that's truth or incantations or whatever.
Yeah.
But, like, that's one of the reasons why I've liked the red truth so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not too fond of the blue truth just yet. I think I'll warm up to it, but I can see where it's coming with the theme.
Haven't even seen it used yet either, so, like, I've been trying to hold off on my judgment of it until then. But
yeah,
I don't think I like the concept yet.
Yeah, but it's going along with the theming, like Shannon seeing the ocean as blue and that being a big thing.
Yeah, but that was more about the color itself, or not the color itself, but like the fact that she could see color at all.
Yeah, like a certain fundamental emotion, but it's also her proclaiming her humanity in the time that she used it. So in a way, we're getting some link to blue to humanity.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like surface level link though, because like what she was saying there was that she could see color, not that she could see blue specifically. She was just using blue as the example.
Kind of, sort of, but I think part of it is...
Or at least that was my interpretation.
That she sees the possibilities and the hope in tomorrow. Is what I got out of it. Like, literally speaking, the ocean probably wasn't the brightest blue it could possibly be. But she saw... Of course
not, and it's not like Canon, like, literally can't see color.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't see the world grayscale.
Yeah, because very, very few people have color blindness of that degree.
Yeah, that's extremely rare. Most people just, like, mix up 2 or 3 colors, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, being red-green colorblind, it's like you mix up red. And often, like, some oranges and shit, like, closer colors, but...
Yeah, this is my Ushiromiya Battler's fighting style.
Yeah, like, right now, I'm not fond of the idea of the blue truth. Like, first off, it doesn't even sound good, like, blue truth versus, as opposed to red truth. Like, red truth sounds so much fucking cooler.
Yeah.
But I'm also not fond of him having a truth, the wet method of speaking. I mean, first off, like, it's cool. Like, the idea is cool and interesting. But it's cool and interesting divorced from the context of what's going on and what I like about this so far.
Yeah.
What I like about this so far is that the human side has no tools. And it's all mystery. Like, he has nothing concrete to work with. He has to scrabble for literally everything he can get. I like that.
Yeah, like...
That was good.
Yeah, like, even though it was an entire ruse, literally Beto grabbing through garbage for that one hint from Kiri.
Yeah. Like that's what like Battler has been doing this entire time, and I like that.
Yeah.
And like,
yeah, we'll have to
without
see.
the blue truth, that means like all of this, like, because she's going to be restricting her usage of the red truth from now on. Now that he's actually like competent enough to warrant restricting the red truth. Like without the blue truth, that makes things so much more difficult and more of an uphill battle and more nebulous and vague. And I like that.
That's fair. But also giving him a structure to... Because it doesn't actually change anything. As far as... You know, what exactly he'll be doing, which is formulating theories.
Yeah, of course.
But...
It doesn't actually change anything. It's just like the aesthetic of it is off.
Yeah, like, it's an aesthetic thing, and also, it gives him a tool by which he will composite a standalone statement that will deny a witch. And he's kind of needed to do that for a while. Whether they needed it to be behind a blue truth or not, we'll see how cool we think it is later. But he's kind of definitely needed to have a restriction in which he has to formulate a standalone idea, because he's kind of been very slapdash about it.
Yeah, he was actually better about it in the very beginning when he was listing off various different ideas.
Yeah.
With his theorizing. But like after that, for some reason, he stopped. I don't know. Like, and I guess that's what they're talking about here, where he just like stopped doing that.
Yeah, he stopped doing that because he thought, oh, follow a line of thinking that seems right. But clearly, that's not a very good idea, and honestly, yeah. You know, all he needs is reasonable doubt, as we've been saying for a couple of these episodes.
Yeah, you don't have to prove anything. He just has to cast doubt on the idea of the witch being the one that does it, right? Like,
yeah, so this is solidifying that into a concept for him, so we'll see how we feel.
Which is actually what Angie was saying earlier when she said that, like, for Beato to succeed, she has to negate all things that negate her.
Yeah,
nothing
exactly.
else. So she could just do whatever the fuck she wants with everything else.
Yeah, exactly. So, having a thing that he can structure a statement behind, good. We'll just see how it feels. Thanks to you, I figured out my true fighting style.
Also, how many times have you figured out your true fighting style?
Thanks, Gretel.
Battler.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome. And I think it's been like 3 times you figured out your fighting style now, Battler. Please.
Makes me think of how pathetic I was before. Yeah, it's like Beto said. I've had a handicap up until now. I'll acknowledge that. New rule, understood. I have my own way of fighting. I'll show you it.
その息やよし、気に入ったぞ。
That willpower is good. I like it.
ならば早速使ってみるがいい。そなたの青き真実とやらを。
Then try using it right away, this blue truth of yours.
ああ、使ってやるぜ。この青き真実で。お前が主張する。全員にアリバイがあるから魔女の犯行しかありえないという魔女説は打ち砕ける。
Yeah, I'll use it. With this blue truth, I'll break apart your witch theory, which states that only a witch culprit was possible because everyone had alibis. This is my truth. Ushiromiya Kinzo is already dead. Therefore, the number of people on the island is 17.
未知の人物 X が加わることで18人となっている。
By adding an unknown person X to that, it becomes 18 people.
こ
の人物 X の存在の過程によって
I agree, it definitely works for the vibes.
犯行は可能になる。
By supposing that this person X exists, crimes will be possible even if all 17 people have alibis.
All right, I think we're going to call it there.
Yeah, absolutely. Once we
We've been going
get
6
the-
hours
私
and
たちはこれ以
and,
上お父
Mel's
様への
getting
面
tired
会
and
を
I
拒ま
need
れ
to
るならば
stop
以下の
doing
仮
this.
説を立てなければならないの
I'm not exactly tired yet, but I do need to stop.
Yeah, same here.
It's a shame that like all the really good fucking all the like the really good media analysis and talk like happened at the very end. But you know,
Yeah, it is what it is, but
I would call like the earlier stuff like mid, like you know, it was just like this sort of standard shit I get up to. But like this last bit, like the last 30 minutes or so, that was some good shit.
yeah, absolutely. Getting into the Blue Truth a little bit. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us. If you check in the About section of either of our Twitch channels or into the bottom of the YouTube, you will see a bunch of links. On Cap's side, there is the Discord. There is also a link to their Kara. You can see all of the finished art pieces.
Damn. He got real mad. What? You want to say bye to everyone on stream? I don't know if you guys can hear him, but he's yelling.
Fair enough. And on mine, on my YouTube videos, you should see a link to both of our Twitch channels.
I think that's it.